Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The characters are walking along the asphalt. A girl in a dress is running away from two guys screaming for help. They are looking at her, grinning. She is pressed against the wall in fear and asks someone to help her. Someone demands that they leave her alone. The guys turn around in surprise at the character opposite. The hero with a bandage on his neck is eating a treat. The hooligans do not understand who it is and advise him to go his own way. The guy continues to stand calmly and tells them to run away. The villains start to get angry when he says that they need to leave if they do not want to die. The boy removes the bandage from his neck, on which ants are visible. They are outraged at how dare he talk like that. The villain starts screaming for him to leave quickly. He is shocked to see his partner fall to the ground. The hooligan, covered in blood, does not understand what is happening. The monster's huge claw descends on them. He asks if they are really going to interfere with the treat again. A creepy monster in the form of a woman grabs a villain. The protagonist stands nearby, his face hidden. He looks furiously. His body is covered with insects. An exclamation of a black ant is heard. The alley is fenced off with yellow tape with the inscription Insector. A worker in white clothes with the inscription Bug Reaper takes pictures of the crime scene. They examine the area. It is said that at the scene of the incident, which resembled a battlefield, only the severed lower part of the man's body and right hand were found. The question is asked who and how should have fought the insect to make such a mess. The character looks away. It is explained that according to the testimony of the survivor, the boy approached just before the attack. Ants on the ground eat the packaging of a treat. A mosquito buzzes behind her. The character lights a cigarette. Smoke spreads through the air. The guy looks away and thinks about the boy. A man with wings flies forward. It is said about the events of 2005 about the first eyewitnesses in the world, where monsters with insect masks appeared. A huge monster is standing on the road. A man opens a package of chocolate. It is written that they caused harm. The guy eats it. It is written that whether it is physical violence, or even eating a person, but most of all it is terrifying. Students are sitting at their desks. It is said about the fact that they live among people and they are called insectors. A student stands in the middle of the class and asks if he still thinks this is an ordinary urban legend. The girl with a serious look says that they exist and if someone suspects that he is an insector, it is better to contact them. She holds a folder with the inscription Bug Reaper. Someone says that the headman read it beautifully. A teacher with glasses asks if everyone knows about what happened in Namandan, because it seems that the police are sure that this case is connected with the insector and therefore it is better not to hang around anywhere after school, but go straight home. A girl in a mask asks her classmate Cho if she lives in this area. She says yes, and asks if she wants to go home with her. A guy with a grin asks his friend if he believes in insects. He says yes, because there is one in their class. The guy eats sweets. Someone calls him a drone. His real name is Sun. The teacher asks the students if everyone has completed the assignment he gave last time, warning that it will be assessed and will affect the overall grade. The girl is surprised to hear that she needs to collect all the homework and bring it to him. She agrees. In the background of the bell, someone shouts the headman. The guy stands in front of her and asks her not to hand in her homework. She asks why. Two guys are standing. One of them says that no one except her has done it, and if they are going to drown, then together. She replies that maybe she does not want this. The guy angrily asks if she really refuses, because he is offering in a good way. SAE stands up for her. The other one at this moment tells the masked one that she hasn't done anything either, and she doesn't need to side with the class monitor just because they are friends. The protagonist hands over a folder with the word ethics written on it. The guy holds out his homework. The class monitor thanks him sheepishly. Sun sits down at his desk. An ant is visible on his notebook. They exchange glances with the insect. The guy is telling the truth. He points his finger at the ant. Someone tramples the notebook with all their might along with it. A crushed ant is visible on the crumpled sheets. The protagonist hears with a serious expression whether he really doesn't understand what is happening. The bully stands opposite him in a rage and declares that he only knows how to carry out the teacher's orders. A bandage is visible on the guy's neck. The scoundrel wonders why he put it on himself. The bullies ask the protagonist what kind of hickeys are on his neck and if he has a girlfriend. The class president at this point asks SAE what they are. The girl in the mask whispers to Cho that they are kisses. The scoundrel holds Sun by the shoulder and says that this will not do and it is better to remove the bandage, noticing that he does not even resist, while the girl demands not to do this. The guy starts to peel off the bandage with his nails. They look at his neck and ask if it is a hickey. The protagonist looks at them. They realize that it is just a big stain. The scoundrel grabs him by the neck and screams in rage that he put the bandage on just to hide the stain. He looks forward in shock. An ant crawls out of the stain. The insect quickly slithers under his shirt. The guy screams in fear that just happened. The bully sits on the floor in horror and declares that an ant just crawled out of Sun. SAE asks the embarrassed Cho if she likes the main character. She says not a bit, but the masked classmate says that she's been caught. The class rep thinks about it. She remembers all the guy's achievements and understands that it's natural, since he's good at sports, studies well, eats a lot, and how can you not like him? SAE asks if she's going to do her homework. The picture shows a sign with the inscription, Teacher's Room. The teacher is sitting opposite the class rep and clarifies that there are only 2 jobs. He insults the students with a serious look. Cho asks again in surprise. The man looks up and says that he and the main character can go free, and everyone who didn't hand in their homework must clean up after school. The class rep walks down the hallway and says that if she tells them to stay and clean up, the 2 will start saying nasty things again. The girl wonders if SAE needs to stay too, maybe she should help, and besides, because of this incident, she's scared to go alone. She realizes that Sun also lives in the area and whether she should ask him to go with her. She continues walking. The protagonist touches the bandage on his neck in front of the mirror. His name is called. He turns around. Cho approaches him and states that the homeroom teacher said that everyone who didn't turn in their homework should stay and clean up the trash. She continues to say that they can go home together right away. Cho looks up and asks if they can go home together today. The protagonist calmly apologizes. He turns away and states that he has things to do. The sign says that garbage is being recycled. Scoundrels are standing with mops. One of them shouts that they shouldn't clean here. Another states that he doesn't care about the homeroom teacher's order. A girl in a mask cleans up the trash, advising them to finish quickly and go their separate ways. Someone asks if they will count their homework if they clean up. Cho replies that they won't. SAE is shocked to hear a curse word. She looks at her friend and asks what she is doing there. She says sweeping. She again asks why she did not go home and decided to stay. Cho turns around and assures that he is waiting for her. She says don't make me laugh, noticing her tears. The main character is sitting at the table. The students are surprised by the refusal. The guy draws a line on the notebook, along which an ant is walking. The character asks the headman, it was not possible to avoid loneliness, and in general it was quite abrupt, and whether he is too rude. Sun adjusts the bandage. It is written that she just does not know anything because he is good. A crowd of students are cleaning the yard. SAE asks what it means she was going to leave her best friend and go home with a good guy. She answers that you need to take advantage of the opportunity. The bully at this moment suggests another to go. They go forward. One of them asks what kind of nonsense he was talking then. He assures that an ant crawled out of Sun's neck. They go further. The long-haired one asks if it is okay to leave school because a friend is talking nonsense. The other asks not to mock him, because tomorrow he will show him the band-aid again. The guy laughs and says that he is the one who will be expelled. A huge monster stands in front of them and says that he warned him. Blood splashes on the surprised guy's face. The girl in headphones sweeps. A severed head is visible near her feet. She looks down in horror. The students turn around in shock, not understanding what kind of screams are these. The girl runs past in horror and screams at the top of her lungs for everyone to run away because there is an insect sector there. The monster's foot lands on the ground. He goes forward and repeats what he already said. The amazed students run away. The monster kills new victims. The guys in the yard scatter. SAE and Cho look at what is happening in shock. They suddenly began to run away. The monster runs forward. The huge mutant brutally deals with the characters while the girls run away. They quickly head forward. SAE is horrified to see a bloody classmate. She starts to fall down. The class president turns around and sees her hit her head on a rock. Cho holds her friend and asks her to wake up, because they need to run. The class president is horrified to see the monster approaching. The huge mutant hangs over her and says what he said. The class president stands in front of her and stutters, demanding that she not approach them. The monster opens its mouth and starts to say something. The outline of a teacher appears on the mutant's face. He asks if he didn't say that they need to leave after school. Cho is shocked to recognize the homeroom teacher. The monster is furious and demands that they listen to what he says. The picture shows images of the monster's blows. Suddenly, a swarm of insects appears in front of the mutant. Cho watches this in shock. She turns around. The hero in the black suit appears before her. He looks forward frantically. She does not understand whether he is a man or not. The mysterious character looks at what is happening. Cho closes his eyes. He picks her up. The monster's hands are lying on the ground. Someone is talking about Comrade Black Ant. The mutant stands in front of him and says that he knows him. The character watches silently. The teacher in the form of a monster wonders why he would kill his own kind. He looks at the ant and asks if he would really fight to save people. The mutant exclaims in rage that they are at the very end of the food chain, and thanks to evolution they have risen above all other species, and this means that there is no need to protect such insignificant creatures. The black ant deals a swift blow to the enemy. The teacher flies away and breaks through the wall. The black ant takes the 2 girls and walks away. He puts them on the ground and declares that he is not here to fight for the sake of people. He clenches his fist and claims that he is fighting for something else, and for people like the teacher, it is just a hunt. The character goes to the scene of the fight. The mutant says that this is nonsense, and that he is so malnourished that he is simply ready to kill his own. The monster is furious, and says that he will have no trouble finding other food and will chew him for as long as possible, not pathetic people. He rushes to attack, promising to gnaw him to the skin. He knocks down a black ant. The character begins to slow down on the ground. They approach the fence. The fence breaks through and they fly on. The black ant lies in front of him. The teacher angrily says that with just one limb he can finish off the enemy. The character looks forward. The mutant says that since he is an ant, then in an ant's way. The ball begins to fly towards the hero. It rushes down and promises death to the protagonist. He flies down and says that he has already said. The beaten black ant looks at what is happening in shock. There is a powerful blow. The stones fly to the side. The hero grunts in pain. They fight fiercely. A large ball flies up. The black ant lies in a crack in the ground and sighs. The teacher says with a grin that the ant has a long life. The hero looks ahead and realizes that the enemy is going to jump. The mutant flies into an attack in rage, promising to shorten his life. The character notices that he is approaching. There is a strong blow to the ground. Dust spreads across the battlefield. Drops of blood are visible on the ground. The teacher mockingly says that he feels that only a wet spot remains of the hero. Suddenly, the mutant falls down. He does not understand why his body is pierced by the hero, and it means that he was hiding his weapon. The black ant looks at him and declares a transformation. His leg begins to turn into a normal one. He is standing in 2 sneakers. The hero's hand begins to change. Insects are running around his claws. The teacher begs him to let him go. He says as you say. The hero delivers a powerful blow to the enemy's body. The mutant flies to the side. The black ant carries him above itself. The character with horns looks forward furiously. He throws the enemy to the ground. The beaten teacher does not understand where such strength comes from. He lies upside down and feels something. The black ant holds him above itself, while he demands not to dare do this. The hero screams in rage. The teacher lies above him and screams that he has not yet evolved enough not to live this worthless life. The ant holds the enemy's body tightly. The teacher in shock screams about the task. He is squeezed. He declares that he asked for it. The black ant deftly cuts his flesh into pieces. Broken glasses fall down. The black ant leaves from there, because he wants to eat. The character in the black suit turns into sun. The guy walks forward among the trees. Insects are running around. The character in the gold suit comes out from behind a tree. The glasses are on the ground. Workers in white suits have cordoned off the scene. One of them demands to step aside and not take them off. The audience wonders if this is not the first grade of high school, and they are shocked that the homeroom teacher was an insector. The long-haired guy stands next to the blonde and says that they are late again. He replies that from now on he was fully prepared and immediately rushed over. The fighter in the mask says that there is no other name for it except a battlefield, and the only explanation is that the same insects were fighting. The guy turns around and asks him why they suddenly started fighting each other. The beaten hooligan explains that before the girl attacked him, a boy appeared and told them to run away. The guy with a cigarette says that they fought for protection. A worker in a cap calls the boss and says that a schoolgirl who ran into a bug has come to. The hero with a cigarette in his teeth is surprised to hear that a black man saved her. A guy in glasses is giving an interview and says when asked if he was scared that he immediately informed the insect exterminators about it in order to save his friends. They are surprised by his courage. The guy with a grin takes out his phone and says that he managed to film something, asking if they want to see it. He looks at the smartphone screen in surprise and does not understand what is going on. A worker in a cap asks those walking behind him if he had filmed something. Would they have had to deal with what happened, and what use are the camera recordings or the black box, and maybe it is better to throw the journalists out of here. The guy in the hat tells another that they should not pay attention, because this is no longer some kind of urban legend, and it is time for the media to intervene. The blonde man in the mask seriously considers whether they will take this seriously until he personally becomes a victim, and it is difficult to believe in the existence of insects. Cho talks next to them on the phone that she can walk there herself, and they will see each other later. The village chief looks ahead in surprise. She sits next to the car and talks about smoking. They apologize. He puts out his cigarette. It is explained that it is an insect repellent. The picture shows the sunrise over the city. He asks that Cho is most likely shocked, clarifying if she can tell about the situation. The girl looks opposite and explains that when the monster was about to kill everyone, a black man appeared. The man in glasses asks again why she calls him a man. Cho remembers the image of the main character and says that he just looked like her, and she immediately passed out, and therefore does not remember much, but he was different from the enemy. The girl looks away and explains that he saved them. The man in green glasses asks if there are anyone who did not clean up. Cho stands opposite and states that there was one person, who in turn asks if he can find out who exactly. The action takes place in a large white building. The protagonist enters the room and tells the woman that he is home. She speaks to him affectionately. A granny with gray hair invites him to come in and eat. Sun stands in front of her. She declares that she specially prepared his favorite dishes. There is a whole mountain of delicious food on the table. The guy calmly turns to the grandmother. He says that he is not particularly hungry. The grandmother is shocked by this turn of events. The guy hears questions about whether he was crazy again. The grandmother touches him and asks if he is hurt. He apologizes for not being able to try her cooking. She claims that food is not important now, and the main thing is that he himself is okay. She says with a smile that she is glad about this. The grandson advises him to go to his room and rest. Sun turns around and says that there is no need to clear everything off the table, because he will eat tomorrow. The grandmother silently looks at the closed door. She wipes away tears and says that something is wrong with the boy and today is no exception. Ants crawl forward, they talk about the most terrible creatures. A whole squad of insects goes further. The events take place in a tall white house. The picture shows a window. Ants crawl through a small crack. The TV is on in the room. They talk about breaking news, namely about what happened in the capital this morning, where an outrageously terrible incident occurred, in which a large number of schoolchildren died after an insect attack. The TV background explains that the insector is an insect monster that became famous thanks to ghost stories, and it turned out that this monster was the class teacher, and why both the students and colleagues were in complete shock, because he just worked as an ordinary teacher. The main character lies on the bed, listening to the question of how it is possible to kill your students because of the lack of homework, and it is unbearable to live and realize that they are hiding in society and cold-bloodedly killing innocent people. Many ants are crawling on Sun's body. It is said that it would be great if they were all exterminated. He closes his eyes. The frame shows a building. It is said about clearing the house, which is supposedly the epicenter in the case of serial disappearances of children. A policeman stands with a gun and says that the second floor is clear and they are going up to the third. The steps are nearby. The commander lifts up, making hand gestures. The capture group moves on. He carefully looks out from around the corner. He is shocked when he notices something. There are many cocoons hanging in the room. A white SUV drives up to the building. 3 heroes are sitting in the car. A member of the insect exterminator team, Tae, is driving and says that he is tired of waiting. Someone asks if they can't just quickly sort everything out. Sam, in passenger language, tells the driver that they are still under government supervision and that the police have priority in the investigation until the insect sector appears. They are surprised to see a notice about insect exterminators. The 3 exchange glances. It is said that the search party is asking for help from insect exterminators. Tae, with a grin, asks if his partner is really scared to the point of shaking. He assures that it is the vibration mode. The leader of the exterminator team, Pyo, suggests that they stop joking. The frame shows pieces. The police are trying to cut off the cocoons. The soldier looks away and asks the commander if they shouldn't wait for the fighters to arrive. He says that their enemy is an insector and every minute and second counts, so they move on. The guy shouts at him that the child is not reacting to anything. He advises to tear the cocoon apart and let it breathe. He opens the cocoon and the child screams. The blade cuts the fibers. The surprised soldier asks if everything is okay, and they ask him what he is doing. Suddenly, something pierces the soldier's head, while the commander talks about the baby's condition. The picture shows an insect. The shocked commander holds the cocoon and hears the question of why they needed his children. A terrible monster with wings repeats the question. The soldier aims his machine gun and shouts for the commander. The monster quickly rushes into the attack, flying past everyone. The commander is shocked to realize that he is faster than a bullet. He realizes that it is an insector. The beam pierces the mutant's body. It blocks. The tip breaks off. The commander looks in shock opposite. A guy with a rifle is lying on the tower. Sam reloads the weapon. He excitedly says that he missed, because the enemy is too fast. The monster is furious and asks what they are doing and whether they really wanted to shoot him. He rushes to attack, wondering if they want to see his anger. The stick blocks the enemy's blow. Tae stands in front of the commander and asks what happened to the mutant's speech. He hits the opponent on the head with a stick while he screams about death to the pests. The mutant flies away. Pyo walks around the room and advises the commander to take the children and leave. The monster flies to attack, asking where he went with his children. PYP exhales green smoke. The mutant falls to the ground, not understanding what happened to his body. The leader in green glasses explains that the smoke intoxicated him and he will pay for everything. The monster is furious and says that it is not even a black ant that has come to him and the midge is categorically against it. Tae stands next to Pyo and says that he is actually a fly. The mutant shoots many arrows and shouts that they are not welcome here. Pyo spits out a cigarette. He attacks the flying projectiles with smoke. Tae fights them off with a stick. The mutant flies forward. The commander shouts to Sam that he is flying out the window and that they need to shoot. Pyo and Tae look at what is happening. Sam is lying on the floor with injuries and says that he attacked in just a second. They advise them to stay there because they will come now. The fighter tells the leader about the appearance of their enemy. The events take place in a building. It is said that after the incident with the class teacher, the insector, the school was ordered to close for a week. Flowers are lying on the desks. It is explained that the dead children are still mourning. A guy with glasses is seen on social networks. It is said that he was the first to report this to the insect exterminators and therefore received an award for bravery. The guy is sitting in the hospital. It is said that SAE had a head operation and does not want to see anyone. The headmistress is sitting on a bench among the children and says that this is terrible. A boy with a mask appears in front of her. Cho looks at him silently. She drives him away and says that she asked him not to do this. She furiously shouts at the running boy that they have the same mother, and she will be the first to tell everything. Cho sadly says that she does not need to go to school and has to look after her younger unbearable brother, and does he even guess what she had to go through? Someone scares the girl. She turns around and screams loudly that she asked him not to scare her. Cho sees his little brother in front of the main character. Son eats ice cream, the girl calls him by name. All three eat ice cream, thanking him for the treat. They eat calmly sitting in the park. The girl turns around and wonders if there are people who haven't cleaned up. She remembers the conversation by the car about how there is one such person. The girl turns to the guy, realizing that it torments her, and she shouldn't have answered then. Son eats and hears the question if anything has happened since that day. He answers no. The little brother asks for more. He sees a soccer ball nearby. The child runs to the playground and shouts to his sister that he ran to play ball. She replies that he shouldn't go far. The main character squeezes an ice cream stick in his teeth. The girl hears this in surprise. Son looks ahead, she wonders if this is really happening to him. There is a whole bag of ice cream wrappers next to them. Cho doesn't understand if this is really not enough for him. The headman looks ahead in surprise. The younger brother runs with his partner to the fence and shouts that the ball has flown there. They crawl through a hole in the fence. The girl demands to go back. The protagonist gets up from the bench and says that he will go and have a look. Cho is indignant at this point. She gets up abruptly and tells the guy that she will go herself. The protagonist goes out to the forest. He looks ahead carefully. In front of him stands a little boy with a ball. The guy in the mask looks at him. He asks what he is doing. The younger brother stands opposite his sister. She asks why he immediately ran and whether he found the ball. He answers that Son told him to go to her. The guy in the mask tells the protagonist that this is his catch and Son looks like one of his own. The little boy tells him that he caught only one, but because of him he missed it, and in any case, he is in a terrible mood because yesterday the insect exterminators came and took all his supplies. Son hears that this time he is forgiven, but if he interferes again, there will be no end to problems. The protagonist begins to transform. The boy in the mask is shocked to hear about the catch. Son is half presented as a black ant and asks what he is talking about. The little monster is shocked. He squeezes a soccer ball and declares that it is him. It is about a black ant that hunts its own. The monster in the form of a little boy laughs and declares that he has been waiting for this meeting. He points his finger at the black ant and shouts that he is now a hot topic among his comrades because he feeds on them, asking if that is why he is next, calling him arrogant, and promising to put him in his place. The enraged boy screams how dare he go against the rules and eat his own kind. The monster screams in rage that he will smash him to smithereens. He attacks the black ant, screaming that he can also break the rules. He pierces the protagonist with a red beam. Part of the mask breaks. The monster flies around him. The black ant sees the red beams and hears that the enemy is fast and he cannot keep up, and his mouth is already watering at the thought of murder. The protagonist holds his head and listens to the ridicule. He states that it is very noisy. In one movement, he catches the enemy. He crushes the monster's head. The black ant calmly looks down. Cho stands in shock in the frame. The protagonist wipes his face and goes to her. He hears the appeal. The younger brother happily asks if he found the ball. He answers that he did, and the other boy went home. Cho and his brother surrounded Son. The boy states that he cleaned up all the trash after him. The girl answers that he says this because he wants more treats. He clarifies if he can have ice cream. The headman looks at the guy in surprise. The protagonist looks happily at the child, who clarifies if he can take more. The girl realizes that he can smile. The girl holds the bag and asks again if they can really take all this with them. He answers that they can. He says with a serious look that he is already full. Cho looks away in surprise. Leaves are falling from green trees. A crushed mutant body is lying in the forest. Children are going to school. The protagonist is moving towards the entrance. The guys behind him are discussing something. The guy says that it was great to rest for a whole week, asking the girl he is talking to, as she seemed to say that she went with the guy to another city. The protagonist listens to them with a serious look. Cho is shocked to hear about the closure. The picture shows an announcement about the closure of the 3rd grade for an indefinite period. He looks at it. It says that the surviving students are asked to move their things to a new class. She notices the 5th grade. The girl is standing in the hallway and realizes that she is no longer the class monitor. The picture shows a sign with the inscription 1 to 5. The girl is sitting at her desk. She sadly looks at her smartphone. Cho is corresponding with a friend, in which he constantly worries about her and tells the news that she is now in the 5th grade, but they are together anyway. She sadly lies on the desk and talks about another class. The guy with glasses laughs with the bullies. One of them asks Soo-young to tell what happened that day. He answers that he was really ready to say goodbye to life and his head could have turned into mush from a simple touch of a fist. The blonde looks ahead. Cho turns around questioningly. The girl walks through the classroom. She kicks the guy with glasses in the stomach. She hangs over him. Soo-young is shocked and does not understand what is wrong with her. She calmly states that he is too loud and demands that they disperse. The bully turns around in fear at the guy with glasses and says that they were too noisy and apologizes for this. The other one is indignant why she is giving orders. The guys are arguing. Cho thinks that SAE needed to see this. Someone walks through the classroom. The protagonist meets the blonde's gaze. She looks at him questioningly. Sun silently watches. They pass by. The surprised students look at the protagonist and ask why he just showed up. Cho waves his hand and calls him. He approaches her. She asks if he saw that the girl who came out is not the last person in the class. The guy takes a bag of chips, while she explains that she hit Soo-young for being too loud and she immediately felt good. He opens the bag. His friend exclaims that she was a little confused because of the change of classes, but it was a pretty good start. He bites into the snacks. The teacher points to the board and says that this will be on the exam. The protagonist writes in his notebook. He feels a rumble in his stomach. Cho turns around. She moves towards him and asks if he wants to have lunch together later. He agrees. The teacher points to the board again and says that this will not be on the exam. The picture shows a monster. The protagonist is surprised to feel a spark. He is shocked to realize that he sees an insect. He is frightened to realize that it is not far away. The girl tells him to let's go to lunch. She turns around and sees an empty space, assuming that he is hungry and has already left. The guy climbs over the fence. He runs forward. The guy says that the idiot disappeared somewhere, and he can't find him anywhere. Pyo replies that if he has a head on his shoulders, he will remain quiet for a while. The leader tells Tae that maybe he is just dead and he thinks that besides them, there is someone who works tirelessly. Pyo looks away and clarifies why he calls him that. The protagonist bumps shoulders with the leader of the fighters. Tae looks first at the leader, then to the side and shouts where he is rushing to. The leader tells him to forget about it and move on. The fighter turns around and says that the guy is a real slacker. The picture shows a sign with the words, Teacher's Lounge. Pyo is sitting at the table and says that they came to see the student who did not participate in the cleaning back then. Cho looks at them and says that the guy smells like insect repellent, explaining that the protagonist just left because he was hungry. Tae looks at the boss and says if it was that slacker. Pyo hands over a business card and asks if she could pass this on. They leave, the boss clarifying that it is not the hospital where Sam is. She reads a business card from an insect exterminator with a phone number. The picture shows bridges. A ferocious monster hangs over the ground. It looks ahead into a dark tunnel. A paw steps on the ground. A black ant calmly moves forward. It sees an insector who is stuck to the wall. The monster watches the protagonist. It raises its blade on its hand. The black ant watches it. It starts to move. The black ant suddenly rushes to attack. The insector deftly blocks this attack. It releases a sting into the protagonist's body. He begins to fall. The mutant prepares for another attack. The black ant delivers a powerful blow to the head. The villain begins to lose consciousness, staggering in all directions. The black ant does not understand what is going on there. The mutant shakes his head and looks questioningly. An ant is visible on the fishing line. The guy holds a bunch of ants over his hand, realizing that he is going to check now. He throws the insects towards the enemy. The mutant looks at this in shock. A swarm of ants surrounds the body of the monster. They all begin to emit fishing lines. They lead high to the ceiling. The black ant watches this. White hairs are shown in the frame. They envelop the body of the monster. It falls down. The main character takes the thread. He holds it in his hands questioningly. The mutant suddenly comes to life. A red object is visible from his mouth. Suddenly the object begins to flash. The black ant feels a powerful explosion. The cloud of the explosion rises in the area. The hero in the suit watches what is happening. The main character is seriously wounded, sitting on the ground. Another character says the view is not bad. A son with a broken head hears that he is a black ant, the one who hunts his own. Several characters in suits stand in front of him. One of them asks if this is really his first time in such a position. The stranger put his foot on the main character and mockingly asked if this is his first time in such a position. He looked down at the guy and asked if he killed the fly. The black ant did not raise his head and was silent. Someone took a few steps, saying that the fly had disappeared somewhere, and they were worried about this. The monster raised his hand and added that everyone was constantly complaining about not finding the little one, although he personally did not care about children. The accomplices looked at each other, and the first one said that they could pay for catching the ant. The blonde swung his leg sharply. His blow deprived the black man of his head. However, there was nothing inside, only a shell remained. The enemy looked at him with displeasure, realizing this. The partner shuddered and shouted at Silk to look up. The protagonist jumped from above, his eyes flashing. He brought down a blow on the opponent's head. Then he quickly pushed off the ground. The second villain sharply turned his head, noticing him. The brunette brought down a series of blows on him. The monster received another blow to the face and cursed. He raised his second gun arm and fired. Sun received a projectile in the face. The young man covered himself with his hands from the attack. The hero quickly came to his senses and prepared to counterattack. His fist froze next to the opponent's face. Blue threads did not allow him to move. Silk held the hero, noting that he knew how to use his head, but what unheard of impudence. She frowned and asked why he trusted people so much. The opponent jumped up and spun around. The young man sweated and looked back. The blonde delivered a roundhouse kick. The guy barely managed to put his hands out to block the blow. He was thrown back. Sun landed on his knees. A gun was already pressed to his head. The second monster approached, holding the young man at gunpoint. The protagonist woke up and shuddered. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Here!" The ants remaining in the shell reached out to him. The insects flew in a black swarm to the owner. The enemy took aim and declared that the hunt was over. There was a powerful explosion. Part of the monster was pierced, and debris fell down. Someone raised the gun with a stick, knocking off the sight, and warned that playing with firecrackers in the park could result in a fine. Tay stood behind the hero and did not allow him to be harmed. The man grinned and asked what kind of currency the farters had, whether they were fallen leaves. The enemy jumped back, and the warrior lunged and suggested coming closer. The monsters looked warily at the stranger. Silk turned around when the brunette suggested fighting, since they were all gathered here. Pyo walked behind them, saying that they shouldn't overdo it. He lit a cigarette from the burning tree. Then he exhaled greenish smoke and added that they would deal with them quickly. The protagonist sat with his head down, and the other monsters were surrounded by inspectors. Pyo raised his eyebrows and suggested cleaning. The creature with the gun took out a grenade and narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The men exchanged glances, guessing that they wanted to cause an explosion. The monsters threw a shell at their feet, and Tay coughed. Silk grabbed her partner, and they rose into the sky, covering themselves with smoke. The people raised their heads, noting that the flying insects were simply disgusting, and wondered whether they needed helicopter support. The brunette pointed back and clarified whether they were going to catch the black someone over there. They turned around and found that there was no one there anymore, and the man exclaimed that if the authorities found out that they had missed him this time, they would be sent to their forefathers. A few drops of blood fell to the ground. The protagonist leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He walked slowly along the alley. The night sky was darkening above the house. Sun was sitting at the table, greedily eating his dinner. The young man was stuffing rice into his mouth, and his grandmother was worried that he was so hungry that he had not even washed his face. She wiped away her tears, sitting opposite him, and asked if he had not had anything to eat today. The high school student brought a spoon to his mouth, and replied that he had not eaten a crumb and needed to eat something. He stuffed more food, explaining that he was wildly hungry. The guy entered the room after dinner. He closed the door behind him without making any unnecessary noise. Then his whole body shuddered. He clenched his teeth and remembered being asked why he would kill his own kind. Then the teacher was surprised that he would fight to save people. The young man unbuttoned his shirt, under which a rash was visible on his skin. He imagined the fluffy boy who was indignant that he dared to go against the rules and eat his own kind. The hero's entire body was covered in small wounds and black spots, and he himself thought that he did not care about the rules and would continue to eat them whole and completely. Ants were crawling inside him, eating his flesh. Sun knelt down and screamed in pain, and now it became clear that he simply did not want to be eaten. The moon was shining above the abandoned building. A man in a white suit was walking inside. He was dragging 3 wrapped bodies behind him. There was a metal door ahead. The man carried the victims into the cell. They lay in a row in the refrigerator. The blonde picked up another body. Her eyes widened as the victim begged to be saved. He was placed inside with the others. The girl walked out, ignoring the man's words. She closed the door as he begged for mercy. Someone slammed his fist on the table and shouted that they were only supposed to catch a black ant with bait. The old man gritted his teeth and said that he did not expect the insect exterminators to suddenly show up. He looked at the girl and noted that this would not do and they needed more supplies of people. Yijin took off her protective suit and asked not to be mistaken, because she was not doing this out of great love. The interlocutor frowned and asked again. He approached, leaning on his prosthetic leg. The old man tugged at her sleeve, and she was indignant. The man narrowed his eyes, remembering the main character, and noted that her uniform was similar to the one the kid was wearing. The interlocutor glared and asked if Yijin knew who the black ant really was. The blonde pulled his hand away and exclaimed how she knew that boy. The old man looked at her and demanded to find out and kill him, to which she asked if he really thought he was doing all this dirty work just to kill the boy. The girl was about to tell her what her goal was, but she was suddenly grabbed by the throat. The man looked at her menacingly and reminded her that he himself did everything possible when she asked for help, and this useless bitch thought that she would get away clean in the end. They both turned around when they heard barking. The dog frowned and barked loudly. A man was running along the ground. A bald man in shorts was walking away from the building with the dog. The old man looked out the window. He went to the monitor. One of the cameras showed that the door of the cold storage room was open, and he asked if the girl had forgotten to lock it. The blonde rubbed her neck and said that was out of the question. The man put his hands behind his back and said that he was turning a blind eye to her mistakes, because they were human. The old man waved his hand, which had turned orange, and suggested ending their conversation. Yijin glanced at him and said that she had had enough, and their partnership was over. The man snapped his fingers. At that moment, the man on the street froze and screamed, screaming to let him go and get rid of the heat, and the dog was gnawing at his leg. Dots lit up on his chest like a bomb while he asked them to stop. An explosion sounded outside the window, reflected on the faces of the interlocutors. The man looked at her and reminded her that she knew how he dealt with things that began to interfere with him. Dots lit up on the blonde's chest, and she goggled. The old man's eyes flashed, and he ordered that a black ant be killed. A line formed in the school cafeteria. The boy held out his tray and asked for more sausages, but the woman replied that first graders in high school weren't allowed extras. The bespectacled boy glanced sideways at the table where the main character was actively eating. Everyone looked at the pile of plates next to him in surprise. Cho looked thoughtfully at her classmate and muttered that he was eating much more than usual. The brunette aggressively stuffed his mouth while the girl wondered what had happened to him. Suddenly, the young man shuddered. The spoon fell to the floor. His eyes widened in realization. The ants had started eating him from the inside again. The hero hugged himself, feeling the bites, and the woman anxiously asked if his stomach hurt. The bespectacled boy grinned and expressed indignation that someone couldn't give him an unfortunate neighbor, and someone else ate an unlimited number of portions. He approached the brunette and asked if his father was really the principal of the school. Cho frowned and demanded that he get lost since he didn't know anything, especially since the hero had paid for those 10 portions. Sun sweated and gritted his teeth while the annoying classmate muttered that the amount of food eaten exceeded the human limit. The student leaned towards the hero and asked if he was an insector. Everyone glanced at them, and silence fell in the cafeteria. Eugene looked in their direction while the former classmate shouted that this idiot was crossing all boundaries, but the bully continued to say that the young man wasn't even cleaning. The protagonist froze, his eyes wide, and the bespectacled man reminded him that the man in the white suit had also come here for his soul, and the guy immediately turned pale and began to tremble. It was not without reason. One of the ants inside Sun's body stopped. It dug its pincers into the flesh. The brunette's eyes widened in pain, and the bespectacled man just asked if it was suspicious. The schoolboy was foaming at the mouth and trying to prove that the hero was weird and hiding something. Suddenly, Sun grabbed him by the face with his hand. He lifted the bully off the floor. The interlocutor stared at him in fear. Cho jumped up and asked the protagonist to calm down. The bespectacled boy was thrown back and crashed into a girl with a tray. The hero turned around and ran away. Eugene silently glanced sideways at him. Soo-young was sitting on the floor with a portion of sausages on his head. The guy was climbing the stairs, thinking only about how hungry he was. Ahead was the door to the roof. The bandage came off, and the ants, which had become even stronger, crawled over his body. The protagonist arched and opened his mouth with a scream, and a black monster burst out of his neck. The young man tensed up and screamed in pain. He shuddered when he heard Eugene above him, saying that he seemed to be shouting to the world that he was a black ant. Antennae began to appear on her head, while the girl warned that she personally had no complaints against him. She pushed off the threads and landed in front of him. The high school girl turned into silk, and the hero saw an insector in front of him. Sun immediately rushed at her, opening his mouth. The blonde folded her arms and said that for the sake of her goal, she would kill him. She swung, creating threads between her fingers. The opponents merged in a blow, attacking each other. An ant crawled along the young man's cheek. He opened his cloudy eyes. Then he froze, bulging them. The hero found himself in an unfamiliar place. Huge insects pulled his limbs in different directions, and the guy screamed in pain. The ants carried him along the tunnel, while he screamed to leave him alone. Black pincers appeared above his head. The tip approached his neck, and a voice said that it was not enough. Suddenly, a red ant bit into a black one, pushing it away from the hero. The boy threw his head back in surprise. Blood splashed in the darkness. The brunette was sitting in front of a huge red ant that had killed all the others. Sun's eyes widened. He sat up on his bed. The boy ran his finger over his neck and noted that the pain had subsided. The high school student left the room and thought that he did not remember anything after that meeting on the roof. So what happened next? The boy touched his neck and wondered if the calm behavior of the ants indicated the death of that man named Silk. The grandmother, sitting on the couch, looked at her grandson, noting that he slept all day and only just got up, so he should go eat. But the interlocutor replied that he was not hungry. She tilted her head in surprise and asked if he caught anyone yesterday. The brunette took out a carton of milk and asked how he got home. The grandmother looked at him and said that a tall girl with yellow hair dragged him in. The hero looked at her in surprise. The woman remembered how Eugene dragged her grandson in and added that they were both covered in blood. The blonde looked at the hostess and said hello then, and the grandmother noted that they were somewhat similar, as if she was the same as the main character. Sun frowned and replied that she was just a classmate, and he mentally noted that she was alive. Suddenly he shuddered, feeling something. The image of the old insector popped into his head. The grandmother reached out to her frozen grandson, complaining that no one was listening to her. The boy imagined the cruel eyes of the man and guessed that he was calling him. A train passed over the bridge. Eugene and his partner were standing in the clearing. The old man glanced sideways at the bandaged girl and muttered that she had only complicated everything, to which the interlocutor replied that she had done everything she could. The high school girl turned around when he said that he should have killed the boy. The blonde frowned and exclaimed that was really all he could say, looking at her condition, and if he was so impatient, then let him fight him himself. Eugene gritted her teeth and added that the young man was a monster. The old man glared. They turned around, noticing that the guest had arrived. The girl narrowed her eyes. A silhouette appeared in the darkness under the bridge. When the train passed, the black ant was illuminated by lanterns. The protagonist stood opposite the insectors. They both began to transform, and the old man asked his partner not to disappoint him this time. The blonde rushed forward, sarcastically replying that he could try his best. The black ant moved forward. The girl gritted her teeth and swung her leg. Her blow was blocked by the hero. He clenched his fist, releasing the ants, and sent them into battle. A powerful attack hit Eugene in the stomach. She flew back, and part of her mask cracked. The protagonist stood in front of his fallen opponent. The girl got up and noted that he had become even stronger. The opponent turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The blonde's eyes widened and she shouted that they were not finished yet. She froze when the hero asked her to back off. He stood in front of the old man with a gun. The monster narrowed his eyes and said that it was useless. The hero turned around questioningly when the girl shouted for him to stop. She grabbed his leg and asked if he really thought it was okay to show pity since she had saved him. The blonde pressed her lips together and muttered that if she couldn't catch one of them, then her goal would be for naught. Eugene frowned and exclaimed that she had to take revenge on them all at all costs, but she couldn't do it now. The old man gave her a thumbs up and pointed out that she looked like a caterpillar crawling on the floor, not knowing what to do, a useless piece of trash. The high school girl looked at Yeol in fear and asked him to stop. The man stood in front of the boys, laughing that she really didn't understand anything and was naively hoping for his help with revenge. The blonde widened her eyes and asked again. The monster narrowed his eyes and asked if she really believed that there would be any insector who would decide to go against them, and in any case, he planned to sacrifice her and join them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes while the girl cursed loudly. Eugene closed her eyes and exclaimed that she had not just endured and done all this dirty work for nothing, and now she was told to die like a dog. The old man raised his finger and muttered that in the last minutes of life, blockheads get terribly angry. The insector lowered his hand and suggested that she brighten up the feeling of loneliness by taking that bridge with her. The girl began to cry, continuing to curse. The hero bent down and rushed forward. He suddenly jumped up from his place. Yeol looked around, not understanding where he disappeared, and warned him not to make the wrong moves. An explosion was heard near the blonde. The monster looked there, laughed, and exclaimed that he warned. A black shadow flashed in front of him. The old man stood in front, shouting that there was a solid minefield. Wherever he stepped, it would explode. Sun continued to run, thinking that he needed to wait for the right moment, but the speed was too slow. His body began to turn burgundy. Somewhere in his mind, a red ant with glowing eyes appeared. The protagonist found himself in front of the enemy in a few deft movements. Yeol pointed his gun in a panic, not understanding how this was even possible. The shell flew past the guy. The silhouette of the old man was approaching, and everything around the young man suddenly accelerated. The enemy was getting closer, and the hero realized that it was too fast. The speed was no longer under control. He stretched out his hand to the enemy. Yeol's head instantly appeared in the young man's hand. Sun braked with his feet on the ground. The hero stood in the form of a red ant, holding the enemy's limb and not understanding where such a powerful force came from. The lawn was blazing at the sights of explosions. The girl's eyes widened in shock. A red ant stood in front of her. Its eyes were sparkling. The hero raised his hand. It gradually turned black again. On the ground nearby lay the remains of Yeol. The boy took a few steps, throwing off the transformation. Insects flew off his body, and he offered them to attack the prey. The ants covered the monster's head. The blonde looked at all this, dumbfounded. The young man stopped. He looked down at his classmate. It was difficult to catch the emotions in his eyes. The girl looked at him in fear. Then she meekly closed her eyes, waiting for death. Sun silently passed by her. The blonde shrank and called out to him. She looked back and asked him to stop for a minute and talk. Eugene stood up and asked what his plan was, since he decided to save her. She looked at the boy, wondering what he had in mind, since he was fighting with his own. The hero turned around and instead of answering, asked him to tell her what happened yesterday when the ant went crazy. The woman widened her eyes in surprise and asked if he really didn't remember anything. She remembered how she had gotten up from the floor, bleeding, and was trying to figure out who he was. A black monster with a mouth crawled out of the protagonist's shoulder, and the girl thought that she had never heard of such insects. The black mouth opened and rushed at her. She froze in front of her face when a voice demanded that he stop. The hero squeezed the monster and asked him not to be selfish. The monster looked back at him. He opened his mouth in rage. The brunette's eyes rolled back. Eugene jumped on top of the ant and tied it with threads so that it could not reach its owner. The blonde gritted her teeth, noting that she had accidentally turned back, but she was curious why the enemy wanted to harm himself. A red ant appeared on the young man's chest. The hero suddenly opened his eyes and screamed. Then the black ant scattered, throwing the girl away. Sun sank to the floor, and the classmate looked at him in shock, asking who he was. The brunette lowered his head, and the insects began to return to his body. The blonde froze, wondering if she should finish him off right now, but then an idea came to her mind. She imagined the black ant, and assumed that he was the only dark horse that could kill them all. The hero looked at the interlocutor, who said that this was exactly why she saved him back then. She stood in front of the boy, asking him to think carefully, because now he was their target. The blonde looked at him and explained that since Yo was dead, it meant that the supply of people would decrease, and they would dig deeper and find the boy, but he would not be their only target. The girl frowned and explained that his family, friends, and even casual acquaintances would be victims. Yijin narrowed her eyes and said that she would help, and suggested that they fight together, since it would be harder alone. The protagonist turned and asked again. He moved toward the girl, saying that she just needed someone to hold on to, since she was no good for anything herself, but he was not at all interested in them, and he did not want to waste his energy on them. The guy extended his hand to her face. Ants crawled out of his body. The interlocutors looked at each other, and he said that he was going to eat them all. Sun grabbed the blonde by the face. Her eyes widened, and the ants began to crawl into her mouth. A train passed over the bridge, and a scream was heard nearby. The next day, high school. Class 1 to 5. The teacher stood in front of the students and suggested that they start roll call. The main one was scribbling something in a notebook when his name was called, and answered the man. He picked up a pen and drew a red ant while the teacher continued reading the students' names. The brunette didn't move when Yijin was called. The class monitor looked at the empty desk, and the teacher concluded that the blonde hadn't arrived yet. The man looked around the class and asked where the student who had never skipped school before was doing, and then asked him to call her. The bespectacled man and his friend laughed, and noted that she had no friends. Soo-young turned to his friend and said that he heard that there had been an incident in Naemunjin yesterday, and the other was glad that since there had been a girl there, they would be in charge now. Then Yijin appeared at the door and grinned, suggesting that they stay after school to settle the matter. The students stared at her, dumbfounded. The girl raised her hand and said loudly that she was there. The hero continued to stare ahead. He opened his mouth and muttered, "Worm." The scene was cordoned off with yellow tape. Men in white suits were standing nearby. One of them picked up a prosthetic leg, and someone remembered what Tay had said about an insector with a prosthesis, and a third noted that the insect that had turned everything here into dust had pretty good strength. A bag fell out of the artificial limb. The man picked it up and asked what it was, and someone nearby shouted that entry was prohibited. There was a large man standing behind the yellow lines, and a worker said that he suddenly wanted to come in. The bespectacled man looked at him questioningly. His colleague put his hand with a cigarette on the stranger's shoulder and asked him to move away from the danger zone. The interlocutor jerked sharply and tore off the hand of the man with the scythe. He goggled and screamed in pain. His colleagues armed themselves, shouting that there was a damn insect here. The man bared his teeth and extended his finger, after which one of the workers reported on the radio about the insector in an unconverted state. However, the guest did not let him finish, piercing him with his fist. The bespectacled man held the daggers in front of himself and screamed in fear. The face of an enraged insector appeared in front of him. Some time later, he took out his phone and called a certain girl. The man licked his lips, looking at the bag in his hand, and said that the sample was safe, after which the interlocutor clarified whether he had done anything wrong. He squeezed the capsule with the larva in his fingers and said that now they could play. The classmates were sitting in the last row. The blonde took the paper and pulled the strings. It flew in front of Cho's face. Then the protagonist caught it. He looked down and unfolded the paper. The note said, "After class in the backyard." When the time came, the brunette was standing next to Yijin. The girl smiled and asked if this was the first time he talked to someone like this at school, although it was a common practice, but she even felt awkward. The protagonist looked at her and clarified what was going on. The blonde sighed and answered why ask if he knew everything himself, or if he liked to pretend that he didn't remember anything, although she was really ready to go to the next world. The high school girl remembered how ants were crawling on her face. The insects filled her mouth. Some time later, the blonde woke up on the grass, finding herself alive. She sat up and threw up. There were pieces of the bomb that Yeol had activated in her vomit. The girl leaned back on her heels and muttered that the hero had left her alive and simply left. She came closer to his face and asked if this could be considered an agreement to the offer of cooperation. Sun frowned and asked him not to forget, because for him it was just emergency food that could be eaten at any time. The interlocutor jumped back and asked why so radically right away. The girl frowned and asked him to remember her words because the guy himself was now their target. The hero imagined hieroglyphs covered in insects and thought that the insects only had the goal of driving people away and rising to the very top of the food chain, so each time they only became stronger, getting rid of any obstacle standing in their way. The brunette put out his hand and said that he didn't care when the interlocutor muttered that he was all alone. Cho watched them from the window. She leaned on her hand thinking about it. The brunette pushed his interlocutor away once again. The class monitor crossed her arms and muttered that she was jealous because the guys weren't that close. The girl turned her attention to her classmates discussing someone. A video of Tae in an insect-proof suit was open on her phone. The man was standing in the lab, and the scientist was carefully checking the new invention. His colleagues were standing behind the glass, watching what was happening. The brunette turned around when they asked how he was doing, and replied that it wasn't that bad, but was it necessary to wear it? Pyo took the pen out of his mouth and said that in a recent incident they lost 4 team members at once, and it was painful to watch what was happening to his people, so if it could increase survivability, then the suit was necessary. The doctor grinned and responded that they could check and find out, so it was time to begin. Tae was sweating when the door opened and reminded that he was still supposed to be given a weapon, but the scientist said that this test would check the functionality of the suit itself, so he couldn't use his personal weapon. A green dagger extended from the man's hand and he asked what he could do with such a small blade. An insector was brought into the room in handcuffs, and the brunette was indignant that he wasn't even allowed to finish speaking. The man grimaced when the doctor ordered him to transform and replied that he didn't need to be told what to do. Tae winced when he heard that the monster would be able to kill him. The creature began to stretch its muzzle, giggling that it had been a long time since its last kill. There was no one near the door. Tae's eyes widened when the enemy appeared behind him. The insector swung and hit him, so that the man flew back, managing to put out his hand. He grinned and asked if they saw that. The warrior looked at the dagger with a smile and noted that it was a good thing, and the doctor said that the suit increased his physical abilities by 80 times, unlike people. Tae covered himself with his hands when the enemy began to circle around him, and his colleague advised him not to lose his vigilance, because the Spanish fly can move at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The monster bared his teeth and swung. The brunette put out his hand, blocking the blow at the last moment. Tae lunged forward, cutting the air with his dagger. The enemy flew back with a scream, having been wounded. The enemy jumped back, making a disgusting sound. He bared his teeth and exclaimed that this was interesting. The man grabbed the broken suit on his other hand and said that it was faulty, and the doctor only muttered that this was probably the maximum. But it was interesting how long the charge would last, to which the warrior was indignant that he did not test it on himself. The insector quickly rushed at the man and grabbed him by the throat. Tae gritted his teeth and cursed. The monster was suddenly struck by a powerful discharge. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise, and the scientist explained that receiving a certain amount of damage caused an electric shock of 100,000 volts, which passed through the insector. Suddenly, the enemy was lifted and dragged up by hooks, and the doctor announced that the testing was complete. He watched as the test subject was taken away behind the glass, and Tae shouted that, by the way, he was also someone's valuable child. The prisoner was taken away from the room, holding him by the neck. He turned around and grinned, offering to have fun next time. The brunette bit his lip in irritation and asked again. Pyo walked down the corridor, thinking about the fact that the recent incident had taken the lives of 3 people in the blink of an eye, and if the 4th one woke up, would he be able to fight back, being in this suit? The man chewed on his pen, realizing that the incident wouldn't have happened without a reason, so he needed to look for something. The book storage. The room was filled with rows of cabinets. The bespectacled man leafed through the pages with interest. Some time later, he was already sitting on the floor surrounded by books he had put aside, and his jacket was lying nearby. The hands on the clock already showed almost night. Pyo stretched, taking off his glasses, and noted that it was all useless. He looked ahead and muttered that he had only wasted time. A tattered book caught his attention on the shelf. The man fished it out with his finger. The long-haired man rubbed his eyes and asked what it was. On the cover was a title, The Anthill Project. Yijin closed her eyes and asked to just listen to her. The hero looked at her questioningly when she decided to voice her real goal. The blonde lowered her head and said that she just wanted to kill one person and that's it. The man's eyes widened in shock. On the page was a photo of an experiment named Kijima. The protagonist grabbed the interlocutor by the shoulders and asked to repeat. He gritted his teeth and asked who their leader was. Yijin furrowed her brows and replied that it was Kijima. The brunette froze, imagining the silhouette of a monster. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. A woman is lying on the ground. A huge character in the form of a black ant hangs over her. She takes the boy by the face with tears in her eyes. He says, "Mom." Son is walking near the school. He turns around when his name is called like an ant. Yijin hugs him and asks what he is doing today. Because they can hang out, he replies that he does not want to and it is none of her business. She asks where he is going. The protagonist removes his hand from his neck. She asks if he is not going to hunt, because there is also game near him. He replies that there is no need to exaggerate, and she is one tooth. She sighs and says that she hoped to eat meat to celebrate the union. Son clenches his teeth and angrily asks about the meat, reminding him that she doesn't eat people. Yijin is shocked and explains that no one eats them. She smiles and says that maybe it's because she became a silkworm, but she doesn't have a particular craving for human flesh, and she wants to buy them some tasty meat. The heroine turns around, but no one is there. The protagonist walks ahead and asks him to move. The events take place in a butcher's shop. There are many types of meat on the stove, and someone advises not to turn them over so early. The protagonist sits opposite her and says that he thinks he can turn them over, but she replies that the meat is still raw and needs to wait. The guy with glasses turns to the big guy and tells the boss that things are bad because the guys have picked up a lot of meat, but he replies that you shouldn't say such things in front of the customers. Eugene yells at the protagonist, while the boss explains that this is how a buffet works. At first they pick up a lot of meat, and then they can't eat even half of it. Sun is all anticipation. The boss's assistant asks what if they leave a lot of meat and they have a fine, the amount of which depends on the portion left, so there is nothing to worry about. The boss calmly explains that, besides, if he is worried about how much schoolchildren can eat, then he will not be a businessman. His partner calls him in shock. They stand in front of the guys. The man says that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The main character holds out a lot of meat to his mouth. Someone shouts that 2 at once is a violation of the rules. Eugene is also getting ready to eat, saying that he does not know how to eat at all and it is better to do it with vegetables. The boss looks at them in shock, not understanding what this is all about. Eugene, sprawled on a chair, asks how Sun knows Kojima. A memory of his dying mother appears. He looks away and says that he does not really know. She smirks and says that everything that was connected with family or something else turns out to be true and that she has nothing special either. The picture shows a screaming girl covered in blood. It says that he killed both mom and dad. She is on her knees. It says that she still can't forget his last words. The black monster left, saying not to kill his own and he doesn't need weaklings. He advised to wake up his comrades. The main character eats a few pieces. Eugene demands to be a little more serious. She raises the worker's hand and says that because he ate 2 at a time, there is almost nothing left. The workers stand and watch in shock. The boss holds back from screaming and demands to just bring it, and that's it. He quietly addresses the newcomer and says that they are finished. Eugene leaves the building. They are wished all the best. Sun stands next to her and claims that she said that there will be no restrictions. She replies that she is already tired and is about to die of thirst. The girl stands next to the cellar and asks for a strawberry smoothie, a vanilla shake, a chocolate frappuccino. Eugene turns to the protagonist and asks what he wants. He replies iced choco with whipped cream and ice, mocha with whipped cream and matcha latte also with cream. The protagonist looks ahead, puzzled. He is standing among other people who are discussing various topics and pressing problems of everyday life. He looks ahead in shock. The girl next to him hears from the guy that his place is also nice and he makes great coffee. She understands what he is hinting at. Sun sees a terrible guy who jokingly says that he will eat her. She only laughs in response. Eugene holds the groceries and says that her order was given very quickly. The protagonist gets angry. She asks what happened. The guy hugs the girl. Sun at this moment asks if she saw that couple. Hinting that he is an insect, he says that he went. The car starts moving. The bus rushes along the road. The girl gets off at the bus stop. Cho looks around. She sees a hospital nearby. The girl is standing in front of the door. She sees that there is no reception and tells Sae that she came, asking if she will see her face again. The injured girl sits on the bed and hears that Cho will then leave it here, and she will look later. Tears well up in her eyes. There is a ring on an envelope under the door. Cho sadly walks away. The men nearby laugh, not understanding how it is possible to cut off all your hair right before your debut. The girl remembers how her friend in the mask was happy that she passed the audition. Cho walks down the hospital corridor and remembers that her friend was really looking forward to her debut. A girl passes by her. Cho turns around and thinks how beautiful she is. Sae sits on a hospital bed in complete darkness. The door opens slightly. Sae screams in rage why they are not listening to her, demanding that she leave. The slightly open door remains in place. The surprised girl hears herself addressed as a cutie. A man comes in, asking why she is so angry. The girl in a t-shirt looks at her questioningly. She leans over to Sae and asks if she is mad at people, noting that she can't hold back her anger. Something comes out of her mouth. She reaches out with her tongue to it. Sae is shocked to hear if she wants to kill all the annoying people. The mysterious girl almost touches her lips, stating that she will make it possible. She hands over the larva to Sae. The girl looks at her in fear. She smirks and advises her to have fun. Sae is shocked and holds onto the bed. She screams loudly. The girl covers her ears from Sae screaming and thrashing around on the bed. The action takes place in a mansion. A red-haired girl is happy about something. She is standing in front of a swimming pool and is surprised by it. The guy behind her asks why she is so surprised. He pushes her into the pool with his foot and says let's have fun. She falls into the water. The girl swims and asks if it is too deep. Her feet do not touch the bottom and she states that she is tired. The girl turns around, not understanding where her friend is. The guy is standing at the bottom and watching her, while she reminds him that he was the one who suggested they have fun. His grin is terrifying. The girl swims forward, saying that she is somehow having a hard time and needs to get out. She looks ahead in fear. Suddenly, the guy grabs her leg. He falls into the water again. She is pulled to the bottom. She hits the bottom of the pool. The guy drags her even further. He throws her to the side. She hits her head on the bottom. Her body floats in the pool. The guy sits opposite and speaks boredly. He does not take his eyes off her and says that it is so burdensome and expensive to hunt alone every day. He opens his mouth, wanting to start satisfying his hunger. The villain turns around in shock. His pupils instantly narrowed. A black ant is standing outside the window. The protagonist watches him in rage. Sun looks at his reflection. He instantly breaks the window. The villain screams furiously what is happening. The black ant deftly kicks him. He flies away. Blood comes out of the guy's mouth. The protagonist slams him into the wall. The villain counterattacks, promising to beat him up. He hits the black ant asking if he likes it. The protagonist flies into the pool. The heroine nearby starts using an 800-knot rope. The shocked villain turns around. The rope entangles him and she screams, "Gotcha!" Other threads rush into the pool. The victim girl is lifted out of the water. Yijin in a suit declares that fortunately she is breathing. The heroine puts her on the ground and declares that she is safe. The entangled villain with a grin asks who they are and who allowed him to be distracted from dinner. The girl in the suit stands near the black ant. The villain asks with a grin that they even dared to touch him and will they cope with the consequences now and are they really so confident in themselves. The black ant calmly declares that he doesn't care and will just eat the villain. He steps forward, his partner stops him. She tells him that it's too early and if they approach him, something will happen. The villain asks with a smile if it's really him, a hunter of his own, and asks if he really looks like food. He begins to transform, asking if he really came to hunt him. The partner stands next to the protagonist and shouts that he won't be able to escape from the ropes in any case. The monster begins to free himself from them, clarifying who they think he is. The black ant shouts to the partner in the direction. The beam cuts everything around. The room with the pool is under fire. A shell hits the blonde's hand. The protagonist blocks the attacks. The pool is cut. The whole room is covered in shell marks. The wounded fighters stand opposite and hear that he only hunted small fish and how dare they touch one of the worms. The monster is near the pool and talks about Zagana. A water strider named Zagana hangs over the water. He prepares his blades and urges the hunter to try to attack. Yijin in a suit uses a rope. The protagonist urges to attack. They break away. The heroes fly to attack the water strider. They deliver combined blows to the enemy. The monster calls itself Zagana and uses saber-like legs. The blades cut the water surface. The monster calmly attacks its opponents and advises them to run. The black ant and his partner scream in pain. The monster frantically holds a fighting stance. The black ant's shoulder radiates energy. He lies in the pool. The water strider swings her blades, talking about Zagana. Silk dodges his blows. She lands on her knee. The heroine holds his shoulder and asks what kind of attack it was, asking if it is somehow connected with water. Zagana appears before them, saying that even if they try to get closer to him, there is water everywhere, and if he gets a little closer, he will have a dead zone. Silk watches the opponent, thinking that she heard that among the insects there are those who have overwhelming power, but that there are so many of them. The black ant suddenly rushes to attack. The partner is in shock. The protagonist goes forward, telling her to spread nets on the surface of the water. The partner sits on the floor and screams that he will die if he gets close to him. The protagonist runs on the water. He approaches the enemy thinking that the mysterious red power that manifested itself in the last battle, he commands to show it again. The water strider watches his actions. With one movement, he cuts the ear of the black ant. He dodges the protagonist's blows until he realizes that these two-foot sabers are annoying. The heroes begin to fight, striking in turns. The black ant hits Zagana in the face. He strikes his body with a powerful blow. The protagonist strikes the paw with the saber. The water strider loses her weapon. The black ant swings his fist and realizes that he needs to strike further. Suddenly, the saber hits Sun right on the head. He calmly hears the question whether he saw two handles on his back that look like decoration, and there are 4 of them in total. Zagana takes up her weapon and talks about her true appearance. He strikes the black ant with swift blows, saying that each saber is a scion. The protagonist screams in pain. The water strider with a furious look declares that his feelings have dulled. He holds a sword in his hand. Silk attacks from behind. The water strider calls it impudence. The heroine knees him in the back of the head. The monster is seriously damaged. In one movement, the villain directs a stream of water at the heroine's body. The partner tries to entangle him with threads. She deftly snatches the weapon from the villain's hands. The black ant prepares to strike with a saber. The villain furiously calls him a scoundrel. The protagonist pierces his chest with a blade. Zagana angrily swings, insulting him. The protagonist begins to block the blow. The blade is stuck in Sun's hand. He orders to eat it. Thousands of ants begin to crawl along the blade. They dig into the villain's wound and he screams in pain. He screams so loudly that the veins are visible on his face. The villain is standing on the floor with bare feet. The protagonist turns around, not understanding what it is. He looks away in shock. Another character delivers a powerful blow to Sun's face. The black ant flies away. He lies near the wall with a crack. Silk lies nearby unconscious. Huge Daejun holds Zagana and calls everyone funny guys. He throws a card and says that they are always happy to have strong representatives. The card is stuck into the wall near the lying protagonist. The red card says about a club called 6 Shots. He exclaims, "Come have fun." Passers-by are walking down the street. The picture shows an alley. A guy is standing near the wall and looking at his smartphone. SAE is walking down the alley in a mask and hood. The guy is surprised by her and fearfully says hello. He embarrassedly scratches his head and asks if she is a high school student. He smiles sweetly at her. The guy embarrassedly suggests doing it not here, but somewhere else. She replies that she does not want to. She comes closer. The embarrassed guy hears from the girl that she wants it right here. SAE takes off her mask and repeats it with a sweet look. The guy starts to smile widely and says okay. The girl stands on her toes. They kiss. The guy wonders if they just met and immediately kissed and if it was too fast. He opens his eyes in fear. SAE continues kissing him. The guy's face has turned pale and his pupils have narrowed. His face begins to thin, his eyes are turning red. The scary tentacles let go of the guy and he falls back. SAE with a huge red tentacle in her mouth stands opposite the emaciated guy. The character approaches the scene and asks if she liked it. Hannah calls her beauty with a smile. She hugs SAE and asks how she liked her first human taste. SAE with a bloody mouth smiles and says that it was delicious. A high-speed train rushes along the railway. Many passengers are standing in the carriage. Someone says that they also somehow vary. The guy turns around questioningly at the confusion about how he wants to eat and can't do anything. The bad-looking man apologizes and says that he is terribly sorry, but he is very hungry. He looks at the passengers and wishes himself a pleasant appetite. The man opens his mouth and tentacles are visible. They pierce several people through and through. The other passengers start screaming in shock. In the long carriage, the tentacles pierce person after person. Bloody characters lie on the floor and seats. The girl walks with other students along the trees. Cho moves along the path with a calm look. She looks ahead in surprise. In front of her is the back of a brunette. She points her finger at the guy. Cho calls the main character's name with a smile. Beaten Sun turns around and is surprised by her. Cho widens his eyes in surprise. They walk together. The girl asks what happened to him. He replies that he just got into a fight. Cho clarifies that judging by his appearance, he lost. He says that he won, but lost. The girl looks at her friend and says that it is not like him to come home beaten and it is better not to do it again. He replies that he is powerless. The surprised girl assumes that he is going through puberty. SAE looks out the window in the middle of the classroom. She turns around with a smile when her name is called. Cho starts hugging her friend with admiration. She asks with tears in her eyes how she is and if everything is okay, because she couldn't see her and was very worried. SAE scratches her head and says that she didn't want to show her hair. Cho looks at her in surprise and asks why this hairstyle suits her so much, then says that she put on a bracelet. She thanks her. The friend tells SAE that Sun is also studying with them. The girl with short hair asks if it's free, because she wants to sit in the back. She replies that this is Yijin's place, the head of the class. The action takes place in a house. The blonde is lying on a mattress that is spread on the floor. The bandaged heroine is wondering who is scolding her so much that her ears are burning. She sees a notification on the screen of a smartphone lying nearby. On the screen is a chat with the main character. He writes that he is already at school. Yijin does not understand how he recovered so quickly. The blonde holds a red card and declares that she has lived her life, and now the day has come when she will not be able to check in. In her hands is the red card of the 6 Shots Club. The guy enters the classroom and tells the girls that he did not even recognize her because of her short hair. Soo-young waves with a grin and congratulates the former intern on her return. Cho offers SAE to sit down. The guy teases her, saying just look at her scar on her head. SAE is furious when he tells her that she is lucky since only the back of her head was grazed, because the rest of the guys were killed even though they ran as fast as they could. Soo-young happily declares that the survivors are obliged to continue living, clarifying whether he should feel a little less sorry for her for surviving. SAE gives a terrifying look. The protagonist sensed something. Cho delivers a powerful blow to the bespectacled man's face. His glasses fly off and fall to the floor. SAE looks at what is happening in surprise. Cho yells in rage, insulting him. She yells at the guy asking what about the boy who ran into a rat to escape, demanding an immediate apology to SAE. Soo-young holds his cheek in shock and apologizes for pushing and running away. He lifts his glasses. The girlfriend asks how SAE is feeling. Soo-young angrily leaves, stating that they only do this to him. The protagonist is puzzled by the unfamiliar energy. Sun, with a calm expression, realizes that it is difficult to say whether it is an insect or not. He looks at SAE, who is standing nearby. She casts her predatory gaze. He notes that it is too unstable. A train is moving along the railway. Inside is a huge caterpillar. Everything is covered in blood. Near the open doors, a man in a mask is standing. An armed fighter of the team, the younger brother Ko, is surprised by the mess. A scary monster with a long tentacle coming out of its mouth turns to look at him. The man asks him what he is muttering with an unperturbed expression. He walks forward, wondering what kind of creature it is. The team's fighter, Ro's older brother, holds his sword at the ready and assumes that it is a larva. They look at the monster and wonder if there are really immature insects. Ko looks forward and asks if the difference between him and the others is not visible to the naked eye, asking whether to kill the bastard or leave him alive. Ro, with an unperturbed expression, says that they need to grab him and drag him to headquarters, where they will take him to the doctor and find out everything. The larva opens its mouth in rage. Ko pierces the monster's body with a blade and tells his brother to be careful. He starts shooting at the larva. Ro holds the sword and asks if he remembered not to overdo it, and if possible, not to receive any injuries. The larva knocks his brother down with its tail. He breaks the glass of the train car with his body. The younger brother shouts his brother's name. The monster roars and charges. Ko holds it with both hands and says that his strength is not enough to crush it. He grabs the larva and shouts that he is not as weak as his brother. He lifts himself off the ground. Ro suddenly cuts the larva's body with his sword. Ko holds the body of the killed monster. While the older brother asks him if he really thinks he is weak, he apologizes and says that he is not. Ko wipes the blood and says that he himself told him not to harm him, but in the end he cut him into pieces. Ro looks at the body of the monster and tells the younger one to quickly pack it. The fighter with the scar looks down in shock. There is a small yellow larva on the floor. He does not understand what it is. The larva opens its mouth with teeth. It shoots something right into Ro's face. Ko looks at his brother in shock and asks why he is shaking so much and what hit him. Ro, with a menacing look, replies that nothing like that and tells them to go to headquarters. The events take place in the insect exterminator building of Sector B. Workers are walking along a spacious hall. Ko and Ro are walking with the loot. One of them shouts for the doctor to go see what they brought him. They hear that the old man is on the verge of death. The fighter turns around in surprise and asks again. Bloody Tae and Sam are standing nearby. The fighter says that he heard about everything, because they say that they caught a larva, but they got ahead of them. Ko came up to him and says that even if they didn't have to stop to rest, they would still be first. He is told that only idiots take a break when they serve, asking if he respects kimchi noodles. The fighter carries the loot. They are asked why they packed it like that, and whether it was so heavy that they had to split it. Tae exchanges glances with Sam with a grin, and says that they brought it in perfect condition, unlike them. The fighter throws the bag on the floor. Ro pushes him when he says that the difference between them and the idiot brothers is obvious. Suddenly, the object falls to the floor. They turn around in surprise. Tae asks what happened to it. Sam says that most likely Mr. Ko was rude to his elder again. The picture shows a sign with the word, morgue. The doctor performs an autopsy on the monster, asking if they really brought him another one and has no idea what kind of person did it. The doctor, with a bloody face, realizes that he definitely did something terrible. The doctor puts the larva into the solution with tweezers. The students are sitting in the school. The bell rings to mark the end of the lesson. The children disperse, saying goodbye to each other. Cho looks at her friend and asks if she is really leaving already. Sae turned around. Cho, smiling, asks if she wants to try shabu shabu. The picture shows a sign with that name. There is an appetizing dish on the table. Sae looks at it. She looks around sadly. Cho sits next to the main character. Sae wonders why he went with them. Son chews food. Sae looks at him questioningly and asks what he is staring at. They exchange glances. Cho wonders why the atmosphere is so heavy. There are juicy pieces of meat on the plate. She offers to eat. The main character and Cho take food. She tells Sae to look. The trio walks down the street. Cho pretends to kick and tells how the main one hits Sun in the stomach. The friends laugh and walk on. Sae takes the smartphone in surprise and asks for a minute. She reads something in shock. She tells Cho that it is time for her to go to the academy. She replies that they have not hung out together for a long time and that is why it was great. Cho walks with the main character. Sae says goodbye to them. The girl silently walks on. The main character, holding a drink in his hands, turns to look at her. Cho walks next to Sun and says that it is great that her friend looks much better than she imagined and that they should also go for a walk tomorrow. The girl opens her eyes in surprise and remembers something. Cho excitedly opens her school bag and says that she forgot to give her the printouts on Korean history and needs them by tomorrow. The protagonist silently hears her intention to take them to her friend. Cho waves his hand at him and apologizes, saying that he is going first. Sun grabs her hand. The girl turns around in surprise at her friend. The protagonist asks her with a serious face not to leave. Sae is talking on the phone. They ask her where she is. She answers that she has arrived. They tell her a white sedan. The man in the car waves his hand at her and says, "I am here." The bespectacled man offers her to get into the car. The girl licks her lips. The protagonist holds his friend and explains that she has just been discharged from the hospital. Embarrassed, Joe hears that the teacher will also understand her situation. Sun stands in front of her and offers to go home. The guy stands next to Soo-young and asks if the former intern is there. SAE gets into the car. One of them tells the other that he got into trouble because of her. They see a smiling man driving and say that their father has a nice car and they are even envious. The other asks if he really thinks it is their dad. Soo-young smirks and says that she doesn't actually have a father. He mentally says that she is finished. The picture shows the beautiful lights of a night city. A character in shoes is walking along the asphalt. Passers-by turn around to look at the blonde. She goes on. Yijin in a blue jacket walks and realizes that since it is a club she had to dress up, and she hopes that they will not check her ID. The picture shows the red building of the Six Shots Club. The heroine is standing in front of it. She looks at it with admiration. Yijin looks at the line in shock and wonders if this huge building is really a club. She furiously writes to the black ant to get dressed and quickly leave for the Six Guns Club. She realizes that she needs help. The blonde starts to get nervous. Someone is standing behind her. Surprised, Yijin hears someone wanting to talk to her. The person asks her if this is her first time here. The blonde is shocked to recognize the same guy. The guy looks at her with a grin and says that her voice seems familiar. Mingyun watches Yijin smiling and asks if they have seen each other anywhere. She realizes that she is finished. The picture shows a conversation where one says that everything is fine. He is told that everything is fine and they can go in. Yijin covers her face from the stream of light. Her eyes glow from what she sees. The picture shows a huge bright club with many people. The girls are dancing with happy faces. Mingyun is standing next to the blonde. She watches everything in shock. The girl sees a disco ball and exclaims that it is very bright. Mingyun looks at her with a grin and asks if she is happy to get inside. Yijin starts reaching for it, stating that it is very shiny, explaining that she is a silkworm and is vulnerable to light. The delighted girl realizes that this is not the time for this. She excitedly turns to the villain and explains that there is a good atmosphere. He replies that the atmosphere comes alive on its own if there is such a visual. People dance to the song. She realizes that this is just a club as a cover to get information related to insects. She puts her hand in her pocket and realizes that since this is how things turned out, she needs to move on. Yijin smirks, takes out a red card and states that she came by invitation. Mingyun says that she is not here. He clarifies if she is a guest of the other side. He asks if they will go have fun then. Munjian leads her along, answering the question of how much longer, that they have already arrived. He points to the elevator and says that they just need to get in and go down. Yijin stands in front of the large doors and wonders why it is so big. Mingyun goes inside and explains that the entrance must be appropriate for expensive VIP guests. She is shocked to realize that her room is smaller than the elevator. He leans the map against him and says that they don't give invitations to just anyone. Mingyun looks at the blonde and assumes that she knows the boss. He asks the girl what she became after waking up, a butterfly or a praying mantis. She replies that she is a dog beetle. He specifies that she is a dung beetle. The blonde stands next to him and asks what he became. He replies that he is an American giant water strider. The board shows the floor. He says that they have arrived. The doors open. The guy says that he is sure that she will really like it when she sees everything with her own eyes. She realizes that they are gathering here to drink. Yijin is shocked to see a bright light. Monsters are standing among people and screaming die. A large mutant attacks people with a gun. The crowd loudly shouts that they should stop looking around. Another one replies that he specifically bet on people. The guy explains that this is the VIP area of the club's 6 shots. The fighter furiously pierces the insect's throat. A group of fighters cuts the lying monster. Everyone shouts to kill him. The picture shows a fighting pit with spectators. It is said that this is an illegal place. Yijin watches this in shock. The picture shows a huge leg. A giant Goliath beetle jack towers over the people. He furiously roars at them. He stomps his mighty leg. He lifts it, blood drips from it. The spectators loudly exclaim Jack's name. Yijin looks forward and does not believe that people and monsters. His partner calls this an unexpected reaction. The blonde is shocked to hear if she likes this. She understands that people and insects are betting money on the royal battle and such a spectacle was impossible to imagine. The huge monster screams its name furiously. She realizes that it is disgusting. Mingyun tells her with a smirk that the big guy in the ring is Queen Jack, the star of the lawless world. Most species are unmatched in size and strength, but there are exceptions. A hole forms in the chest of the huge monster. Something flies through. The opponent, in the person of another mutant, made it. The blonde and the villain see this in surprise. He says that this idiot came out again. The red hero looks forward furiously. Mingyun says that it is easy to lose. Yijin does not take his eyes off and asks if there is any meaning to this violence. The red fighter raises his hand. While the guy explains that people are excited and amused, and insectors earn honors, she asks again. The villain says that this is so that other species will be jealous because you got the chance to turn into an insect. Mingyun explains with a grin that such an opportunity is only given once and that you can't become one just by force, and above all, the mood must be right. She looks at him and realizes that he most likely also went through all the disgusting processes and reached the current position. He says that of course there are other ways to become insects. Mingyun holds up a bag and asks if she is interested in such a thing. He puts it in Yijin's hand. She looks at the insect in the bag and wonders what it is. They suddenly hear a call. The monster in the suit tells him that the boss is looking for him. He replies that he scared the guest and can go now. Mingyun turns around to say wait here for a while, but notices something. She puts the red card. The guy looks forward and shouts hey. Yijin says with a smile that she suddenly needs to go to the toilet, but he replies that there is one here too. The elevator doors close. She leans against the wall and sighs, saying that she seems to have gone crazy. She mentally tells Sun to be afraid of the next day. Mingyun sadly says that the prey got away. At this time the assistant reminds him again. In one motion, he hits him in the face. Mingyun's hand is covered in blood. He says that he warned him to leave. The students go to school. The blonde opens the door to the classroom. The protagonist looks at her in surprise. She exclaims his name. She kicks him, but he deftly dodges. She tries to beat him with her bag in rage, asking if he knows what circles of hell she had to go through, asking if he ate well. She exhales and says that in any case, she dug up wildly important information. The girls whisper behind their backs, asking if she heard. The blonde turns around and does not understand why such an atmosphere. Cho comes in with SAE and tells about his brother. Yijin understands that she came and she is disgusted. Cho looks opposite in surprise. He and SAE are standing at the entrance to the classroom, not understanding what is happening. The girl with a sweet look asks what has been happening to them since this morning and if something happened. All the students are watching them in shock, whispering about their uncle. Cho turns to SAE. They say that she was an intern and such a close relationship. She takes her friend by the hand and asks what they are carrying, not understanding what is going on at all. The blonde asks the main character who this beautiful cutie is. She replies that she is Cho's friend. Yijin and Sun watch what is happening and she says that the atmosphere in the classroom is not very good and there is not a single calm day in this school. The main character bites a stick with his teeth. Cho pulls SAE by the hand and asks her to go. Someone asks where they are going. Soo-young with a grin asks if she wants to know the whole point of the scandal. The guy with glasses stands in front of them and explains that yesterday SAE got into an expensive car, and his friend asked if it was his father, but he in turn denied this assumption. He laughs and explains that he said that she does not have a father. Cho is shocked to hear that the man's face was too mean and he is overcome with anxiety, because he was still awarded the title of honorary citizen, and they without hesitation got into a taxi and followed. The guy with glasses shows the screen of his smartphone, stating that bad feelings never fail him. Soo-young shows a photo of the man and SAE, stating that this is her downfall. He makes a terrible grimace and says that this is a pathetic end. The guy with glasses stands in front of them and asks SAE not to blame him for her not becoming an idol. He points to the screen and says that she was hopeless from the beginning. SAE watches silently. Yijin is furious that this idiot is getting on her nerves again, asking if it would be better to hit him again. Sun says that it is an option. The protagonist with a serious face feels the vibrations of unstable energy, this time dangerous. Cho furiously asks Soo-young if he is in his right mind. She swings her fist. The bespectacled man screams in fear. SAE takes her friend by the shoulders and stops her. She leans towards her. She comes even closer. SAE whispers to Cho to leave. The girl looks at her friend in surprise. She says with a smile that she will figure it out herself. The door slowly closes. Cho stands in front of the closed door. The guy laughs with Soo-young and asks his friend about how he almost got into trouble again. He replies that if she had hit him, he would have immediately gone to complain to the school anti-violence committee. SAE starts laughing loudly. The girl with a smirk says that she originally planned to stay here longer. The protagonist stands next to the blonde and says no. The guy grabs his friend by the shoulder and says that he will go to her. The bully comes up to SAE from behind and offers to apologize. He grabs her by the shoulder and with a grin asks how much she is taking. A swollen vein is visible on her neck. He says that he recently made good money on delivery. He smiles and offers to meet in private. SAE's face has turned into a monster. Yijin and Sun are shocked and understand. The bully exclaims in fear. The girl hits him in the face with one blow, and he flies away. Another student screams in shock about an insect. The girls run away, screaming loudly. SAE in the form of a monster raises her hand. Her hand lengthens and flies towards the students. Cho is frightened when she hears strange sounds behind the door. She looks ahead in shock. A chair props the door. The girl calls SAE and knocks. The frightened classmates stand in the other corner of the classroom from the monster. They are terrified and don't know what to do because the door is locked. Yijin asks seriously if they should intervene. He replies that there are too many eyes. SAE stands opposite and turns to Soo-young. She calmly demands that he come to her. The frightened students watch what is happening. The guy comes forward. He watches her in horror. SAE lets go of her long arm and grabs him by the neck. The smartphone falls to the floor. She lifts it high above the ground and declares that it is all because of him, that her dream was trampled and everything turned out this way. She screams in rage that it is all his fault. Soo-young chokes and insults the insect. The tentacles from his mouth rush to attack. She almost touches his face. Someone shouts stop. The protagonist calmly demands to stop. He goes forward and says that having done such a stupid thing, he asks Sae how she will look Cho in the eyes. A girl knocks on the door and asks if Sae is okay and what is going on. Cho knocks loudly on the door and demands to open it. Soo-young is barely breathing and calls her a lousy insect. He is dying and screams for everyone not to look, but to call for help, asking if they really want to lose their heads. The students look at each other excitedly. Soo-young hangs above the floor and declares that they are all useless, asking Sun and the blonde not to stand there, but to report what happened. The protagonist, with an unperturbed look, hears him beg to call the insect exterminators. Sae, in the form of a monster, scoffs. Sun is surprised to hear that this will not work anyway. Sae asks with a smile to take care of Cho. The girl throws Soo-young forward. She stands still. Someone tells her to listen carefully. There are shots of Soo-young running, who grabbed her by the shoulder. She then began to fall in shock. The guy was giving an interview with a smirk. In the picture, Sae is sitting sadly on the bed in the hospital. He is laughing along with the other guys. The girl is staring miserably into space. The guys are laughing at her. She is crying. She remembers Soo-young saying that the survivors are obliged to live and so on. He asked if she should be pitted for surviving. Sae looks forward. She understands that all this is happening because of the words he threw at her, and that today she will kill him. The monster stands over the offender, clarifying that she needs to show pity. Sae continues to say that she should not feel too guilty. She looks at the offender and says that she will kill him. She puts her hand in her briefcase and says that she will not let him die so easily. Sae holds maggots in her hand and says that she will make him suffer the same way she suffered. The main character stands next to the blonde and watches this in surprise. The monster grabs the bespectacled guy by the face. She holds a lot of worms in her hand and declares that she will give him death at the peak of his suffering. The bespectacled boy tries to fight back, screaming for her to stop. Soo-young, horrified, begs her to let him go, asking why she is doing this to him. He is shocked to see the maggots. They fall down. A bunch of yellow maggots fill the guy's mouth. Sae, smirking, demands to swallow. Soo-young starts screaming. His face changes. His neck stretches up strongly. Soo-young's face turns into a monstrous one. The surprised students do not understand what is happening. The blonde remembers Mingyun and that very pill in the bag. The bespectacled boy turned into a terrible monster. Yijin understands what this maggot does. Sae looks at the offender and asks what it feels like. The monster only makes incomprehensible sounds. Sae sits next to him and says that he has become the very creature that he hated. She smiles and says that he probably doesn't feel much of a difference because he never had any humanity. The protagonist watches in shock as Cho asks for the door to be opened. The teacher stands next to her and yells that they better open the door right now. Sae turns to Sun and says that she needs to say goodbye, or not, and it would be better if she never sees her again. Sae says with a smile that she hates people now. The girl leaves the class saying goodbye to them. The protagonist looks at this in shock. The girl deftly jumped from a high floor. The chair falls. The teacher demands to open it. The bully is lying on the floor unconscious. He wakes up with a knocked out tooth and asks what is going on. The teacher stands next to Cho in a rage and demands to calm down. They see Soo-young as a monster and do not understand what is happening. They exclaim in shock that it is an insect. The bully screams in fear that Sae did it. The bully with a smirk takes out a smartphone and says that this is his chance because he also wants to get a medal of bravery. Cho grabs his phone and screams no. He asks what she is doing and if she really wants to be eaten by that thing. She pulls the gadget and screams no need to do this. He exclaims that they need to call the insect reapers. The smartphone flies away. A ferocious monster is standing in the classroom. On the phone they say that these are insect reapers, specifying how they can help. Monster Soo-young hears the question whether they are calling to report an insector. He goes down to look around. He looks in the mirror and asks if he needs to be reported. The monster smashes the mirror and screams no. The shards fall to the floor. He screams in rage that this is impossible. The blonde saves her classmate from being hit by the monster's tail. Cho watches in shock. The protagonist grabs her so that the mutant does not hit her. The monster screams loudly with his disgusting mouth that this cannot be and that he is not an insector. The mutant breaks out of the school. He falls to the ground and screams that he needs to run, and he will not die. Soo-young furiously declares that he will survive. The students are standing in the middle of a destroyed classroom. The protagonist turns around at the sound. Cho is quietly crying and calls out his friend's name. Sun is standing next to the crying woman. The blonde looks at them calmly. They run down the hallway. Sun asks Yijin about the higher insects. She replies that Sae most likely contacted them. The blonde shows a bag and says that this is the pill she made Sae swallow, and it is the same thing she got at the six-shot club, and the guy said that with this you can join the ranks of the higher insects. They run forward and simultaneously shout that they need to follow him or her, because he or she attached a thread or an ant to her before she left. They exchange questioning glances. The heroes quickly rush into battle. The picture shows a bridge over the road. Sun stands next to his partner and says that this must be the very place. They see a girl with an ant and a thread on her back in the distance. Sae stands under the bridge wondering if she's going to be okay. They realize they found her. The heroes shout her name. Sae turns around with tears in her eyes. They walk up to her wanting to just talk, because Yijin wants to ask her something. The heroes are shocked to hear that they were the ones who made her cry. Sae hugs someone and says it wasn't them. Hana hugs the girl and says she hates it when someone touches what's hers. She calmly asks who it was, which one of them made her baby cry. The girl held the guy, hugging him, and said she hates it when someone touches what's hers. The mother looked away, asking who it was, which one of those idiots made her baby cry. The boys were standing in front of the woman and the fair-haired one asked them to wait, because he didn't understand what she was talking about, and said that they needed to discuss something with this girl. The son looked at his mother and called her by name, to which she meaningfully remained silent. The woman disappeared and the boys became wary. There was a sudden movement. Sun looked to the side and was on the alert. Hana kicked the hero in the torso. From the strong blow, he flew back. The mother swung, getting ready to strike. The fist was approaching the girl, who clumsily tried to defend herself. The woman took the girl by the jaw and was amazed. The opponent was behind and, holding her by the hair, said that it would be a pity to kill her. She bit the girl's ear. The energy penetrated deep into the flesh. The fair-haired one waved it off and asked what she was doing. The yellow-eyed one put her hand on her jaw and asked her to wait, asking if she was an insector. Insect whiskers started to appear from her hair, and she was talking about this stranger biting her ears. She stood up, saying that it was unforgivable. Hana moved to the side and asked if she was a silkworm, noting that it was not bad. She looked back and thought that meant there would be a second one. Sun jumped at his mother, going to strike, and she thought that he was also an insector. The hero landed on the surface and the opponent dodged. He looked back. The woman was standing behind and said that he would not be able to catch her with such clumsy movements. She looked forward and said that disappearing right before your eyes was her specialty. The silkworm looked forward and asked what to do with her and said that she was impossible to catch at all, to which he replied that they should try again. The boy looked to the side and asked about the protagonist being an insector too. The boy jumped forward. He was approaching the target and he said that she had told him the same thing, but she cut herself off. A wound appeared on her neck. The guys were attacking her and Hana was surrounded by threads. She looked away and asked how dare she. MC was approaching the woman. He hit the enemy in the face. The mother looked at the guy and blood flew out of her mouth. A weapon appeared on her hand and she was angry that she was being beaten by brats. The woman pierced Sun's body through and through. He looked at her hand and made sounds of pain. The opponent looked away. She looked at the guy and asked what he was and why his blood was red. The girl ran to help the guy and screamed his name. The enemy pointed a second weapon at her. The spear crashed into his partner's shoulder. She looked forward and did not understand what was happening. The silkworm bowed his head and said that it did not hurt at all. The girl licked the blood and said it tasted like human, and said oh well it didn't mean anything anyway. The impact sites suddenly swelled and glowed red and she ordered it to explode. Hana looked at the guy whose chest was exploding and behind her the girl was losing her arm. The partners were holding their wounds and making sounds of pain. The woman's hand was turning red and she said it shouldn't be like that. She looked at her fist and said she was just getting started. The son stood in front of the guys and asked her to wait, saying it was a misunderstanding because these two were his clients. The guys looked ahead in surprise while he said that they wanted to evaluate the pill, and he told them to look for him here. Hana leaned towards the boy and asked if it was true, which he confirmed. She looked away and thought. The mother smiled and asked, well, what did he say? What could he have said earlier? The woman ran back and said that if she had taken a little more, she would have killed them both. She showed a bag of pills and said that she only had one left. The girl wanted to say that they would come later, but Sun interrupted her, saying that they did not need her right now and asked her to just say what it was, to which Hana asked that they had not told him yet. The woman stood in front of her son and said that it was a cool pill that gave the insector strength, and the more the better. The boy watched what was happening while she said that if a person ate it, he would turn into a mutant larva, and if he ate the larva, the effect would double compared to the pill itself. The partners asked again and were perplexed. The athletes ran to them and the interlocutors said that they would understand everything when they saw it, and noted that this was perfect timing. The boys turned to the side and were apologized to which one of them said what song he was listening to. Hana put a pill in the mouth of one of them. The veins on the guy's face appeared and his skin changed color. He turned into a larva. The boys looked forward and the girl said that she could not believe that she saw this again. The mother looked away and said that this was an apology for what happened and asked if he would become stronger if he ate this. The insect looked forward and she asked him to enjoy it. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder and suggested that he go, while he said that if Sun wanted more, he could ask Hana at the club. He looked back and was enveloped in green energy. The silkworm looked forward and asked what they should do now. The athlete looked at the insect and did not understand what was happening. The hero swung and was about to strike. He struck the head. The white-haired girl stood behind and ordered him to stop. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked what was wrong and told him to stop while she asked if he really wanted to eat the larva. The man looked at the creature while she asked him not to do it, saying that it was not normal. The protagonist looked away and said that it was a test. He extended his hand and ordered him to eat it. MC stood in front of the creature and said there were black particles in the sky. The blonde looked away and couldn't believe what was happening. Sun looked away. The guy covered himself with his hands and asked what was wrong with these ants. The partner stood behind and asked why go so far and said that he was a normal person a few seconds ago, to which he said that he was, but now he is not. The girl looked forward and said that this was wrong and she thought that he was different from other insectors. But now she saw that strength was more important to him. Sun looked away and asked him to shut up, while she said that he was no different from other insectors at all. The athlete looked away and asked again. The silkworm walked behind and did not understand what was happening. She looked forward and said that he was turning back. The worm made strange sounds. The larva takes on its previous appearance. The girl was scared and asked what was happening. The hero was covered in ants and said that he had felt unstable energy for a long time. The insect was turning into a man and they were asking him if everything was okay. There was a larva in the athlete's mouth. It was coming out of his mouth. The partner was standing next to him and said that this was the same insect that was inside the pill and was surprised that they looked like that. The ants were eating the creature and the girl asked if he would let the ants eat it and if it would affect him somehow. The protagonist looked ahead and said that they would see when they returned to him. The insects absorbed the larva and he ordered them to return. The creatures ran to the guy's ear. MC froze and became wary. He began to tremble and the partner got scared, asking if everything was okay. Sun bared his teeth and asked to stay away. The veins on his neck began to fill with blood and he made sounds of pain. The guy was covered in insects. The club building glowed red. The windows were decorated with backlighting. The man was sitting near the beauties and the ward was talking about her being here. The liquid was running down the man's lips and he was saying that she could be let in. The man was walking forward and saying that it was funny. Hannah was standing in the building and saying that she didn't need permission to come in. Daejun was looking forward and saying that of course she needed it, because he was the boss here and asked her to treat her properly. The girl was putting the bottle away and telling him to forget it, saying that there was no boss between him and her. She took a sip. The interlocutor was holding the bottle in her hands and asking if he wanted it, to which he looked at her questioningly. The man was looking away and asking what was wrong with her hand and suggested that she had gotten into a fight, to which she replied that it was business. She was looking away and saying that the kids were brave, to which he said that she could invite them over, to which she asked why. Daejun ate something from the girl's hands and said that they had problems with people and they could use some pawns, to which she replied that she didn't care and asked why he called her. The man looked ahead and asked her not to be so impatient, and said that a large number of pills had gone missing yesterday, and said that 50 to be exact. Hannah turned her head and, after asking again, suggested that he had been robbed, to which he asked her to stop. The man leaned his body forward and said that she had no right to talk about him like that. He stood up and said because he knew the culprit. He grabbed the head of her partner, and said that she was the one who stole everything. The glass above the people broke. The boss held her head and asked how she dared to steal his goods. He grinned and said that she was a pet, and he would chew her up and then spit her out and nothing would remain of her. Daejun looked to the side and noticed the tip. The girls rushed to help. They interrupted the woman. She looked down and said that he knew what happened to those who touched her things. The man looked up and asked that he should let her steal his pills. He squeezed her head and ordered her to tell him where they were. The boss ordered her to tell him and the tip went into his neck. Hannah frowned and ordered him to let her go. The girl looked away and made sounds of pain. The girl held his hand and said that Soo-young made her like this, and she made him swallow all the pills. Daejun looked away and laughed, saying that it was boring. He frowned and said that he knew what she did with the pills. The girl froze. The boss let go of her and raised his hand. The woman sat down next to her and asked if she was okay. The man laughed and said that it was interesting because the dog had become worse than its owner. The girl looked away and asked if he knew, to which her partner asked, then what was all this for, and said that he was a freak. He stood surrounded by girls and said that he was following her when he found out what she was doing and they were supposed to be on the way. The blonde licked his lips and said that the man who had 50 pills in him would be his. The people held weapons in their hands and ordered them to run after her. The larva moved forward and someone said that it did not look like an ordinary larva. It looked back. The people plunged blades into the body of the insect. It threw its head back and made sounds of pain. He looked away and asked why him. The fighter cut the creature in half. He stood next to it and ordered it to shut up. He looked ahead and said that he was too noisy. A group of people stood next to him and he ordered them to pack. The man's leg went underground. The leader looked to the side from where the frightened screams were coming. The team went underground and they said that they were being sucked in. The swordsman looked at the guests and asked who they were. The guy smiled and ordered to start packing, saying that this man was strong. The partner looked away and asked if this was another reason to fight together. The hooligans stood next to the larva and were going to finish this as soon as possible. Younggyo was kneeling and watching the men being sucked into the sand. Pyo was pulling a blade out of its sheath. The weapon had its name written on it. The blonde man looked away and asked what he was doing. The man held a cigarette in his hands while he asked that he just gave up. The opponent with glasses was blowing smoke while someone was shouting about the squad leader. The bald man looked back, saying that he didn't think they would be sucked in so hard, then remarked that there was no time to relax. The warrior turned around, asking that he was an antlion and expressed interest in what made his opponent different from the other larvae. The writing on the weapon lit up. Pyo took a drag on his cigarette, saying that he thought he would find out soon. Younggyo was wary, asking what he was still talking about while his minions were dying, assuming the man thought they were just a joke. The people were submerged in quicksand and were in a panic. The blonde-haired man noticed something in front of him. The white-haired man took a stance, aiming his weapon at them. The boy stood at a distance, asking what he was going to do from such a distance. The boy was enveloped in green energy, while his partner said that something was approaching and asked him to be careful. The victim threw his head back. Mingyun became furious and wanted to call his opponent names. Pyo was gathering energy into his weapon, saying that he was not done yet. The beam rushed towards the enemy, and he blocked it with his sword. The creature was engulfed in discharge. He opened his eye wide and asked what he could not block. The bald man climbed out of the sand, saying that they were no longer being sucked in. There was a sharp movement to the side. The boss pulled out his sword, saying that there must be a reason why they were here, and then ordered to get the larva at any cost. The weapons collided, creating sparks. The man frowned, saying that he saw a dangerous toy here, to which the opponent said that he did the same. Mingyun pulled out a second sword and asked him to stop acting so smug. A powerful blow occurred while he said that it was just because he had some tricks. The insect looked forward and the man asked why he couldn't handle one. The enemy struck. Pyo parried the attacks and was wary. He frowned and clicked his tongue. The man took a breath, about to exhale the cigarette, but a cloud of smoke rushed towards the creature. The opponent froze, asking what it was. He swung his sword, saying that this was enough. There was no one in front of the insect, and it became interested. Lightning appeared behind Mingyun as he asked where he had gone, but he did not finish. The creature looked back, noticing something strange. A powerful blow had struck the opponent's body. The insect froze, absorbing the damage and saying that he was overconfident. The man was calm, saying that he would take him and the larva with him. The ground under his feet began to turn into quicksand. Pyo jumped to the side, trying to avoid danger. He noticed bright purple eyes in the depths. The fighters were fighting with the enemy. A sharp object burst out of the ground. The weapon pierced the body of the bald man, who wanted to ask everyone to be careful, but stopped. The object opened its fanged mouth. The tentacle lifted the body while the man screamed in pain. It dragged him deeper. At the scene, everything healed and someone said that the pit was activated again. Mingyun approached the offender and asked if he was done pretending. The antlion lowered his head and asked what was going on. The larva catcher looked at the guy and asked what kind of four-eyed thing it was. Younggyo looked away and said that they had little time, and they just needed to catch the larva, to which he replied that he had already said that it needed to be packed first, and asked why he was now blaming him. The insect was lying on the ground. The warrior took out swords and suggested returning to the club. Pyo looked ahead and asked about the club. The man frowned, saying that they were trying to escape and they needed to catch them urgently. The boss pointed his weapon at the opponents. It had a name written on it, and he said that the battery was dead. The fighters were standing on the street and the chief was talking about the buildings collapsing. Stones were falling into quicksand and burial was taking place. The white-haired man looked at the chaos, ordering his allies to leave. The warrior rushed forward while the war told him that he could not. Mingyun looked away and said about that man. The wounded man was approaching the antlion, who said that he was very annoying. The body crashed into Pyo while he asked to catch. The larva catcher looked out of the ground. His eyes shone and he said that if he saw him again, he would turn into a corpse. The boss became wary and clicked his tongue. There was a sharp movement to the side. There was a lot of debris in the place of the hole. The man put his hands in his pocket while the allies held the wounded man. The white-haired man was serious and ordered to search all the clubs in the area, saying that now they begin the hunt. A green moon shone dimly in the sky. The beetle ran in horror at great speed. The outlines of the hero appeared nearby. The fugitive turned around in horror and did not understand what was happening. The black armor began to exude an aura and he was immediately called the killer of their kind. Yellow turned around in alarm and begged to stop chasing him. But then he looked in the opposite direction and froze. The protagonist was already standing there and looking at him ominously. His white eye glowed in the dark and he said nothing meaningfully. The beetle immediately began to quickly look from side to side, not understanding why there were two of them. The violet-eyed man screamed in horror when they were about to grab him, saying that there were two of them. There was a loud bang. The corpse was already lying at the feet of two dark figures. Day had come over the school. The kids were sitting in their seats. The bullies had already drawn on the desk, calling the owner a monster, and were surprised that they had left a flower on it. The bully looked in the mirror, and examining the hole in his teeth, he swore, saying that it looked like he would have to pour money into treatment. At that moment, the two girls were silently sitting in their seats, not raising their eyes. The other girls from the class were chatting on the sidelines about how scared they were, and were talking about how she was just a monster. But then their fun was interrupted by someone saying that she was not a monster. The gray-haired girl stood up and said that the girl was her friend, not a monster, and asked her not to say that. The blonde was very surprised to see this. She watched her friend and thought that she was braver than expected. The blue-eyed girl looked at her and asked if she was okay, to which she answered affirmatively. Then the red-eyed girl looked down and asked if she was there that day and asked if their friend was really a monster. Lio looked at her calmly and said that she only touched Soo-young and was not a monster. Cho pursed her lip and said that she was really scared. She remembered the incident and said that when she heard screams. She immediately remembered hearing noise from outside the window and said that she was unable to look out. She began to cry and said that she was too scared to do so. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She started to run away while they were asking her if everything was okay, when she said that she didn't want to see her as an insector. The blonde looked after her and thought that she shouldn't be upset, because everything could be fixed. There was an unfinished construction site nearby. In the depths of the building, a black creature was devouring a beetle. Pieces of its flesh were torn off with teeth one by one. The black one bit off little by little and chewed standing over it. The hero stood nearby, leaning against the wall. He calmly watched this from the side, his hands in his pockets. He frowned and thought that after absorbing the larva, the ants became more. The guy didn't move, and thought that there were so many of them that soon it would be impossible to contain them. He watched the meal and thought that after many attempts and failures, he managed to create his own colony, and he could make them hunt the inspectors on their own. After his pet stood up and he asked it if it was finished and thought that they were disturbing him. The creature approached him and growled and he immediately ordered it to stop. The ant opened its mouth when he thought about how they become aggressive if they don't like something. Then he punched him in the head. A purple sphere appeared in his hand. Inside it was a black ant. But then, while he was holding the artifact in his hand, he felt something. The guy noticed vibrations from the steps. He slowly turned around and thought that these were insectors. Imagining three figures in the passage, the hero thought that this was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. The protagonist jumped from the top floor, gradually acquiring the shell of an ant. He immediately took off. But then the black-haired man felt the vibration from a powerful blow. He immediately slowed down and became alarmed. Sun looked at the passage and thought that one was missing. Then he took off. He managed to hide behind the ambush passage. But then the guy was very surprised to hear loud swearing. The horned one clenched his fists and, standing by the corpse, asked if this was all they had been called for. The red one looked at him and said that it was, because he just wanted to beat the bad out of them. He put his hand on his hip and said that he couldn't beat them because the management was holding him back, so he needed to be their punching bag. After that, the killer stood up and said to get ready. But then his opponent destroyed his former comrade with his foot and screamed that he was just a ladybug. Bala was sprinkled with blood and asked if he thought he was so cool because he was on the edge of lawlessness. He immediately put his horn in front of himself and screamed that he would be a dead man. But the ladybug was able to dodge and said that he was hopeless. Suddenly, the horned one immediately changed direction and flew at him again when his opponent mockingly asked if he thought it would all end if he hit him with his head. He clenched his fist and called him a stupid insect. Then the blue one got really scared. His body was immediately torn apart by a powerful blow. The insectoid immediately spat out a lot of blood. The armored one was left between two corpses. Liquid was slowly dripping from his fists. Then he turned around abruptly and addressed the one standing around the corner. The ant had already approached him when he asked if he wanted a round. An aura began to emanate from the end of the hero's horns. He frowned and prepared to attack. The guy started moving towards him and ordered to attack. Cars were driving along the road. The wheel was spinning, making a turn around its axis. There were cracks on the surface and boulders lying nearby. The fighters stood opposite each other, and stones were falling from above. The opponent showed his fist and asked him his name, saying that he looked scary, to which he remained silently, and the opponent assumed that he was not a talkative person. He looked forward, saying that he at least needed the name of the one he was about to kill. There was a blow and the fist crashed into Sun's face. The warrior stood in a stance and ordered him to say the name. The hero looked at him and said nothing. The enemy leaned back. He held his fist at the ready and remained silently, thinking that there was an ant in front of him. The opponent stood in front of him and the protagonist said that he was a black ant. A spirit hovered next to the guy and he said that this was the last name he would ever know in his life. The opponent stood in a stance and laughed and said that he realized that it was him. He swung and said that he was the guy who gave Zagana a good beating. The fighter was about to strike and said that he was madly eager to fight him. The fist approached the protagonist's face and he asked to show what he could do. MC dodged the attacks and the opponent was meaningfully silent, surprised by what was happening. Sun parried a strong attack. The opponent covered himself with his hand and asked if he would test him. He rushed to attack and asked to be more serious. The hero swung, getting ready to strike. The opponent looked down. The hand rushed towards the enemy with all its strength. The opponent stood in a stance and asked what kind of terrible blow it was. The attack went across his face while he said that he would dodge it with his eyes closed, but did not finish. The protagonist struck and he was knocked down. The opponent's head turned to the side by inertia. A bus was driving over a bridge. The arch was fogged up and through the dust you could see Sun standing in front of the defeated one. The opponent was on his knee and did not understand what it was, thinking that he could have seen this blow from a mile away. The enemy looked ahead and thought that this speed and power were beyond his expectations. The ant stood in front of the guy, and he thought that this guy was strong. The warrior looked ahead and after he said the name, he asked again. The hero raised his head and said that he should know the name of the one he was going to kill now. The opponent was angry and unhappy with what was happening. He hit his hands and they shone with a bright light. The protagonist swung. MC wanted to hit the guy but crashed into the barrier. His body was illuminated in red. The opponent looked ahead and said that he did not want to use it. He stood in a stance and used the reflector technique. Sun jumped to the side and he screamed loudly. Blocks of stones and energy flew past the guy. Light appeared in the asphalt next to the bus. The bridge began to collapse and huge pieces of asphalt began to fly out of the crack. The driver began to swerve and was very scared. The opponents ran out from under the arch and the bridge was destroyed. The hero was about to strike. The public transport was approaching the edge of the road. While the enemy was standing still, the protagonist was looking towards the bus. The spirit appeared next to him and looked at the opponent, while he was preparing to help the people in the bus. The transport was gradually falling down. The people were scared. MC rushed forward. He crashed into the front of the bus and tried to stop the fall. He landed in the water and held the car back. MC looked away and grunted. He became wary after being called a loser. The fighter held the spirit in his hands and asked him what he thought, that such a pathetic trick would be enough to stop him. He threw his companion aside. Together they held the bus. The wheels were on the road. They examined the public transport. Scared people got out of the car and thanked those. The warrior looked forward. Sun looked into his eyes. The opponent leaned over and asked him not to get distracted anymore. He rushed to attack and said that it was time for the second round. The hero looked ahead and clicked his tongue. He blocked the other's attack. The hero struck and the enemy leaned to the side. The mask on the other's face was broken and he was meaningfully silent. The protagonist lifted him by the neck. The spirit approached the head, intending to eat him. MC looked away and meaningfully remained silent. He watched the enemy's body fall. He frowned and made sounds of pain. Sun left, and he also talked about a black ant and promised to crush it. The hero looked ahead and behind him lay an unconscious body. Clouds were gathering over the residential area. Cho walked in the alley and talked to her mother on the phone, and said that she went out to study. The child watched the girls say that she looked for Seijin every day after school and did not understand why she told him everything. A guy stood behind the girl. While she said that she would not mind finding her, then this is not true and said that she really does sports. She moved the phone away, from which she could hear the order to lie and the question that anything could happen to her, from her ear, and resignedly said that she was on her way. The mother hung up and the girl, looking ahead, said that she would kill the snitch. She looked around and said that was enough for today. Cho looked back and became interested. Youngyo was standing in front of her and saying that he knew about Seijin. He looked ahead and assumed that she was the interlocutor's friend. The night illuminated the city with a dim light. The guys were walking through the forest. The girl walked behind the guy and asked if he knew exactly where she was, to which he said that she should not even ask. The athlete looked ahead and asked how he knew her, to which he mumbled. He looked back and said that he was her colleague at work. Red-eyed looked back after she suggested that he was a fellow insector and he was very surprised. The blonde smiled and asked how she was doing. He looked ahead and said that she was fine and said that the girl was stuck with Hannah, and she did not let go so easily and compared it to an illness. Cho smiled and thought about what she said and suggested that she seemed to be fine. The girl looked away and said that she would probably go, and noted that she just wanted to know how she was, to which the companion asked her if she was sure about that. The blonde looked around and said that she thought she had made good friends like this one, to which he spat and asked again. Youngyo smiled and asked what she had just said to her friend. They stood opposite each other, and he said that because of her he would feel like a fraud. Something moved in the darkness, and he said that he was hungry, as she could see. Cho was scared after hearing that he brought her here to eat her. The larvae were growling as they moved through the trees and the boy was saying that he couldn't wait for Seijin to find out. The victim trembled and did not believe what was happening. The insector spread his hands while the creatures crawled towards him, and he said that her friend would be torn apart and eaten by her own. The athlete took a step back and asked what he was talking about. He grinned and said that he never liked that girl. The monsters moved among said and she did not know what Youngyo had to overcome to become like that. The creatures were sucked into the ground, and he managed to achieve only this result because he discovered his true alter ego, like an antlion. Hana protected Seijin, and she did not have to do anything simply because she had this disease. The blonde was in a stupor, and her interlocutor asked her what had shocked her so much, and said that he would never understand people. The girl rushed to run away, and he asked her where she was going. He began to transform and said that it was too late. Cho looked up and screamed in fear. She began to be sucked into the ground and continued to scream. The ant looked ahead and ordered to feast. The worms rushed to the victim, and the guy ordered to finish it off. The athlete closed her eyes and screamed even louder. The heads of the creatures separated from the body. She covered herself with her hands and expressed disgust. The creature flew from above. The ant threw back its head and became wary. The fighter did a somersault and landed on the surface. He lowered his head in displeasure and made a strange sound. The blonde was wrapped in a rope. The creature, buried waist deep in the ground, asked what he was doing there. The fighter rose up. He grinned and said that the dirty old man once called him by name. The silkworm walked along the taut threads. Cho freed herself from the silk. She fell to the surface. The athlete looked at the savior, who ordered her to run away. Silk looked away and ordered to do it quickly. The blonde looked forward and thanked him. He stood near the severed heads and was angry. The worms were approaching him. The creature came too close. In one movement, the silkworm wrapped the enemies in silk. In an instant, pieces of monsters flew in different directions. The fighter's suit was covered in blood. The ant looked up and asked what he wanted and said that he fell out of nowhere and interrupted his meal. Youngyo bent down and asked if he wanted to be buried. The fighter was covered in blood and said that it was nice. There were pieces of monsters on the ground, and he said that he heard what they were talking about, and it seemed to him that he was something like these larvae. He looked forward and asked if he was a higher insect. The antlion was calm and asked how else. He spread his hands and said that he realized that this was the one who beat Zagana pretty well and asked whether he could withstand it alone. Silk held his ear and thought that he was right, and if he fought the superior, he would use it. The guy was holding something round in his hands, and the enemy asked where he got it from. The suit began to retract, and the guy thought that he could not eat larvae. The opponent became wary and asked him to throw it away. Silkworm put a pill in his mouth. The ant's limbs rushed forward, and he was unhappy with this action. The savior swallowed the pill. An attack occurred, which raised a huge dust. A column of dust obscured his vision. Youngyo looked ahead and said that he had overdone it a little and doubted that one pill would make such a huge difference. A cut occurred and parts of the limbs were cut off. The fighter cut the tentacles into pieces. Confusion was visible on the antlion's face, and he said that he had eaten only one. The hair was dyed blue, and the silkworm said that a traitor like him would never understand it. Silk stood his ground and said that this was the power of a real insector. Silk stands in front of the antagonist. She looks menacingly. Youngyo looks up and is surprised that there is a real insector in front of him, asking if the heroine wants to say that he is a fake. The warrior strikes the enemy in the neck. The blow lands on the antlion's face. Behind Silk in the air is a limbless enemy. The antagonist runs in rage, saying that he is not some kind of fake, since he is the only larva. A limb comes out of the antlion's mouth, and he adds that the only one was accepted. A hand grabbed the girl by the throat. The enemy releases a limb from his mouth and screams that he caught it. The limb comes off the warrior's throat, and she asks what he is doing. The claws scratch her neck, and Silk explains that her entire body is covered in a thick layer of silk, and his pathetic fangs won't even leave a mark on her. The heroine grabbed the hand. Youngyo is shocked by what he saw. Holding the limb in her hand, the girl threatens the enemy that she will tear him to pieces. Magic emanates from the hand, and the antlion understands that it is strong, assuming that this is the power of a real insector. The antagonist, in anger, does not want this to happen. Tearing his limb from his mouth, Youngyo screams for the heroine to stop this nonsense, and he refuses to accept it. The monster jumps back, leaving the limb in the girl's hand. Silk holds the enemy's paw. The enemy spins into a whirlwind, and calling the heroine a silkworm says that she will die. But he does not run away and will come back for her when he becomes stronger. With one eye wide open, the antlion adds that it can still evolve. Stripes flash before the antagonist's eye. His body flies apart. The fighter hangs the enemy's body in a net. Looking at her palm, Silk believes that she has done the impossible. Clenching her fist, she is happy that she was finally able to kill the supreme insect. Holding her forehead, the heroine realizes that this is only the beginning. She widens her gaze when she hears that the enemy is now offering for real. Silk sees a claw in front of her when her opponent realizes that she is here. The antagonist approaches, declaring that he is going to serve. Looking down at the enemy, the girl realizes that she is a water strider and does not want this to happen now, since she does not have a black ant with her. Looking sullenly, she decides that with such strength, she can probably handle it alone. The man remembers that he saw her before and wonders why she is without an ant today. Holding the blade to his chest, he adds that ever since MC infected him with those ants, he hasn't been able to shake the feeling that something is crawling under his skin, so he needs to kill that idiot and get rid of it. With a wave, Silk says that she understands, asking to let her help him. Blue streaks come out of the heroine's back. Grinning, the water strider agrees to let her try. The antagonist puts up a defense against the girl's blows. The blades hold back the attack. His weapon cracks, and he shares that he sees how well this pill worked on the heroine. The water strider's sword shatters, after which he realizes that if he makes one wrong move, he will be a corpse. Silk jumps on him from above. Taking out swords from behind his back, the enemy adds that his opponent is almost out of time. The characters fight and the antagonist realizes that she has 4 seconds left. He barely holds back the blows and counts to 3. The man flies back from Silk's attack when there are 2 seconds left. The heroine runs forward and the antagonist counts to 1. Her foot stops in front of the water strider's face because time is up. The girl's gaze widened. She is sitting behind the enemy. Her hair is flying. Some of it is torn off. Sitting on one knee, Silk does not believe that the transformation is over. The tip of the water strider's foot is on the ground and he explains that when the larva enters the body in the form of a pill, the effect is very short-lived, as she sees. The heroine turns around. The antagonist holds a sword to her throat and tells her that she better not resist. The house is in the night. The protagonist is sitting with his grandmother on the couch and the TV is telling how Sun, the youngest featherweight champion of Asia, has joined them. The program shows a guy and greets him, and the old woman calls him a proud Korean. MC is surprised to hear that during the Korean's last title defense match, his opponent failed to land a single punch. Holding a gold belt over his shoulder, the boy hears a question about how he managed to get an injury on his cheek, and he answers that he was bitten by an insect. Sun and his grandmother hear the host ask that it seems that even a great boxer like this guy is not immune to insects, asking if it was an insect. The woman clicks the remote, calling the fighter handsome when he states that if it was an insect, he would not be here, and then another voice says that the 9 o'clock news has started. The boy looks at his phone and hears a message that numerous insect remains were found on Mount Hammun this morning. On the phone, a notification is written from a friend asking Sun if he will go to school tomorrow. The protagonist, taking the stick out of his mouth, decides that since he is still learning how to control the colony, he can't go to school. Cho asks him in a text message why he hasn't come to school again, adding that their teacher is angry because Yejin hasn't shown up for class. The protagonist thoughtfully recalls Yejin's name. MC replies to the contact, who can't believe they are allowing him to skip so much time. The warriors fight on the battlefield. The fans are sitting in the stands. The monster hits Silk. Her helmet breaks. The guy is watching the battle on the screen and does not understand where the girl got this pill from and how long ago. Sitting on the couch, he calls her a devil. The hero's phone vibrates. He looks at the screen. The character smirks. On the screen is a message in which Mingyun is asked what he is doing, and he calls it a jackpot. Getting up from the couch, Sun hears his grandmother ask if he is going to bed, and the hero answers yes, since he is not going tomorrow either, and the woman adds that he can do whatever he wants, because since he missed a week, one more day will not make a difference. The protagonist's attention is attracted by something. Food sent a photo to the guy just in case. He clicks on the notification. MC's face became scared. In the photo is Silk's helmet. The red paper is on the helmet. The 6-shot club at night. The doors to the room are closed. Mingyun walks. He looks behind the bars and calls. The girl is sitting on the floor, injured, and the guy asks if she is alive, calling her terrible because the people who bet are very upset. Silk sternly asks him to leave. Mingyun, looking from behind the bars, assumes that the pill was the only one that day and unfortunately, there was nothing left for her, and another fool stole everything. The hero seriously adds that he would say that there is some kind of connection between them, so he asks her to tell him what this is all for. Silk hears the question about what she is trying to achieve, and the girl replies that it is about fighting insects. Mingyun, confused, calls her an insect reaper and says that she is an insector herself. Frowning, he adds that he spared the heroine, so they, like relatives, share the same blood. The girl looks menacingly ahead, after saying that the next match will start soon, and she needs to prepare. As Mingyun leaves, he announces that he has a special match for her. There is a lot of smoke above the arena. An insect has stepped onto the ground. The beast announces into the microphone that he has good news for them. The humans and insects rejoice as he announces that their main event, the Hell Race, is about to begin. The host excitedly continues that in this Royal Rumble, 10 competitors will fight to the death until one remains. Stick Insect and Lawless Land commentator Jaja announces that they are starting right now. Silk walks into the arena as she is introduced as the first competitor and the star of the show, as well as an exciting new face. She walks in sullenly as she is greeted. A timer lights up behind the fans and the host explains that in the Hell Race, a new competitor enters every minute. Looking down on Silk, Jaja says that if a fighter fails to defeat their enemy in less than a minute, the number of enemies will only increase. The insects are behaving violently when the Stick Insect adds that this will lead the fighter to a cruel death. The monster bares its teeth and the host announces that their second participant is already here. The antagonist flies at the heroine and Jaja thinks that he must be in a hurry. Silk frowned. A corridor with openings. A fist rushes forward. Red releases attacks. Minion looks at the insector and asks if he will prepare. Clenching his fist, Red hears that he is the 10th and asks his comrade if he wants him to participate in this bad show. Pointing his finger back, the character suggests that he should become the star of this show and then they will have fun. But the guy declares that he will kill all the participants. Red brings his fist right to Minion's face. The fighter holds his hand outstretched and asks if he should kill him. Looking sullenly, the insector suggests that he can do it to Daejun. With an uneasy smile, Minion calls his friend a cocky idiot, asking what he wants from the boss. Looking closely at Red, the character states that he needs to be taught a lesson and made to respect his elders, to which he replies that he is ready for it. Minion looks at his phone. He hears a call telling him that they have a problem. There is green smoke around the man, and after asking what happened, he explains that it is the VIP elevator. There is a deep depression in front of the people, and the character adds that the elevator has disappeared. Pushing the phone away, Minion tells the insector to get ready. Looking to the side, he adds that his enemy is already here. Jaja is amazed by what is happening. Silk cuts down the enemy and the host comments on how she successfully killed the 4th participant, and still performs great despite her wounds. The heroine's leg is on the ground. The next participant, Queen Jack, appears behind the fighter. The antagonist growls furiously. Jack steps with his paw and throws Silk up. The girl screams in pain. The enemy hits the heroine to the side. She flies back. Silk falls to the ground. The monster enters the arena. The monsters see the lying fighter and understand that everything is bad. The enemies come and Jaja announces that the 6th, 7th and 8th have entered the arena, and there should be no complaints about injustice, because they are on the border of lawlessness. Standing behind the warriors, the stick insect shouts that the climax of the show should begin now. There is 1 second left on the timer. Time is up. A new minute has started. Jaja looks at the time in bewilderment. He indignantly says that this is terrible timing to join. There is darkness at the entrance. A new fighter comes out of it. The monster's head flies off when the host announces that this is their 9th participant. The helmet lies on the ground. The character stepped on it. Jaja is stunned and does not understand what is happening. Eyes are visible through the mask. The protagonist rips off the suit and asks him who he is. Minion looks down at MC. The guy is shocked that the hero actually came. The monsters are standing in front of the prone Silk. The girl looks up and sees Sun. The stick insect excitedly states that these are unregistered participants. Jumping to the ground behind MC, he adds that they are flying out. Looking sternly, the protagonist tells Jaja to shut up. The animal's head is above the hero's hand. The guy releases a green light from it. A whirlwind crashes into the presenter. The stick insect panics as this force melts him. There is smoke around Sun. Opening his mask, MC says that he will say this only once. He looks sullen and asks to bring him Yijin. The timer is broken and the guy asks again to bring him Yijin. A white circle comes out of the gun. The protagonist launches it forward. The ball hits the monsters. The antagonist flies in front of the fighter. Silk covers himself and calls the enemy an idiot. The monster's body is torn apart, and the girl doesn't understand where he got this ridiculous ability from. She greets Sun loudly and asks if he wants to kill her too. MC hears Silk scream that she is here. There is a sword in front of the heroine's throat when she repeats once again where she is. She looks away. Minion sits with a sword behind the heroine and calls her an aunt, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Sun's gaze widens. Pointing the weapon forward, he calls a water strider. The antagonist holds Yijin hostage and asks if the protagonist will shoot. The hero grits his teeth. The monsters move forward when Minion calls them idiots and orders them to get to work. The monsters rush at MC when the antagonist adds that they should kill the guy. Sun covers his mouth with his hand and thinks that it is tasteless. A beam comes out of the gun's mouth. It hits the monster. Smoke comes out of the hero's hand. The barrel is aimed at Queen Jack. The protagonist throws his attack at her. The monster grabs the small ally. The queen throws the enemy forward. The beam crashes into the antagonist. Jack raises his hands up and roars. Sun looks at her. The antagonist jumps at the hero. Clouds of smoke rise. Minion happily tells Jack that it was good and asks Yiji not to worry, as he is sure that he is alive. The queen holds her hands back and hears the boss's request to bring MC to him. Minion sees the monster lying immobilized. He rudely asks what she is doing, asking to bring the protagonist alive. Jack's face melts. An explosion tears apart the queen's body. Minion is confused. Sun comes out of the antagonist's body. The enemy, holding the girl, sternly states that the hero is not the same as before, suggesting that he ate the larva, and Yijin is happy for him. The audience is confused by this idiot who intruded. The protagonist asks to give it to him. Yijin sees the hero approaching and is surprised that he called her that, and Sun explains that she is his food just in case. Holding a sword to the heroine's throat, Minion calls the guys very funny. An angry man from the stands asks if Minion is the manager here, then what happened to his money, since it all died. One of the audience members shouts that he bet 200 million won on Jack, and another 100, so he better take control of the situation. Mingyun is very angry with these people. Turning around, he seriously wants to express his deepest apologies on behalf of the staff, promising to return the people's money in full. The guy is furious and yells at the fans to shut up and start betting again. The man hiccups in fear and asks who he should bet on and if the two of them are going to fight. Sun tells the enemy to attack, promising to kill him right now. Mingyun frowns and tells him to come to his senses. The protagonist hears that his enemy is behind him. The 10th contestant enters the stage. The head next to MC is shocked, and the enemy is happy to see a black ant. Red enters the arena. Sun asks if his opponent has come for a rematch. The insector declares that he is right. Jumping to attack, the antagonist offers to end it. The hero and the head nearby run to strike. Red flies past MC. The warrior's fist hits Mingyun in the face. The guy falls backwards. With a bruise on his forehead, Mingyun lies on the ground. The character got into a fighting stance in front of the insector's fist. With his sword outstretched, he is displeased with Red. Sun, watching their battle, asks the fighter what he is doing. Red turns around and explains how he saw everything from above and it was very touching. Tears flow from his eyes and the warrior asks the heroes to leave. Red folds his arms and adds that he was deeply touched by their friendship, so the rematch can wait, asking to leave the rest to him. The head and Yijin mock the insector for calling MC a friend. Throwing the girl onto his shoulder, Sun tells her to calm down. He darts from the spot. As the boy runs, Yijin wonders if he's really going to carry her like that, and Sun tells her to be quiet. Mingyun laughs, surprised that Red actually did it, saying that he was tired of sitting him out anyway. Walking over, the fighter replies that he's only alive because he's good at it, and if the boy wants to leave, he'd be better off dead, but Mingyun calls his ego massive. The warrior stands next to the insector, telling him to put an end to this. Lying on the boy's shoulder, Yijin asks how he got here and if he had a key card, but he says no. She's shocked to hear MC break through. The heroes look up, and Yijin asks if this is a joke. The girl falls off his shoulder, declaring that she doesn't care, asking them to get out of here. The hero's foot steps onto the surface. He sees rocks raining down from above. Debris falls down. Sun turns around. Daejun jumps on him from above. He hits the protagonist in the face. Baring his teeth, the antagonist asks what MC did here. Removing his hand from the frightened Sun, the man calls it vandalism. Yijin is surprised to hear about the stoppage of trade. The warrior angrily declares that he will have to kill the protagonist. The lamp glows pink. The man drinks from the flask. He calls it awesome with a malicious smile. The girls look at the huge monster in front of them. Daejun, sitting on the couch, wonders if this is the same larva that swallowed 50 pills and wants to try to bite. The girl distracts the boss. Putting her finger to her lips, she asks if he knows about it. The man seriously clarifies what does this matter, and whether she is afraid that the guy will take the larva from them. The servant holds her finger to her mouth, explaining that she thought it would be wise to tell him, but the boss replies that it doesn't sound very convincing, looking at her drool. Daejun grabs the larva. Holding the monster up, he states that the larva is already the strongest of them all, so he doesn't need it. Holding the monster in his hand, the boss thinks that it must be wonderful to have such power, and he would love to try it. He opens his mouth next to the larva's skin, as he wants to see what it tastes like. Debris falls from the ceiling. The man's gaze is turned back. The servant runs into the office and turns to the boss, stating that they have an intruder. Daejun stands in front of the servant and asks if the intruder is strong, but the servant replies that the protagonist completely destroyed the VIP elevator, and is now heading to the land of lawlessness. Throwing the larva away, the boss clarifies whether MC completely destroyed the elevator, and did not break it. He puts his finger to his forehead and asks if the servant wants him to take care of him, and he replies that they are currently actively searching, but believe that Sun is heading to the lawless land. Holding his finger on the servant's head, Daejun clarifies if he means that he is unable to stop him. The man breaks the servant's forehead. Throwing the character away, the boss calls him weak. With a malicious smile, he decides to do a little warm-up before eating. The antagonist's hand is holding MC by the throat. Yijin is frightened and does not understand what is happening. The enemy's eyes have no pupils. In the enemy's hand, Sun realizes that he has never felt such terror since Jiijima. Grinning, the warrior tells the protagonist not to worry and promises not to bill him for the damage, suggesting that they have some fun instead. He throws the hero back. Sun hits the wall behind the girl. The heroine is shocked. The antagonist kicks the guy in the chest. While punching, Daejun yells at MC to do something. The protagonist's mouth and eyes are wide open in pain as the enemy asks if this is all he has. He slaps MC, asking him to do something. The man holds Sun's head, insisting that he not lose just like that because he hasn't warmed up yet. The boss is furious and yells at the hero to show him what he is made of. The warrior flies up behind the antagonist. The creature punches the enemy in the face. It holds the enemy's head. Daejun asks why this creature is not cute. The threads bind the antagonist's hand. Yijin releases her silk. The girl cringes as the enemy is very strong even in human form, and she can barely hold him despite all her silk. Looking at his hand, the boss tells the guys that they are really something. The opponent grins widely and states that this is what he wanted. Yijin closes her eyes in tension. The black ant screams. The girl pulls the enemy with her threads as he holds the opponent and asks him to show him what they can do. Smoke rises in the arena. Red's fist is scratched. The insector is injured. His opponent is sitting against a broken wall, and he says that Zagana doesn't stand a chance against him. The character angrily tells the enemy to shut up, because he is not finished yet, so he shouldn't be so cocky. Zagana narrows his eyes when he hears that he should get up. Red stands in front of the antagonist and states that attacking a beaten opponent is not his style. Something darts behind the insector. Yijin is in front of the enemy. The protagonist and the girl rush to attack. Sun and Yijin are angry, because they found out where Zagana is. The enemy looks on in fear. Daejun goes to his henchman and asks what happened, noticing that the fighter looks terrible. Zagana desperately apologizes to the boss, promising to fix everything. The man furiously orders the character to shut up and states that he will not tolerate such pathetic words from his subordinate. The henchman obeys the boss, and Red recognizes Daejun. The people in the stands are shocked by Daejun's size, saying that they have never seen him before in their lives. The man waves with a VIP smile, introducing himself as the owner of this place, and the people are surprised that no one could stop this insect ant, and he did it using only his hands. And at first glance he looks like a street criminal. Looking at the heroes, the boss says that now that he has warmed up, he is hungry and asks the guys if they have eaten yet. He seriously explains that he was just starting to eat, and since they are guests, he prepared a treat for them. Daejun calls Zagana. He offers the servant something to eat. The warrior is confused and does not understand what the boss is talking about. Daejun, looking sullenly, orders him to do it. The character's face is frowning. Zagana jumps back from her place and obeys the boss. Crumbs fall from the ceiling. The shards fly down. MC and Yijin look up and the girl, seeing the ceiling open, asks what they are doing. Stones fly down. The heroine raised her head in fear. The protagonist's gaze widened. The man falls to the ground and the characters are shocked. Smoke rises from him. The antagonist walks and declares that there is no need to restrain yourself. The monster roars heavily. Standing behind the monster, Daejun says that the heroes will be shocked to learn how delicious the maggots are. Red calls the boss a bad person. The people and maggots are in the air. They fall to the ground. The antagonist bites off the flesh. The fighters look at their enemy. Biting into a larva, Daejun suggests a feast. The larvae stand in smoke. Green clouds surround them. Yijin realizes that their situation is bad, and Red calls it disgusting. They hear Sun say that it is good, and the girl asks what he means. The protagonist explains that this is their chance, and asks the two of them to do everything possible to prevent their enemy from eating the larvae, and he will deal with the rest. The heroine is confused, not knowing how to stop this monster, and the insector asks why the guy called them both. Red proudly states that they can leave it to him, and Daejun asks who he is. The enemy stands in front of the heroes and asks what they are waiting for, and the insector introduces himself as Red, and the girl as Yijin. Opening the larva, Daejun tells them to do whatever they want, because it is a feast anyway, and they will not be able to taste them anymore. He happily sees a small caterpillar in the flesh of a larva. Taking it, Daejun calls the insect delicious. Red narrows his eyes. He approaches the antagonist, who puts a larva in his mouth. Yijin is angry and does not understand what is wrong with this guy and asks him to wait for her. She turns around after MC calls her. Sun asks her to run away. Looking at the hero, Yijin does not understand what he is saying, but the guy says that he only has one goal, to save her, so let her leave everything to him. The girl looks at him seriously. With a smirk, she asks what is wrong with him, adding that she did not know that Sun had such a side. The heroine, standing in front of the protagonist, tells him to forget about it and asks if it is necessary to delay the enemy so that he does not eat the larvae, and after an affirmative answer asks him not to delay. She flew away. The guy calls the blot. The entity flies away after the order to absorb everything. The blot opened its mouth over the larva. Releasing his powers, Sun tells them all to move forward. Black stripes hit the monster. Raising his hand, he sees that only these remain. Red brings his fist to Daejun and calls him. The enemy bites the hero's limb with his teeth. He holds back the insector's hand and he understands his situation. Taking Red's face with his hand, the antagonist tells him not to interfere. Throwing the insector back, he screams that he is still eating. The audience is amazed at what they see. People see how threads appeared behind Red. Silk holds the hero back and he remembers that this is something familiar to him. Yijin yells at the insector to return to the enemy, and she will help him. Jumping to attack, Red states that he accepted her command. Daejun turns around when he hears not to eat it. The warrior's fist lights up Red for a barrier punch. He hits the enemy in the face. Daejun flies back. Red thinks with pleasure that this is wonderful, adding that he has made a great friend. The hero swings his arm for another attack. He strikes the antagonist. Daejun's feet slide on the ground. The man staggers back. There is smoke in front of the insector, and he asks what is funny, and Yijin does not want him to say what she is thinking. The boss has seen through the larva. He smiles maliciously, realizing his strength. Daejun runs to counterattack, stating that this is what he likes. Red is surprised by the blow from such a distance. The fighter puts up a barrier shield in front of him. The shock wave blows away the spectators and the girl. Yijin is shocked by what he sees. Red stands in front of the audience and is amazed by the power of the opponent's blow from a normal wind. Daejun watches with a smile, deciding that it's time to continue, because the food does not wait, and the insector is surprised that he did not even transform. As he leaves, the boss says that he is going to eat it all, but Red does not understand where he went. Running up from behind to strike, the warrior declares that this is not the end. Yijin panics, screaming for him not to do this, since he can no longer produce silk. The antagonist turns around and hits the insector in the chest. The hero sighs heavily and remembers his barrier. Daejun kicks him in the face. Red hits the wall hard. His helmet fell off his face, and he lies on the ground. Yijin is sitting on his knee. She looks at what is happening in confusion. The girl sees the enemy eating the larvae and thinks that it is hopeless, and that they will not be able to defeat him. While Daejun chews on the caterpillar, she calls this man a real monster. The antagonist looks at the larva crawling away. His hand reaches for the insect. Grabbing it, the boss licks his lips and says that this is the 5th one in a row, and he begins to feel that he is done warming up. The man decides that it is time to finish. The larva screams and Daejun does not understand what is wrong with its face. The head of the caterpillar appears from the mouth of the antagonist. The protagonist calmly orders them to go back. Green smoke comes out of the caterpillar. Tossing the larva in his hand, MC says that this is the last one. Daejun screams in rage that it belongs to him. Sun clenched his fist. Putting the insect in his mouth, he says that this was the 10th. His skin expands. With a smirk, the boss does not believe that the guy just took it from him. His gaze widened in anger. The people run away in fear. Standing in front of MC, the antagonist states that he does not know what he did. He aggressively shouts that he will make sure to swallow him whole before he finishes digesting. Sun emits a black light. The enemy sees the hero calling for black ants to gather. Black creatures appear. There are more of them. The protagonist orders his ants to go now. They reach out to the enemy after the order to absorb him. The guy was surrounded by black silhouettes. The blonde looked away in surprise and said, "Son." The man smiled evilly and said, "This is fascinating, but even if he has 11 of his own, they don't stand a chance against him." A monster was sitting on the brunette's shoulder. The creatures rushed forward when the hero ordered them to swallow him to the last piece. Daejun opened his mouth wide, laughed and replied, "Yes, they are starting, let them come." The black ants approached him, after which he began to dodge. He tore his shirt and exposed his pumped-up body. The man grabbed his opponents and shouted for them to join in. "This is getting boring." He took a step forward with his foot. The monsters moved in different directions. Claws began to crawl out of their hands. They became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, an ant struck the opponent in the head, after which he fell. Getting up, the hero began to run and shout, "Like this, let him continue." The blonde crossed his arms and made a punch. His eyes were wide open when he stopped. The boy's pupils became very small. There were 2 black silhouettes in front of him. They made a dash. The protagonist put his fist out and shouted, "Fire." The ants opened their mouths and released fire. Looking at this, the opponent asked in surprise, "Ah." Then he laughed evilly. The power of the creatures amazed him. The opponents continuously emitted fire. The man frowned and clenched his teeth from the bright flash. There was a powerful explosion. The whole room was smoked. The blue-eyed girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Could he?" The guy's appearance was visible behind the silhouettes of the ants. He silently looked forward. In the distance, the opponent's mocking smile was visible. The brunette opened his eyes wide. The man took a step forward and said, "Oh yeah." His headless body walked forward and he said, "That's it." The transformation began when he added, "That's another matter." Suddenly he turned into a higher insect, the rhinoceros beetle. The boy looked at him silently. The hero looked at him and said, "He made him transform, congratulations." Then he smiled broadly and added, "He likes him, he will make sure he dies in his arms." The protagonist made a dash and shouted, "Now?" The black ants moved towards the rhinoceros beetle. They opened their mouths again and released beams. The insect clenched its fist. Then it struck. The boy stood below and controlled his creatures. He hunched over and tensed. The protagonist caught himself thinking that he needed to pull himself together. The enemy smiled and said, "Too late." The monster struck the boy, after which he flew into the wall. The blonde opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Son." The mutant pressed the boy against the wall. The brunette screamed in pain, trying to resist. Yellow-eyed looked at him and asked, 10 larvae, and that's it." Then he struck again, which made a hole in the wall. The giant held the victim tightly and pressed him to the floor. Blood splashed out of the protagonist's mouth. Holding his head, the beetle asked, "Is that all? That's why he doesn't like to transform." The guy's temple in the air. When he added, "They all die too quickly. Oh, right, he'll take his larva." Opening his mouth, the young man muttered, "His." The monster looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Then the guy added for him to absorb him. Suddenly, he commanded to gather. Sounds appeared behind the rhinoceros beetle. Black creatures rushed forward. They tore the guy's body from the clutches of the enemy. After which the brunette smiled widely. The rival was surprised and asked, did he really want to commit suicide? The young man opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The creature began to absorb him. Then he turned into a huge monster. The beetle looked at him and remained silent. The protagonist in the form of a monster roared loudly. He opened his mouth wide when the man asked what the fuck this was. The black giant frowned and lunged. The yellow-eyed one gritted his teeth and muttered, "Finally an enemy worthy of his time." The battle between them began. Two silhouettes were visible in the distance. The stick insect opened its mouth and said that the boss had left the stadium. The protagonist lowered his head and thought, he can't believe that he made the boss transform. How much stronger will this ant become? Then he raised his head and continued his thought. There is no time to waste. The situation has probably already been reported to the higher management. This means that they will come, the top of the higher insects, the 6 pillars. As he was leaving, the man told the creature to grab their money and run. This club was finished. When he asked where he was going, he replied, he needed to see what was going on there. The man took a step and said, "How tiring." Mingyun opened his eyes wide and said, "He?" In front of him stood a guy who would ask permission to join them. It was hard for him to find his way, since he was not familiar with such nasty places. Gritting his pipe in his teeth, he added that he should show the way. There was a black hole in the wall. The heroes continued to fight. The ant dodged the beetle's blow. After which, it opened its mouth wide and struck its opponent. A crack appeared on the floor. The intense battle continued. The opponent hit the ant in the face. The hero began to fall. The transformed one smiled evilly and said, "I jers?" Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and fell silent. The ant stood up and began to walk towards him. It grew a big tail. The monster continued to climb forward. He released a bright beam. The beetle put out his hand, resisting. He managed to avoid being hit as he said, his movements were perfect. Suddenly, the hero made a dash and added, "But let him guess what." He frowned and said, "Him too?" The rivals collided in the air. Rocks flew around. The people were blinded by a bright beam as they screamed. There was a powerful explosion. The blonde opened her eyes in surprise and said, "They are still fighting." Then he looked at the vomiting guy and told him to get ready, they need to leave, and he replied that he was fine. The rivals continued to fight, their bodies sparking. The rhinoceros swung and said, "No one?" Then he made a dash and added, "Will not stop." He grabbed the ant and shouted, "Him." The black one slipped out of his hands. The monster released his sharp claws. He resisted as the opponent shouted for him not to stop and continue fighting. The beetle gritted his teeth and muttered that he would break it. The predator's eyes were burning. He managed to dodge the opponent's blow. The yellow-eyed one looked back sideways. Then he turned around and said, "Ha?" The man looked at the ant and said, "He's a stubborn bastard." Then he stuck his chest out and added, "Okay, let him continue." He clenched his fist, made a dash and shouted that he would destroy him how many times. Suddenly his arm was torn off. His pupils narrowed and the beetle thought, "What?" His hand was lying on the floor behind him. It was clenched into a fist. The opponent looked at his severed limb and asked, "How the fuck? This is impossible. What did he do?" The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Damn him." He swung and added, "Let him die. Let him fucking die." He dashed again. Moving forward, he thought that something was wrong here. He was hitting him with everything he had. The ant dodged his blow as he continued his thought, "So why, the more he hits him." The hero's body dissipated, when he added, "The more the feeling that." Black highlights hovered around. The beetle raised its head and thought, "He is being consumed." He opened his eyes and mouth wide and screamed, "He is being consumed, nonsense, he is a predator, he is the one who devours." The hero's body flew apart, and he fell to his knees. After which he opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Bitch." He frowned and added, "He is nothing compared to him, how dare he." The red and black creature began to reunite. Yellow-eyed was perplexed and thought, "What is this pressure, this anxiety? This is what he was telling when he met him, this feeling, it must be fear." The beetle cried out for help exhaustedly. The hero's eye lit up when he said he was hungry. The monster fell to the ground. The ant pounced on him and began to devour. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide, when small insects crawled over the enemy's body. Someone took a step. The two entered the cave and stopped. A black silhouette stood in front of them, and on the ground lay the body of a rhinoceros beetle. The blue-eyed girl asked in surprise, "Son, is it him?" The monster began to turn into a guy. Scars appeared on his face. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head, smiled scary and said that he was hungry. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that he was smiling. The guy asked if this surprised her, and then added that she should look at his eyes, they were red. The dark-haired man smiled widely. The red-haired man frowned and said that something was definitely wrong with him. The protagonist approached them closely. The young man opened his mouth and shouted for the girl to be careful. But at that moment she was grabbed by the throat. A claw appeared from behind the guy and headed for the young man. Then she grabbed his shoulder. The girl was pressed against the rock. Her eyes widened in fear and she asked what Kami's son was doing. He just smiled and said it was time for a meal. But at that moment he received a blow to the face. The blonde opened her mouth and screamed for Sun to wake up and asked why he didn't recognize her. The redhead clenched his fist, preparing to strike, and said that it seemed that the touching friendship had come to an end, and added that he was disappointed with the black ant. He then struck. But the protagonist only continued to smile. Looking at the two in front of him, he ordered, "Absorb." The girl recoiled and screamed, "Ants?" The young man was also surprised and said that they were absorbing him. Ants began to crawl on both of them. And the protagonist watched this carefully. His eyes were red. There was a black whirlwind. The young man was kneeling surrounded by ants. Looking around, he said that he was already sick of this. Frowning, he asked to absorb him. Humanoid ants stood behind him. A loud roar was heard. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the sound. Everything around began to shake. The guy raised his head and asked, "You again, red ant?" A huge paw crushed one of the ants. A red ant appeared in front of the young man. The protagonist frowned and said, "Enough, he can't stand it anymore." A red glow appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A figure appeared above the red ant. Sun opened his mouth and asked in surprise what he was. Half of the ants were thrown aside. The other half was also thrown aside. The humanoid ants began to run. But they were also thrown back. The guy covered his face with his hands. Opening his eyes, he heard how he was told that he must live. The figure began to disappear, and the young man began to stretch his hands towards it, shouting for him to wait. The young man grabbed his head. The two, looking at themselves, realized that the ants began to run away. The girl raised her head and called Sun. He screamed, holding his head. After which he began to fall. But the blonde managed to catch him, asking if he was okay. A drop fell on her. Tears were streaming down the guy's face. He raised his head and started calling for his mother. Yijin rolled her eyes and thought, great, so he decided to cry. Now she can't even get mad at him. Sun asked what happened to the enemy. The heroine opened her mouth and told him not to worry, because it was over. The redhead opened his mouth and said that he realized that the guys were connected by something more than just friendship. It seems he has nowhere to join. The girl threw the protagonist into his arms, told him to shut up, and offered to take a little fight of friendship, which he liked. The blonde raised her head and offered to get out of here. This place is about to collapse. All three of them moved away. A man was squatting behind him and said that it was so tiring. Both turned and asked where he was from. Three more appeared next to the man. The brunette started to get up and asked if they were behind this. The redhead handed the protagonist over to the blonde and said that they should run away because this guy was strong. He just frowned and said that he wanted to go home so they shouldn't cause any more trouble. He just needed to pass on a message. A head appeared next to him and asked what they did to the boss. The three headed towards the guys. The man exhaled and said, "More work?" After which one of them slammed his head into the wall and continued to slam his head into the rock. The man clenched his fist and said not to interrupt him while he was speaking. He hated repeating himself, and now they should listen to him carefully. The two stared at him. The brunette turned his head and said that he had a message for them from Lord Kojima, and then looked at them carefully. Then a message sounded that he was watching him and should expect to see him soon, but until then, number one must survive. Gunayo clenched his fists and said that was all. The girl opened her mouth and asked in surprise what that was supposed to mean. The brunette frowned and told them not to call him by his name, it would have serious consequences. The blonde leaned forward and asked who he was, guessing that he was also a higher insect. The redhead chuckled and said that considering that he personally delivered the message from Kojima, he must be one of the leaders. And then he added 6 insectors who obeyed Kojima. Everyone's eyes lit up. The man kicked the head slightly and replied that he was right. It was a pity that this turned out for Mr. Daejun, he had the potential to become one of them. The blonde raised her head and asked if he meant that there were 6 more insectors stronger than this monster. Gunayo crushed the head and said that it didn't matter, he was marked for disposal anyway, since his beliefs did not coincide with Lord Kojima's beliefs. The young man frowned and said that he thought that these guys do not harm each other. The brunette turned his head and replied that they have no place for those who challenge the Lord, no matter how strong they are. Insectors are the result of evolutionary brilliance, intended only for the chosen ones, but Daejun tried to reproduce it with pills. He did not matter much to Lord Kojima's glorious plan to turn insectors into apex predators. The redhead froze, listening to these words. The girl also fell into a stupor. And the man frowned and continued, saying that the higher insects waged a merciless war against humans, and their only mission is their complete eradication. Standing in the middle of the rubble, he continued that he would gladly kill because they interfered with their goal, but instead he will offer them the opportunity to join them and become part of the higher insects. Both simultaneously cried out, "What?" The heroine opened her mouth and screamed, "Does he at least know why she is risking her life? It is so that she can take revenge on Kojima." But the brunette opened her mouth and screamed for her to shut up, and thought, very carefully weighing all the pros and cons, and gave him a simple answer, yes or no. Both looked at him. But he calmly repeated the question, will they join the higher insects? Both the girl and the guy thoughtfully moaned, and then raised their middle fingers and shouted, "Fuck." The man froze in shock. The young man took a step and asked again, "War, the eradication of people." He closed his eyes and said that he does not know why these two are angry at him, but all he wants is to exchange fists with a strong one. He smiled and added that if he can fight someone who is even stronger than Daejun and is not going to give up on this, even if it costs him his life. The blonde frowned and said that she was the last person they should ask to join the higher insects. She would never work for the man responsible for the death of her family. She opened her mouth and screamed that she would rather die. Gunail only laughed in response. They asked him what was so funny. But he continued to laugh, asking what the hell the two of them were talking about, could they even hear themselves, and then added that he hadn't laughed like that in a long time. It was so absurd that he couldn't help himself. The redhead clenched his fist. The girl raised her head. They threw a body at her feet, and the man said that it was a small token of his gratitude for making him laugh. A small amount of steam came off the body. The girl opened her mouth and asked why they needed it. An insect appeared behind the man, and he replied that he heard from Lord Kojima that one of them must absorb insects in order to survive. The protagonist was unconscious. The brunette turned around and said that they didn't need him anymore, so they could feel free to do whatever they wanted with him. After the insect rose into the air, he said that they would see each other again. The two watched him go. The young man exhaled and said that he didn't think that one of the 6 pillars would come, what a day, and then said that they had to go. All 4 were lifted into the air. They landed on the floor. Looking around, the guy said that there was just dead silence. Had everyone really evacuated? The heroine turned her head and screamed, asking why the hell he had brought him too. The redhead straightened up and replied that he felt awkward just leaving him there after they had humiliated him. That place looked like it was about to collapse. He would make it his personal punching bag or something. People started running towards them. They shouted that there were 2 of them. The guy turned around at the shouts. 6 people stopped near them and shouted that the insectors were in the lobby, near the entrance to the basement. The guy opened his mouth and said that it was Sam. The situation in the 6-shot club was confirmed. He was coming in. The men rushed at the heroes. The girl clenched her teeth and said, "Your ass, insect reapers." After which she brought her hand closer to the main character's face. The guy asked what she was doing. Bandages appeared on their faces, and she asked what he thought, and told him to run. The man stretched out his hands with a gun and said that he was opening fire. The bullets hit the shield. The young man clenched his fist and shouted, "Out of the way." After which he punched the floor, so that stones fell. Sam opened his mouth when he was told that the insectors were escaping from the club. The guys broke through the wall and flew out into the street. They continued to fly up. The guy started shooting at them. Looking at the receding silhouettes, he said, "Damn." Opening his mouth, he said that with a gun there was no chance. One man was tied up. The report came out that they had captured 1 insector, probably the only one left on the scene. They were doing a final cleanup before returning. The table was overturned. Various objects were scattered on the floor. The man took a drag on his cigarette and replied that he understood, "Good job," and thought to himself that they were late again. He looked at the screen of his phone and apologized for the delay. Many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Walking up to the table, he said that they would now begin the executive meeting. Dark clouds floated over the Supreme Insect Headquarters building. The people gathered around the common table. 6 spoke first, asking about the purpose of this sudden meeting. Putting his fingers together, Woon wondered how Jean and Pyo had the authority to summon them. Looking at everyone intently, Joe replied that the Zvoni hierarchy was crucial in cooperative life, and he was dismayed that it was being ignored. Min closed one eye and countered that the 2 were not ordinary agents and that they used to be sector leaders, but if it weren't for their demotion, they would have been even higher, and offered to listen to what they had to say. Nan closed his eyes, telling everyone to forget about their positions. After all, he had been told that the number of incidents and casualties in their assigned areas had increased significantly, and the organization's reputation had plummeted because of them. Jean frowned and told everyone that he was aware of their opinions and understood that the purpose of this meeting was to discuss how they could prevent further casualties. Woon smiled, asking him who was going to do that, if the man was going to call his former student who abandoned him. The guy pointed at him and added that he knew a guy who had been promoted to combat master for his exceptional performance after being injected with insect genes, but Nan asked not to talk about him in front of Jean. The man himself imagined the strength of this guy, hearing that he risked everything by agreeing to this experiment to save his teacher. And now he is a top-notch agent and a master of combat, but the man treats him coldly. Looking at him intently, He also inquired what is wrong with insect genes, otherwise it looks more like envy. Everyone silently looked at Woon, who said that he just wanted to ask. But looking tense, he powerfully replied that they are insect reapers. The organization that exterminates them does not understand what this insect is doing here. His gaze became more threatening as he suggested killing him. Woon gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed by the way he was called. Yun tiredly raised his head, demanding that they be quiet and get it over with. Smoke was coming out of Pyo's cigarette as he suggested to begin. The man came closer to the table, noting that their sector has lost many times, but he did not gather everyone here to apologize. He lowered his head, adding that the purpose of this meeting was to prepare for a possible war with the insects. Jean, folding his arms, asked if the insects were sending an army? The other man presented silhouettes of insects, saying that there had been a noticeable change in their behavior recently, although at first glance it might seem that they existed on their own. He presented a certain diagram, explaining that they had formed the highest insects, the top, consisting of the strongest and smartest, apparently following a systematic order. Min was visibly surprised to hear Nan say that this name indicated their desire to rise to the top of the food chain. Sun, frowning, said that he had met one before, and it was definitely stronger than the average insect. The guy next to him noted that these insects had begun to think about something. Pyo took something out of his pocket, saying that this is why they needed something that would make them retreat. So, a certain project appeared in his hand, and he called it a countermeasure. On the cover, it was written that it was the Ant Castle project. Some people reached for the project, wondering who the people in the pictures were. Jean picked up the book. Opening it, he saw the name Kijima. Looking up, he asked what kind of book it was, hearing someone's voice say that he would explain. A doctor appeared nearby, saying that he did not know where the book was found, but he would appreciate it if the guy stopped. An older man walked towards the others, saying that this brought back some unpleasant memories. Pyo put down his cigarette, asking if he wrote it, and he heard the answer no. The doctor looked into the eyes of the interlocutor, saying that his student did it. Pyo threw away the cigarette, asking the interlocutor what he knew about it, and whether he was directly involved, to which the man replied that he himself was in charge of this project. He recalled a symbol, explaining that the Ant Castle was a highly confidential research project conducted back when the Insect Reapers were just a research institute, its purpose being to create a countermeasure against the insectors. Then, imagining the silhouettes of 3 people, he explained that the project was incredibly successful, and 3 samples were created. A burning building appeared in his mind, as one day an explosion of unknown origin occurred, burning everything around. He remembered the tied-up man, saying that only 1 sample was recovered. Pyo's gaze changed. He looked at the doctor, asking where the sample was now, and why was this information never divulged. The doctor shook his head, answering that this was all he knew, and orders from above kept him in the dark as well. Pyo also turned away, repeating the word that one subject survived. But the doctor leaned forward, saying that if he was looking for a way to combat the insectors, they had something. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face as he spoke about the injection of insect genes. Everyone at the table turned to look at him. One of the people present glared at him. The doctor, clenching his fists, said that his and Jin's opposition had prevented its widespread implementation, but it was undeniably effective. A look of insane delight appeared on his face as he said that it had already been proven to work in the field, and that the wound sector had a special unit entirely made up of agents with insect genes. And let's not forget about former member Jean, who was now an outstanding special agent. Waving his arms, the doctor said that he had always been talented, but thanks to this procedure, he had become so outstanding that he would soon be promoted to sector leader. The experiment was much more dangerous back then, but thanks to it, the process was much more stable. His fist slammed down on the table. The cracks on the tabletop grew larger. The doctor looked at the broken table in horror. Jean, sitting at the other end, turned to him. The man asked confusedly what was wrong. His face began to sweat when he heard that it was enough. Jean was still clenching his fist, demanding that he not say another word. Woon stood up from his seat, saying that the man was still as grumpy as always, thinking that he was so much better than everyone else, and that his arrogance would cause more people to die. He then walked up to the doctor, telling him not to let him influence him, and that he appreciated his work. He then put his hand on his shoulder, asking if there was a schedule of training procedures for his team. They all headed towards the exit together. Footsteps were heard. Pyo stopped next to Jean, who apologized, explaining that they kept mentioning him, and eventually he lost his temper. Clouds floated over the long building of the Insect Reapers. Blood splattered on the walls. The man's body was covered in many wounds. He sat on his knees in front of his opponent, not understanding what was wrong with him. The eyes of him were glowing bright red. He plunged his blade into the man, saying that he needed to evolve. A locked door appeared in front of him, and he kept repeating the words about evolution. So he put his finger on the scanner. The door began to open. A silhouette began to appear from the open door. The guy was looking at him with a smile, saying that he had been waiting for so long. A dark creature was coming out. It had several bright eyes on its face. The signal beacon on the ceiling was glowing brightly. Kijima was shrouded in fog. The creature came out into the corridor. The guy who freed him joyfully addressed him. He fell to his knees in front of him, asking to grant them evolution. Kijima extended his hand to him. So he grabbed his head. The guy was smiling widely. But his mood changed when he heard the indignation that a simple mutant dared to demand evolution. Looking straight at him, Kijima called it absurd. The guy's head burst in his hand. Blood flew across the walls. The sounds of footsteps were heard. Tear gas with pesticides began to spray from the ventilation. A sign said that it was necessary to put on gas masks. People pointed their guns at Kijima. Ko sat motionless on the ground. The monster let go of the guy it had killed. People opened fire. One of them, aiming, wondered how the monster had even gotten here. There were anti-insect fortifications outside, and people did not understand how the monster had managed to bypass them. The bullets bounced off Kijima, and he told them that resistance was futile. Several shots bounced off his face, and he asked about where the case was. One of the people present raised his eyebrows in surprise. A swing of the monster's hand took off a man's head. The others were shocked. Another swing left a bright mark. Kijima was standing in the middle of the fire. His eyes were shining brightly. The car rushed along the road. Tae, Pyo and Jin were inside, saying that they were there. Ko held the phone to his ear, told himself to hurry, and said that there was only one insect to hear. All three were very surprised to hear the name Kijima. Jin, who was sitting behind him, agreed with Pyo that Kijima was one of the countermeasures, and what all this meant, but his comrade replied that he himself did not know. Tae opened his mouth wide, saying that they were almost there. The building was engulfed in flames. Pyo looked at it in shock. Flashes appeared among the fire. Then there was a huge explosion. Shrapnel rained down on the car. The people inside covered their faces with their hands. They looked at what was happening in confusion. Tae slammed his fist on the steering wheel. The fire was reflected in Pyo's glasses. The silhouette of the monster was visible among the ruins. Jin frowned, noticing it. Kijima walked among the smoke and fire. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. Pyo got out of the car. Taking out a cigarette, he told Tae to go back to headquarters, but heard that his comrade wanted to fight with him. Jin got out of the car and told him to stay out of this, because he was not made for fighting. He grabbed the handle of his weapon, saying that it was his. His comrade lit the cigarette, telling him not to worry, because he would not stand in his way. Pyo blew smoke from his mouth, adding that he also wanted a piece of the enemy. The two took fighting stances, deciding to do so. Kijima raised his head, calling them pathetic. The people rushed towards the monster. Clouds were passing over a lonely house. A bright light was burning inside. Yijin looked around, saying that this was a nice place, and that she could swear that every insector had a nice house except her. The girl noticed a glow nearby, saying that it was unfair. Yijin spread her hands in confusion, wondering what all that was. There were many awards on the shelf. Among them, she noticed a photo of him, Chang, with a caption saying that he was untouched in battle and invincible. The guy was wiping his head, saying that it was hard to avoid blood tests in big arenas, so he was happy with it. He put a towel on his shoulder, saying that the girl should take a shower too, because she stinks. Looking at him, Yijin replied that it was very easy for him, but she had a very small apartment, and it must be nice to make money by beating up people. But the interlocutor noted that it was quite difficult to hold back your blows when fighting people. Chang, despite her, asked if she also fought people. The girl replied that she did. Later, he put the first aid kit on the table. The guy was unconscious on the bed. His eyes were closed. Both looked at him, and the girl said that he would be fine, because he recovered very quickly. But Chang frowned, noting that he wanted to ask something completely different. Pointing to the ants on the floor, he yelled about whether he was going to clean up the whole mess and that he was going to call the pest control service himself. Chang dipped his wounds, asking him to show some compassion and that his grandmother might faint if she saw him like this again. Chang put his hand on his head, offering to take him with her, but she replied that she had not cleaned. The redhead pointed at him, wondering what was different from them. The two of them looked at him intently. Chang guessed that the message from Kijima was probably addressed to him. The girl was also curious. Yijin, with suffering in her eyes, still said that she did not think it mattered. Then she remembered his look, saying that she saw rage in his eyes when she mentioned it, which meant that Sun wanted him dead. She imagined the silhouette of this monster, saying that the hero wanted this more than anyone else. A huge blade struck. Lightning flew from the sword strike. Both men's swings left bright marks. They attacked Kijima again, but they realized that they could not reach him. The monster pulled his hand back. Jin saw it approaching. A wave threw them back. The man spread his blades to the side. Kijima prepared another attack. Another wave passed between them. Jin frowned and noticed the ants. The eyes of these ants were glowing brightly. Pyo also noticed them, noting that the ant castle was starting to make sense. The man then spun his blade, saying that they were not here to deal with small ones. He threw it forward. Pyo created lightning, telling his comrade to step back. The lightning hit the spun blade. The weapon caught up with Kojima. His blows created many sparks. The man pushed off the ground. In a jump, he brought the second blade behind his head. Then he pointed it down. This way he managed to wound the monster. Looking at it sternly, he asked who he was. The monster, looking at him, said that he should find out what this blood means. Splashes of purple blood flew past his face. He noted that it was a repulsive color. Jean, swinging his blades, added that he would paint his entire body with it. The blade of his weapon approached Kojima. The guy continued to strike. The next swings left bright marks on the enemy's body. A bright flame appeared behind Kojima, and he said that he was the king of insectors. He looked at him intently, hearing the monster call himself a supreme being. The monster cut off his arm. Pyo dropped his cigarette. The guy himself, frowning, only cursed. Rushing forward, he swung his cleaver. Kojima also lost one arm. Jean fell to the ground with it. Looking at him, the monster said that he was strong. The guy got to his feet when he asked him what else he could do, because this was the limit of human capabilities. But experiencing pain, Jean shouted for him to run, Pyo. His comrade watched the enemy approach. He silently froze in place. The monster lowered his head, asking if he knew Case. He looked at him confused, not understanding what he was talking about, but decided that he needed to stall for time and gather some evidence, answering that it was classified information and asking what he was going to do with it. Kojima looked at him intently, warning him not to try to fool him. Imagining a silhouette of a person, he explained that this was what stored the power, and with it, the insect sectors could become immortal. Pyo's gaze became more wary. Suddenly, the car crashed into the enemy. Tae held on tightly to the steering wheel, screaming for the insect to finally die. The wheels squealed. The monster lifted it off the ground. He looked at the guy behind the wheel, saying that their fight was useless. The monster split the car. A powerful explosion sounded. Tae managed to get out of it and told Pyo that he bought some time. Turning around, the guy asked Jean to run with him, but he heard a question about how long he could hold out. The fire was reflected in the man's glasses, and he said that their enemy was a monster. Kojima calmly walked among the fire. Noticing something, he looked up. A missile was heading his way. He held out his hand in front of it. The light from the explosion was blinding. A helicopter was flying above them. Pyo turned around himself, hearing Sam ask if he was okay. The guy was holding a hand grenade launcher and apologizing for being late. Tae was helping his wounded comrade. Another explosion sounded. Everyone loaded up, and the helicopter flew away. Kojima, standing in the fire, watched them fly away. Several dragonflies flew across the sky. The sun was shining brightly on the walls of the school. Above the entrance was a sign stating that this was room 1 to 5. Sun and Yijin were sitting in the classroom. The girl sighed deeply. The hero silently looked at the screen of his phone. There were several unanswered messages. At that moment, the girl opened her mouth wide, screaming that she wanted to go on a school trip and did not understand why they decided to reschedule it while they were gone, because she could not even check, because she lost her phone. Frowning, she decided that they would go on their own. Standing up, he asked how they were going to get there. Yijin covered her face with her hand. With a wide smile, looking at her friend, she answered that she knew a great way. Later, they were standing at the entrance to the school courtyard. Tom looked at the girl, who assumed that he was wondering how they were going to get there, and she answered this question herself, that they would not be able to do it before the others. Both looked away in surprise, hearing the sound of an engine. A red car quickly drove along the streets. It stopped right in front of the friends. The sounds of music came from the car. Its door opened. Chang looked at the two, calling them spoiled. Then he smiled broadly, inviting her to go for a ride. Yijin tried to hide her delight, and said that the front seat was hers. Everyone got in, and the girl was delighted that the guy was so cool and rich. The hero looked at the phone screen again. But there he asked his grandmother how far it was to the excursion site, and also answered that he could handle it himself. Sun continued to look at the phone screen. The car rushed forward under the girl's joyful exclamations about the school excursion. The dragonfly followed them. It seemed as if it was watching. The car was reflected in its eyes. Several dragonflies flew in against the sky. They were heading along the short grass. One of them decided to stop. The man immediately grabbed it by the wings, saying that he had caught it. The soldiers looked at it in amazement, saying that it was incredible. The dragonfly twitched in the corporal's hands when he was asked if he would ever get tired of catching them, and he replied that this was the best season for catching them. He raised the insect above his head. The captured dragonfly quickly moved its legs when the man said that with the onset of the season they were very tasty. The corporal walked towards the soldiers, saying that this was a fact, and no one would dare to object. Stopping at one of the soldiers, the man asked if this was true, and the soldier timidly answered yes. Smiling, he told the guy that he had not heard him. The soldier opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was so. The corporal grabbed his face and said that it was too loud and then demanded to know more. The soldier's eyes were frightened. He said that they were also rich in nutrients, hearing that it was so, and they were an excellent source of protein. The man stared at him, saying that now that they had sorted that out, he should open his mouth. Tears appeared in the soldier's eyes. A dragonfly was approaching his mouth. Holloway fell to the ground, hearing that the insect would return to his mouth even if he spat it out. The corporal and the steel turned away from him. The others said that he was going too far with his jokes. But he replied that in his time, if they were not eaten, things would have been much worse. So they should be grateful that they had him. The soldiers' glasses were covered with tears. People were playing ball in the stadium. The goal was defended by the same soldier. He crossed his arms over his chest. His face was very tense, and he did not understand what was wrong with his body, because he could not even breathe. The players rushed towards him. One of them pulled his leg back to kick. The corporal shouted at the soldier to block the ball. He kicked the ball hard. But the guy got even worse. Because of this, he missed the ball. The corporal immediately punched him in the face, cursing at him. He continued to kick, saying that they were betting money on this game. Another player put his hand on his comrade's shoulder when the corporal said that the guy should pay himself, and wondered what was wrong with these two and what was the reason for such abuse. The beaten soldier lay motionless on the ground when the guy explained that the corporal just did not like him, and the man added that they would discuss something that evening during their shifts. The commander stood in front of the soldiers, asking if there were any complaints about their health. The previously beaten guy was visibly shaking. His weapon clattered on the ground. The commander noticed this and turned to him. A corporal stood next to him and told him to wake up. Gritting his teeth, the soldier replied that it was nothing. But the commander looked at him even more closely, wanting to know what was wrong with his face. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that he had an accident while playing football and heard that he needed to be careful. The corporal looked at him with a smile, listening to the reminder to put on his coat. The battered soldier gritted his teeth, also hearing that if any problems arose during the shift, they should report it. The setting sun was visible in the sky. The commander gave the order to at ease. A watchtower was visible on the hill. 2 soldiers approached it. Later, the corporal lit a cigarette, standing on it. He looked at the soldier, asking if he was okay, and apologized for today, asking him not to be so upset. The soldier looked down silently, hearing that he would not be feeding him dragonflies tomorrow. The dragonfly inside seemed to have folded its wings. The corporal looked at him intently, indignant that he was ignoring him, because he was apologizing, and warned that he was angering him again. The dragonfly had changed greatly. He raised his hand, saying that he was going to give the guy a break, but in the end he deserved it. But the soldier dodged the blow. The dragonfly's limbs stretched out. The corporal turned around in surprise, asking about what he had just dodged. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that people like this guy did not deserve to be treated well. But his eyes became smaller from fear when he heard himself being addressed. The soldier stood with his back to him. His eyes turned red. His glasses were completely broken. Now he looked like a dragonfly. The corporal just looked at him in confusion. The sounds of gunshots were heard. The sun was shining on the streets of the city. The bus was driving along the road. The TV was talking about a massive fire between blacksmiths and insects. Then the anchor came on, announcing that there had been a shooting incident at the Marine Corps base, but details of casualties were not yet available. However, it appeared that one of the soldiers had deserted with 2 firearms and live ammunition. The teacher looked up, hearing that residents were advised to limit their time outdoors. Then he turned to the driver, asking how much longer they had, and he replied that they would be there in about 10 minutes. One of the students offered a candy to the student. Cho looked out the window. There, she saw a dragonfly flying by. The boy with the candy smiled confusedly, thinking that everyone had been looking at him strangely since that day. But he noticed someone. The girl noticed him when he called out to her. The boy handed it to her, offering it and asking if she was alone. The fist went to his face as he said that if she ate it, she would go on the trip with him. The student dropped it after receiving the blow. The candy fell to the floor. Frowning, Cho told him to watch himself or she would knock out the rest of his teeth. He shrank back in his seat, saying that he shouldn't have gone on this excursion, and the girl decided that she shouldn't have loosened things on the ground with it. Then she leaned over to pick up the candy. A dragonfly flew past the bus. Machine guns appeared in its hands. Bullets flew across the bus. The girl froze when she heard the gunshots. She looked up in horror. There were wounded students everywhere. A loud sound was heard on the roof. Smoke came out of the gun barrels. The praying mantis stood on the roof of the bus. A red car drove along the road. Chang put his hand on the door. Sun looked out the window. The driver glanced at him through the mirror. Looking back, he asked when this started for them. Yijin looked at him a little scared, not understanding what he was talking about. Chang tilted his head slightly, clarifying that he was asking about when they first woke up. Everyone sat in the car silently. Looking at the driver, she said that the question seemed to come out of nowhere, wondering why he was asking that, and thought that although the guy seemed stupid, he had a cunning side. The light reflected on Chang's glasses, and he answered that he asked for no particular reason, just to get to know each other better, and then began to tell his story. He remembered throwing a punch at his opponent, saying that he took up boxing and quickly gained recognition as a rising star, and thought that he was unstoppable. So one day he fought with a guy who had already become famous and defeated him. The next day, a gang surrounded him, giving him a real beating. The boy was badly beaten and thought at that moment that it was a shame, and he couldn't believe that he was losing to these thugs just because they outnumbered him. So he wouldn't stand for it and would kill them all. His body changed as his anger consumed him, and he evolved. There were many traces of blood on his body, so at first he was shocked to learn that he was an insector, and later he couldn't help but wonder why he turned into a harmless ladybug. The girl looked into a microscope, in which she said that people on average swallow 100 different insects in their lifetime. She imagined various insects that bit, stung, or climbed into their mouths. The girl pointed to herself, saying that traces of the special insect's genes remain in the body and become part of it. She imagined a crowd of people, saying that an infected person is like a sleeping larva. Their appearance and blood remain unchanged, so they continue to live in society, unaware of their condition. Then the man became a monster, and she noted that once their trigger was pulled, the insect gene in their body took over and they turned into an insector. Now Chang closed his eyes, saying that was when he realized he had swallowed a ladybug, and that he wondered where that girl had gone after 6 shot had fallen. Yijin noted that he really talked a lot. The girl lowered her eyebrows when the guy said it was her turn, and she replied that she had swallowed one too. She remembered sticking her head out the window, saying that she was walking home with her father after helping him with the farm. Then she also stuck her hand out. The man asked her to close her window because he didn't want an insect to get in. One of them appeared in front. That's how it got into Yijin's mouth. She tried to cough, saying that she had swallowed an insect, and the father asked where it had gone. Pointing to herself, she said that it had gone into her mouth. A scream was heard throughout the car as she said that she had swallowed it, and he did not understand why. Yijin looked out the window, saying that a few months later, when Kijima killed her parents, she had evolved. The guy driving looked in her direction, hearing that thanks to this, that monster had spared her, and said that he was sorry to hear that. Then he looked in the rearview mirror, calling out to the hero. Yijin looked in his direction without saying a word. Sun looked at his comrade, hearing the question of when this happened to him. The hero looked forward, answering that it was when he was a child, although he did not remember the details. There was a thumping sound inside the car. The girl noted that Chang wouldn't be able to remember if it happened a long time ago, but he offered to try if he could. The hero told him to shut up and drive on. There was a sign hanging on a pole. The driver's face showed a mark from the impact, and he told the others that they were almost there. The girl looked ahead suspiciously. Seeing the cars ahead, she noted that they were turning around. There were several soldiers standing further away. Chang and the soldier greeted each other. The soldier said that they needed them to turn their car around, and the boy asked, "What happened?" He lowered his glasses slightly, saying that his students needed to get on time for a field trip with their classmates. Sun sensed something. Looking at them, the soldier said that they were dealing with a deserter ahead, so it was dangerous, and asked them to turn around again. Everyone heard a loud sound. The soldier demanded that they leave immediately. The boy turned to the hero, clarifying that it was gunfire. Yijin hoped that their classmates were okay. Sun, with his head down, answered the young man's question about whether they should return to the city with a no. His eyes turned red as he told them that there was an insector and demanded that they move forward. Chang put his hand to his head, thanking the soldier for his service and saying that they would turn around. The soldier pointed at something with his hand. The roar of an engine was heard. The soldier noticed it. Chang, his mouth wide open, suggested that they see how it goes. Rushing forward, he knocked down the fence. Machine gun shots were heard. The soldier fired a hand grenade launcher. Several insects rushed towards them. One of them screamed in fear. The insects tore their bodies apart. One of the survivors took the radio, saying that Alpha Company was destroyed. The insect was picking up the bullets. The soldier relayed that the target was currently collecting the soldier's ammunition and grenades. The spent clip flew out of the machine gun, and the man was surprised that he was able to use a firearm. The insect inserted new ammunition. A grenade appeared behind him as he asked for reinforcements. The grenade appeared in front of his face. First, an explosion. Fire was visible everywhere. But the flames were getting smaller. The shocked soldier covered his head with his hands. Raising his head, he asked who was in front of him, and stood behind the others, telling the soldier not to worry. She put her hand on his shoulder, telling him to leave it to the insect reapers. Then she looked behind him. The insector pointed the machine gun in their direction. Clenching her fist, the girl told him not to be impudent. Bright lightning surrounded her hand, and she was surprised that the insect thought it could handle people. The insect began to shoot. The girl's assistants covered her from the bullets. Then they rushed towards him. The insector noticed this. He started shooting again. He retreated, continuing to fire. The bullets bounced off, leaving bright sparks. His opponents managed to knock the guns out of their hands. Then the insector was struck by electricity, and rushed towards him, surprised that he had become an insect to use a gun. Clenching her fist, the girl added that it would not help. Lightning covered her hand at maximum power. So she struck the insect. The wings were badly damaged. The insector sat motionless on the ground. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. The girl quickly approached him. She managed to strike again. Her fist approached the insect's face. Part of its mask was broken. Nen pulled her hand back again, saying that the insect should finally die. The insector seemed to see the corporal in front of him. His eyes became smaller from fear, and he asked her not to do this. But the girl struck. She looked down at him, hearing his request to stop. Lying on the ground, the boy asked him to stop it. The girl was surprised to see this. Lying on the ground, the insector addressed her as a corporal. She watched him silently. Turning to the others, the girl noticed that it seemed like the boy was still sane, and ordered them to detain him. The arm he had lost earlier had grown back. He remembered everything that had happened to him. Then he opened his mouth wide again, asking what he had done to deserve this. Sharp claws appeared on the calloused hand. Nan noticed this. Dragonflies flew out of the insector's hands. 2 of her assistants died. Their blood splashed on her. The girl fell to the ground, dead. The monster stood surrounded by its dragonflies. Nan opened her mouth wide, outraged by what he had done. The insect flapped its wings. Issei pointed his hand towards her. Nan's palm began to glow brightly. All the dragonflies were struck by lightning. Her eyes began to glow brighter. She told the insect that she would kill it. Issei was about to fly away. But the girl prepared an attack. A bright ball burst from her hands. So the ball hit the insector. It seemed that he began to fall to the ground. But soon he rushed forward again. The girl frowned and cursed. Nan ran after him. The road was cordoned off, and the people standing on it heard the request not to approach. Yijin landed carefully on her foot. She approached one of the buses. Inside there was a sign that this was the senior group bus. Yijin looked inside. Seeing the bloody chairs, she only wondered where everyone had gone. Chiang looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The man in front of him spread his arms, saying that when they arrived, there was no one on the bus. The girl in the bus looked out the window. The red-haired guy shook his head. Sun ran along the forest. He held the phone to his ear, saying that he was trying his best, and asked about his class. The hero frowned when he heard that they weren't there. Yijin was talking to him on the phone, telling him that the only possible explanation for their disappearance was that they were probably hidden to be eaten later. The boy jerked when he heard the words that they needed to be found before it was too late. Sun ended the call, saying that he understood. Then he peeled off his bandage. The ants surrounded him. A moment later, the hero changed his appearance. His eyes were shining brightly. Cho was confused, turning to her classmates. But everyone around her was dead. Suddenly, she noticed something. Issei took a deep breath. He went inside the bus. There, he saw dead people. The girl tried to carefully look out. Seeing that he was no longer inside, she thought that he went back outside. Then she took the phone in her hand, realizing that it was too dangerous to leave now and had to report it. A drop fell on the phone screen. Cho raised her head. Issei was right above her. He seemed to be smiling, wishing himself a pleasant appetite. Then he opened his mouth wide. Someone's silhouette was visible ahead. Looking closely, she saw a dead person. This scared her greatly. Cho froze silently among the corpses. There were dead people everywhere. This sight made her shudder. Then the girl looked to the side. There was a large hole in the wall of the room. A loud sound was heard from outside. Then Issei appeared. Cho pretended to be unconscious. The insector's eyes glowed brightly, and he greeted the lance corporal. The insect flew inside. So he began to eat the corpse, saying that he was hungry. Crouching down, Issei wished himself a pleasant appetite. The girl closed her eyes. Issei was tearing flesh with his mouth. Blood was flying everywhere. His eyes began to change. Following this, his body changed too. Standing up again, he thanked her for the treat. Cho covered her mouth with her hands, thinking that she needed to get out of here. Tears appeared in her eyes, anticipating that she might be eaten. Suddenly, she felt a vibration in her pocket. The girl lowered her eyes, looking at it. The monster noticed it too. A phone appeared in her hand. But what she saw surprised her. It was a call from Sun. Cho turned down the volume. Then, bringing the phone to her ear, she heard a question asking if she was okay. The monster was walking towards her, when the hero was already telling the girl to wait. Cho silently looked at the phone, hearing that he would come and save her. Issei was standing over her. She turned towards him. He looked at her intently. A moment later, he grabbed her by the throat. With tears in her eyes, Cho demanded that she let her go. The monster stared at her, hearing demands to let her go. He remembered how the corporal held him by the throat, demanding to open his mouth. Then the boy held his hand, asking him to let go. But he saw only the distorted face of the elder. Also now, looking at the girl, Issei clarified about the order in the summer. Cho just opened her mouth wide, trying to breathe. Fear was visible in her eyes. Issei held her at arm's length. The girl only thought about the hero's words, that he would save her. Opening his mouth, the monster reached out to her. Several ants appeared. Issei received a blow to the face. The hero held the girl with his other hand. The blows sent the monster flying back. Cho looked at her savior. Part of Issei's hand was still on her neck. And yet, she fell to the floor. The girl looked up. In front of her, she saw her savior, thinking that this was the same man in black. Issei rose to his feet. Seeing the hero in front of him, he said that an intruder had been detected. Sun took the dark ball in his hands. He threw it forward. A dark creature appeared nearby. Issei's hand began to grow again. He pointed it towards the hero. The dark creature covered Cho. The monster fired several shots. The creature protected the girl. Being inside, she was very scared. Sun rushed towards the enemy. The red beetles headed towards him. Noticing their approach, the hero began to smash them. In the reflection of Issei's eyes, Sun could be seen pulling his hand back to strike. The monster managed to dodge, though. Then he struck the hero. He tried to strike again. Issei attacked him again. The hero looked at him in surprise. The monster pounced on the guy. Turning his head, he hissed. Then he pointed the weapon in his direction. Sun noticed this. Several shots were aimed behind him. Blood spurted from the hero's mouth. The monster flew up to the ceiling. The hero raised his head. He sent several beetles at him, using a concentrated barrage. The beetles surrounded Sun. A moment later, they dug into him at once. They managed to tear him in half. Gather watched what was happening. The one standing inside him wondered what was happening. Part of the guy fell to the ground. Issei held his weapon out in front of him. But someone made a dash. Sun ended up behind him. He pulled back his sharp claws. Issei crashed into the wall from the blow. Then he slid along the ground. Still, he got back on his feet. The hero rushed towards him. The monster tried to shoot back. Sun covered himself with his hands. His eyes glowed brightly as he summoned black ants. The ants gathered around his enemy. He looked behind him. The ants surrounded him like a wall. So they pounced on Issei. The hero walked towards him. He lowered his head. But he was surprised at what he saw. There was only a wing and a leg on the ground. Sun turned around. The monster flew out of the hangar. Cho was in his hands. Then the guy hurried after them. Gather appeared next to him. The hero, rushing forward, told him that he had only one task. Then the creature climbed onto his back. Now Sun had wings. So he managed to fly above the ground. The captured girl noticed him. Her face was confused at the thought of him chasing them and trying to save her. Cho turned around, hearing the question of why the hero wanted to help her. Issei looked at her, wondering why no one wanted to save him. She only opened her mouth in surprise. The monster continued to look at her, saying that he hated everyone. Sun noticed something. His captive looked shocked. She was falling down, hearing that the monster wanted everyone dead. Then she prepared a powerful volley. The hero was able to catch the girl. Now they had to avoid the shot. And rushed towards them, saying that she would cover. The guy looked behind him in surprise. A large lightning struck Issei when using thunderclap. He literally disappeared into it. The girl watched this. Sun held the saved one in his arms, hearing that he had better let her go. And surrounded herself with lightning, saying that she did not want her to stand in her way while she was killing him. Nan approached them just before using thunderclap. Sun held the girl in his arms. She thought that he did the right thing to catch her. Looking at them, Reaper wondered if he was trying to save her. Now she was flying in front of them, deciding that it was impossible for an insect to do such a thing. Issei was badly scorched. He fell to the ground nearby. Nan clenched her fist, assuming that the insect in front of her was using the girl as a hostage. He looked at her silently. Reaper rushed towards him, demanding that he not be impudent. Nan struck him in the face. This threw him back. With her other hand, the girl grabbed Cho. Together with her, they landed on the ground. Reaper unbuttoned the buttons. So it covered the captive with its cloak. Then a bright aura surrounded her. Nan rushed towards Sun again. Cho began to regain consciousness. She managed to open her eyes. The girl saw bright flashes in the sky. Her eyes grew bigger. Reaper continued to strike. Lightning shot out from her hand. Gritting her teeth, Nan did not understand what the caller was planning, because he was only defending himself. She struck again, noticing that he did not resist at all. He fell to the ground with a crash. Clouds of dust rose everywhere. Sun was still surrounded by her lightning. Reaper landed on the ground, asking him what he was planning, and was he really trying to protect that girl? Frowning, the hero answered that he was, and asked if she would believe it. He looked at her intently, hearing about 387 people. And raised her hand, saying that this is how many of her allies were killed by insects just yesterday, and he tells her that he is protecting a person. Reaper pulled her hand back to strike, saying that she would never believe it. But she stopped her, hearing no. Nan looked behind her, also hearing the request to stop. Cho was walking towards them, asking them not to harm this man. The hero looked at her. The Reaper looked at the girl, not understanding why she called him a man. Looking at them, Cho clarified that in front of her was an insect Reaper who defeats insectors and saves people. Standing behind, she explained that this guy was the same and saved her, and also did it not for the first time. Cho again walked towards them, and looked behind her, but quickly looked forward, saying that it was dangerous. Cho covered Sun with her body, again asking him not to harm him. The Reaper took her hand and, demanding to listen to her carefully, reminded her that this was an insector. Then looked into her eyes, explaining that these are insects that harm and kill people. The hero stood behind, hearing that although it may seem like he was saving, he may be planning to do something terrible. Cho looked at her interlocutor, hearing that her entire family, friends, and everyone she knew could be in danger, and asked if she was okay with that. Then the girl remembered everything that had happened earlier. She silently pursed her lips, and loosened her hand, saying that because of people like him, her allies had died. Sun watched them, hearing that it was not an ordinary insector who had done this. The Reaper looked at the hero, saying that it was the one who was created to protect people, who was called Kijima. The boy was visibly surprised to hear that name. He remained standing, wondering why he had attacked the insect reapers, perhaps because they had gotten in the way of his goal, although he had no reason to go himself, because if there was a reason, it was most likely because he had learned of its existence and had attacked the reapers afterward. Sun frowned, thinking about what this could mean. Nen moved the girl out of her way, warning her that she would get hurt if she didn't. The hero placed his hand on Cho's shoulder. He then pulled her back, saying that was enough. She turned around, realizing that she recognized that voice. The mask flew off his face, and he reminded her that he had promised to save her. The rest of the armor was also flying off. Nan looked at the scene in surprise. Lowering his head, Sun told her to leave it to him. He then looked at the girls in front of him, asking if he was looking for Kijima. He frowned slightly. The man with white hair was tied up. An ant was crawling along his neck. The eyes of this ant were glowing brightly. The eyes of the man were also glowing brightly. A car was driving along the road. It was marked as Insect Reapers. Cho and Nan were sitting inside. The student silently looked out the window. The Reaper brought the phone to her ear, about to give a report. Sun was tied up. She was talking about how a Marine Corps insector had been captured. 2 agents had been killed in action. The hero lowered his head silently. The Reaper also said that she had captured a black ant that had information about the case, and they were currently on their way to the medical center. He looked up, hearing that they would begin interrogating him as soon as they arrived, and that was why she was asking for action. The car pulled up to the medical center. The camera scanned it. Nan looked out the window and said that she was the head of the sector, and heard that she could drive by. The red car stopped in front of the building. Yijin and Chiang were sitting inside. Both looked out the window. The boy said that he never thought he would end up in the Reaper headquarters. The girl wondered what the hero was up to, and also noted that she could never tell what he was thinking. Later, both of them rushed forward. Yijin noticed something. She stopped her comrade with a blow of her hand. Rubbing his neck, the boy asked, "What's wrong?" A group of people was visible ahead. Noticing the hero's tied hands, she noted that it looked like he was captured. The veins on their faces were tense, and they didn't understand what was happening here. They both began their transformation. Chiang said he would take care of the purple girl and Yijin should meet the others, but she was indignant that he was ordering her around. Then she slapped him in the face. He turned around, asking her to calm down, but the girl said that it was not her. Someone's footsteps were heard. Both of them bent down to the ground. Gather was standing in front of them. A dark trail was rising from him. The two of them saw a vortex in front of them. The ants conveyed a message for them to do nothing. Gather nodded when they asked about it being a message from Sun. Seeing the ant writing, they also thought that the hero wanted them to follow them. Then both of them walked along the forest, arguing that they were just about to save him. Chiang suggested going back to the car. The doors began to open. Nen led everyone inside. The doctors bowed to her, noting her good work, and asked if she was injured. The Reaper nudged Cho, telling her that everything was fine and asking her to take care of the survivor of the incident. The woman approached her, asking her to follow her to the procedure room. The girl looked behind her. The hero looked at her. Nan looked at him with distrust, saying that he was going with her to the interrogation room. Cho walked next to a doctor. She turned around when she heard the question of who you were kidding. A man stood with his back to her in one of the rooms, and someone was surprised that something was going to be installed in his body. The man opened his mouth wide, clearly resisting this. The man put his hand on his shoulder, asking Jean to calm down, because he understood his feelings, and this was only what the researchers and doctors recommended. Looking at Cho's face, the man thought that he knew this man. The doctor turned to her, saying that because of the incident yesterday, it was quite hectic in here, and asked her to go first. The scientists were examining the severed arm. The man was outraged that they had first wanted to inject insect genes into them, and now they were offering to transplant insect parts. His face was badly burned, and he noted that Pyo knew him. He remembered standing in front of the guy, hearing that he was going to do this. Then he smiled widely, saying that this was the only way to protect everyone, and he was going to inject the insect gene, asking for forgiveness for this. Jean was left without an arm and a leg, and said that he was angry at his student for taking the insect gene, and even cut all ties with him, not knowing that he did it for him. Frowning, the man added that he could not rely on insects after everything he did, and besides, his beliefs still had not changed. Pyo adjusted his glasses, clarifying that now he was going to fight like this. He smiled, noting that he was not surprised, calling the interlocutor the greatest insect reaper in the world, even without an arm and a leg. Jean looked at him with a smile, answering that he would still be more useful in battle than his interlocutor. Pyo looked at the phone. Then he brought it to his ear. His face changed from what he heard. Then he headed for the exit, saying that he was going for a smoke break. The sound of his footsteps was heard in the corridor. The man saw Sun ahead. He looked at him intently. The hero also noticed him. Nan also turned to him, asking how Jean was. Everyone was standing in the middle of the corridor, answered that he was doing fine. Pyo also asked if this was the same student. The guy looked at the man when he was told that he knew about Kojima's target and that he was number 1 from the Ant Castle project. Pyo frowned, hearing that it was a black ant. Then he remembered the old photo. The 3 of them sat at the same table. A group of people were watching them. A man with glasses was silently looking at him. A magazine was open in front of him, and he was thinking about how he was sure that the woman in the photo was number 1. Pyo looked at the boy again, surprised that it was the same child, saying that he would ask a few questions. Looking intently at Sun, he spoke about the insect king Kojima being a product of the Ant Castle project, asking if they were similar. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, replied that he would not like to be treated the same way, and that he did not remember much from his childhood, but he knew who he was. Sitting tied up, he spoke about the number 2 project, as the result of the unification of the strongest insect and the Ant Castle project, and that this is the current head of the top insects. Pyo held the notes in his hands, asking about the case, and thinking that even the current leaders do not know anything about it. If so, can the information from this guy be trusted? The hero answered that it is the one who covers everything up and creates. His eyes turned red when he added that it is his brother. Nan looked at him in surprise. A group of people began to discuss this. Looking at the hero with the girl, Pyo clarified that he knows where he is and asked if he can send them there. But the guy replied that he called the person who takes care of him and they are already on their way. The man opened his mouth in surprise, mentally repeating his words. On the man's jacket was an insect reaper badge. The man at the door turned his attention to him. He was visibly confused, asking what brought him here. The man only slightly opened his mouth, asking where is Sun. One of the staff members told the leader. Everyone looked at the window, hearing that they need to stop the interrogation. Pyo was angry and wanted to know what was going on. Sun stared ahead in silence. A group of people in the dining room heard a command. A man entered the room and it was announced that the director had arrived. He adjusted his jacket. Then, closing his eyes, he invited someone else to enter. A short woman was visible in the doorway. One of the people present looked at her as she expressed surprise at the number of people and also noted that there was something to see here. Then she walked forward. Everyone present bowed to her. The woman had many ornaments on her hand. The director waved to everyone in a friendly manner. Then, looking away, she hoped that the guy had already been treated to dinner. The old lady smiled slightly. The men looked at each other, surprised, saying that this was the director. They had never seen her in person. Khan bowed, saying that it had been a long time since they last spoke. OKGM replied that it was because she was leaving all the work to Mr. Kim. She hoped that he was doing well too. The man pointed with his palm and said that he heard that she was here to see that boy. Son, the director confirmed. With a smile, she said to see her grandson? Khan asked again, shocked. The heroes looked in that direction. Questions were heard. Is this true? Let him wait. Pyo glanced at Nan, who asked what was going on there. He turned to the guy at the table and asked, who did he call? Black dots appeared on the elements restraining him. The shackles opened. The eyes behind the round glasses widened. Sun stood up and politely asked to let him take them off, while the girl exclaimed, why are they being removed? Green lightning surrounded her fingers. She warned him not to try anything, but the hero assured him that he would not. Looking forward, Sun said that he was afraid that his grandmother would be upset when she saw him like this. A woman appeared in the room. She called out to her grandson with a wide smile. The boy looked at her. The grandmother reached out to hug him, asking if he had eaten yet. She brought him some beef stew. Pyo thought in shock that he was really the director's grandson, so she knew about the Ant Castle project. How much did she know? Standing behind him, he said that he was glad to see her again, and the old lady replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. OKGM smiled widely, saying that she was sure they had many questions. She would explain everything, but first they would eat. The heroes sat at the table. She said that she had prepared everything herself. Reaching for Kim, the director offered him some too, and Pyo invited him to sit down. Sun held the food with his utensils. Nan sat with her cheek stuffed. The old lady handed the assistant some broccoli, asking him to open his mouth wide. The plates were empty when she began her speech. The man with glasses turned to her. Interlacing her fingers, OKGM said that this was a story that happened before the insect harvesting team was founded, 18 years ago. Under a clear sky, a multi-story building. Insects were climbing up the tree trunk. Above the door was a sign that read the president's office. Kim held up a document, saying that it was a review of the sales report for the first half of 2005, but the director stopped him. She held up a phone and apologized, explaining that she was talking to her son. The man in uniform held the phone, and when asked how he was doing, he said that he was feeling great, all thanks to the food she sent him. Everyone at the station was praising the beef stew. OKGM smiled widely when they said it was even better than the spare ribs they had at the place, and said she could still make the beef stew and send them more. The son smiled and said he thought he was going to get a promotion. OKGM happily turned to her assistant and told him the news, saying it seemed like her prayers had been answered. The man smiled widely when he heard that it was good but to remember to always be careful, to which he replied that his mother shouldn't worry, she knew how cool he was. A man looked out the window and called out to Seongti. He looked out the window and yelled that they had a murder case and to start the engines. As he ran, the hero said goodbye to his mother, saying that he had to go, he would call her later, and heard her ask him to be careful. Putting the phone away, OKGM said that he was leaving too. Kim walked up to the table saying she must be proud of her son and heard he didn't care, she was just terribly worried something would happen to him. There was a picture on the table, she continued telling him to just take over the company, but he wanted to be a police officer like his father, and she couldn't stop him. Kim looked down saying he must really respect his father, her success in the company was great, but he thought she had done an even better job raising her son. OKGM wiped her eyes telling him to stop or he would make her cry. Let him continue the briefing. The assistant told him that sales in the second quarter of this year were 23% higher than last year. Standing in front of the CEO, Kim talked about increasing employee benefits to improve executive performance. The company was especially well received in China. They were planning to release more products. A bug crawled up a tree trunk, its eye moved, there was a bloody body on the ground. A question was heard, what the hell? Seongti fired his gun, asking what he was. The bullet bounced off the red-eyed creature. The man looked ahead in shock. The monster with red Seongti eyes said that it wanted to kill him. The bug shed its skin. The insect-like monster rushed forward, screaming for murder. Opening its mouth in a scream, the policeman fired. A quick movement and blood. Blood spurted out of the man's mouth. He said that he was a monster. The bug flew away. OKGM cried and repeated the word no. She trembled in front of her son's posthumous photo, asking what she would do without him. Seongti was smiling in the photo, she screamed her son's name. The masked man said that the autopsy results showed that a human could not have caused these wounds. She asked what he meant. OKGM, with tears in her eyes, heard that it looked like a wild animal attacked him. This was the only possible explanation. Kim, who was standing next to her, was also crying. The chair was turned away from the table. The woman called the assistant. Looking at her, Kim answered. Without turning around, OKGM said that they were going to find the one who killed her son at any cost. The man in white was walking down the street. He was standing in front of the company building. Kim looked into the director's office, saying that they had guests. OKGM closed her eyes and said that she asked not to let anyone in. The man with a mustache looked tense. The woman turned around, hearing what they were saying. They have information about her son's death. The man in white was sitting opposite. There was a cup of tea on the table. Opening her mouth, the director asked what he was saying. Her son was killed by an insect? The white-haired man said that it was true. He held out photographs and said that they called them insects. OKGM opened one eye, saying that at first the medical examiner told her it was an animal, and now he says it was an insect. Who is he? The gloomy man apologized, saying that he should have started with an introduction first. He was Dr. Jie Sichiol. He was in charge of the project to create countermeasures for insects. The woman looked at him in confusion, hearing that he had come today to enlist her support for their project. With a determined look, Jie Sichiol stated that they would find the insector responsible for her son's death and kill him. Sitting at the table, he continued that in exchange, they would like her to fund the Ant Castle project. The woman agreed, saying that she would do anything to kill the one who took her son's life. Taking a sip of tea, she asked if he really thought she would believe all this. She never invested money unless she was sure of it, to which she heard that he could provide her with proof. With his mouth slightly open, the man motioned for them to come in. The door handle went down. Kim and the director were surprised. Red dots appeared from the slightly open door. The eye widened in shock. A monster's head appeared in the passage. The red insector stood in front of the heroes. The frightened old lady grabbed the assistant's sleeve and ordered the monster to stop. She pointed her finger, ordering Kim to quickly call the police. Jie Sichiol asked them to calm down. The red armor parts began to fall off. The man explained that what they saw in front of them was a ray of hope for humanity, his daughter. A figure of a dark-haired girl appeared. She was the prototype of the Ant Castle project. The brunette looked forward. The man called her number 0, Gammy Jean. The girl stood with her legs wide apart. OKGM looked at her in shock, asking what kind of magic, how did she do it? She turned to the man, who asked, is he interested in her? The girl took a step. He asked to visit them in the lab for more information. Jie Sichiol sat on the sofa, saying that they would be waiting for them. A black car drove down the road. The wheel stopped. Kim opened the door. The director crossed her arms. Looking ahead, she asked the assistant if he was sure this was the right place. He confirmed. They stood next to him in a gloomy building, and the man said that this was the place that Dr. Chiol had provided. The man in white came out, saying that they were here. They had been waiting for a long time. Chiol pointed with his hand and invited them to come with him. Looking at him, the woman called the assistant. Together, they walked down the corridor. Okagium noticed a stand with insects on the wall and asked what all this meant. There were many different insects. Words were heard that according to research, it seemed that Dr. Chiol was famous throughout the world in the field of entomology. He introduced many ants and said that his specialty was studying them. He was credited with discovering dozens of their species. Approaching the scientist, Okagium asked why he was alone today. Where his daughter was, he answered that Mijin was ready for a combat demonstration. The old woman asked again in surprise. Standing in front of the black glass, the man explained that she would fight the insector and called her to come closer. The woman approached the glass. She looked at the red dots. The brunette stood in a room with bars. A question was heard, "Is she ready?" Mijin looked back. The father pressed the button. The door opened. The barefoot man said that it hurt. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The man held the severed limb, saying that it hurt. Okagium asked, "Didn't he say that insectors are insects?" Looking forward, Chiol answered that he would see now. They were ants. Red ants were crawling on his leg. There were more and more of them around the girl. A transformation mask appeared on her face. The red-haired man shouted madly for them to stop making fun of him. Mijin was wearing the red armor of the Ant Castle project, because she was Sample Zero, a red ant. The man transformed into the insector Apio and screamed loudly. Okagium looked ahead in shock, hearing that this was the true form of the insector. Looking with her eye wide open, she asked if these were the monsters that killed her boy. The quick movement left a mark. Apio attacked with its remaining claw. The director watched in shock. The red ant jumped back, saving herself from the blow. The enemy looked at her in shock. A powerful kick knocked him back. Mijin landed on one knee. Resolutely looking at him, she hurried him. The monster swung its claw again. The yellow beam was getting closer, she said, just a little bit more. Her swift attacks left bright marks. The monster's eyes widened. The fist slammed into its head. Mijin slammed the enemy into the floor. She swung her fist. The woman looked forward in shock, saying that when he said counterpiece. She looked shocked, continuing, "Did he mean creating the same monster?" Chiol turned to her and said that Mijin is not like them. The girl held the severed claw in her hands. Words were heard that their goal was to create a specimen that would never harm humans. She threw the severed limb away, and the man continued that she defined insectors as her only enemies, hunting and eating them. Okagium looked at the man, asking again, and he explained that to be precise, the millions of ants living in Mijin's body eat insectors. He introduced the red ant, saying that this was possible thanks to the insector anti-ant model red that he had created himself. The woman frowned and said that she couldn't believe it. The red ant stood over the fallen enemy. And then in her normal form, she walked away while the ants dealt with the body. Words were heard that it was a good job. The girl took a step. Then her face wrinkled. She fell to her knees, clutching her stomach. Okagium opened her mouth in surprise, asking what was wrong with her. Was she injured? Her father opened his mouth, calling her name. The brunette was trembling. He replied that she was carrying a child. Okagium turned to him, shocked. She grabbed his clothes and screamed angrily, asking what he just said. What did he do? The woman screamed with a furious expression, asking how he could experiment on his own pregnant daughter. She waved her hand and said that she would not stoop to using a pregnant woman no matter the reason, even if it was to catch the one who took her son's life. Chiol listened to her indignation with indifference. How could he do this to her? He was her father. The girl who approached answered that he did it because he was her father. Holding her stomach, she asked not to blame him for this. She looked down, telling him that her husband also died because of the insector. When they started the experiment, they did not know about her pregnancy. She was blinded by revenge, so she hastily agreed to participate, but she does not regret it. The woman listened in surprise that the revenge no longer mattered. It was for her child. The thought of her child growing up in a world swarming with insects was unbearable. Mijin closed her eyes and resolutely asked for help to continue this project. Holding her hand to her stomach, she continued that it was for the future of humanity. Okagium was surprised and silent. She clenched her fist, asking how she could refuse a mother who wanted to protect her child. Chiol looked at her, hearing that she agreed. Opening her mouth, she was about to continue. Pointing her finger, the woman exclaimed that the child should not be harmed no matter what. The scientist closed his eyes, agreeing, and thanked her. He extended his hand to her. They shook hands. Later, Okagium pointed to the meat. Kim watched ahead for some reason. The fighter clenched his fists. Chiol looked at the ant. Okagium laid her head on her now large belly. A scream could be heard from behind the door of Mijin's office. Okagium was holding the baby, saying that he was fine. He was so small. She asked the girl lying on the bed what his name was, and she answered Sun. The baby was holding the woman's finger. She repeated his name and said that it was wonderful. She even gave him her last name. Okajium looked away, asking what about him. Jie was standing by the window, and she heard the answer that he was Maikon, Sun's younger brother. There was another child in the man's arms. His hair was blonde. The boys were running after the ball. A foot in a yellow sneaker kicked the ball. It hit the grandmother right in the face. The boys stopped in fear. Okajium held the ball, saying how naughty they were. The grandchildren ran screaming from the angry grandmother. There was a black symbol above the entrance to the building. On the table was a photo of Mijin with children. Okajium was lying with the boys among the toys, asking how old they were both. Maikon confirmed that they were 5. The woman closed her eyes, saying that at her age it was difficult to look after children. Maikon looked at her and asked when her mother would return. Sun was lying on his grandmother's arm and heard that she would return tomorrow, not to worry. Looking straight ahead, the woman repeated that she would return. Later, she became gloomy, asking, did they find him? The man in glasses handed over the photos, saying that yes, they were pursuing him right now. Their agent took these photos during surveillance. The director said that she would not have recognized him anyway. There was a monster in the photo. Words were heard that 64 people were confirmed dead on the island of Name. The wounds matched those of her son. Moreover, all traces of DNA matched. Okajium looked ahead, heard that it was definitely him, the insector responsible for her son's death. They looked at the girl who entered, who asked where they were now. Mijin entered the room, the words that he was still on the island, the name, their agent was watching him. Frowning, the brunette asked to immediately arrange her trip there. Okajium grabbed her hands, saying that this was no ordinary insector. And what about her children? She replied that the time had come. Leaning towards her, she continued that it was time for her to finally fulfill her promise. Employees in protective suits scanned her body. Mijin said that her support played a major role in the development of this technology. Now it was ready. Okajium held the girl's hand, hearing that she would catch him and return safe and sound, not to worry about her. Moving closer, the girl said that she had something to tell her. The stairs led down. The woman standing on the stairs asked if it was true, was he okay? When it started, Mijin replied that she was watching TV with her children. The boys were sitting in front of the screen. They opened their mouths in fascination when they heard the hero telling the Tiger Man to die. The superhero in the tiger costume was holding a sword. He swung it, defeating the enemy. Maikon raised his hands, holding the figurine, and exclaimed that the Tiger Man was the best. He turned around and shouted to his mother that he wanted to become a Tiger Man. Then she sat at the table and asked if this was his dream now. He replied that of course he wanted a tiger blade, let her buy it for him. The boy tugged at the chair handle, heard that they were going to buy it on the weekend and said he wanted it now. The mother stroked her son's head when she heard him hate her and replied that it hurt her feelings. They would go tomorrow. The younger one turned around when he heard his brother call him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Sun was holding a black sword surrounded by ants. The brother happily picked up the sword, saying that it was a tiger blade, as he did, and the hero asked him not to upset his mother anymore. The boy jumped and stood in a fighting pose, repeating after the character. Then he turned around in surprise. Mijin hugged Sun, saying that she was very sorry. The boy was surprised by his mother's tears, who repeated that she was very sorry. Putting her hand to her chest, Mijin told the woman that this was the first time she learned about it. She had known for 6 months that ants were inside his body. Opening her mouth, Okajium asked what was wrong with the seagull, was he okay, and heard that he was. The boy stood by the medical equipment, arms outstretched. The mother explained that fortunately, after examining him, they found nothing. On the contrary, the woman heard that she had told only her father and her about it, and asked what Jie said. The heroine remembered how the man hugged his grandson and said that she knew what he was like. He just hugged Sun, didn't say anything. Lowering her head, Mijin said that she just didn't want her to be scared in case something happened while she was gone. With a wide smile, Okajium assured that what grandmother would be afraid of her grandson, she loved him no matter what. Turning away, she told her not to worry about the children and just focus on returning safely. She was terribly worried about her. She was like a daughter to her. Mijin was surprised to hear her sobs and thanked the woman. Okajium was sleeping lying on the floor. The boys were looking at her. Maikon looked at his brother and offered to make fun of Mr. Loser, he agreed. The door in the gray hallway. The boys watched the man scream. Jie stood behind the glass. Words were heard, standing there project ant castle in blue ant. He looked ahead intently, hearing that they were starting the transformation. Blue armor appeared on the man's body. Looking ahead, the scientist asked what the percentage of ant accumulation was, and heard that it was 73%. Looking ahead in surprise, Sun asked if it would happen to him too. The brother hesitantly answered that he probably also wanted to be like mom. They looked ahead in surprise. The brunette looked at his brother and asked if he was sure. He hesitantly answered that it was possible and not. The man screamed. The value dropped to 45%. The accumulation rate was sharply decreasing. The employee with wide eyes shouted to Mr. Someone that the most important thing was visualization. Let him try to imagine himself transformed. He grabbed his head when the man said that it was a failure. 30%, the transformation stops. The man was surrounded by black smoke of ants. He fell to his knees. He slammed his fist on the floor and cursed. Dr. Udwan held up a tablet, saying that he couldn't visualize and had poor control over the ants. If he couldn't overcome these obstacles, he would never become the number 1 specimen. They would work on it for a while and try again. The man opened his mouth and cursed. Former UFT champion Songwon waved his hand, asking how much longer he would have to do this. And don't blame him for that. He had a fantastic career, but he gave it up because he said he could be a hero. And now he was pointing a finger at him. It had already been a year. Holding up his sweatshirt, he heard that there was no need to rush. It was great that he had sheltered the ants inside him. They just needed to go through the last step, the transformation. The test subject was putting on his sweater. Hearing that he was on his own in this part, they couldn't help him in any way. While zipping up the zipper, the guy said discontentedly about how many attempts there had been. How did he manage to do it? The guy looked away, hearing that he failed to become a hero again. He saw the boys, calling them chess twins. They offered him to play with them, but he refused. Putting his hands behind his head, Songwon replied that he was not in the mood to play with them now. Maikon asked why he failed again. Sun called him Mr. Loser, and the guy angrily told him not to call him that. He turned around in surprise, hearing that Sun knew how to do it. Opening his mouth, Maihan said that Sun can control ants. He even knows how to make a tiger blade. And the brother reminded that Mom said that they should not tell anyone. The white-haired man with an admiring look asked if he wanted to see a building with high windows. Songwon's eyes widened. He was sitting surrounded by ants and asked Sun how he did it. A blade was floating above the boy's palm. Maikon caught it and exclaimed that it was amazing. He swung the sword, saying that Sun can do such a thing. Isn't he jealous? Songwon looked at the ants in his palm. They were circling around his finger. He clenched his fist, saying that he was. He stood up, confirming that he was jealous. Songwon picked the boy up by the shoulders. With a grim look, he asked how he did it. Sun arched his eyebrows pitifully, hearing the question, is it genetics? Did he inherit it from his mother? The blonde looked furious, demanding to know how he did it. Maikon hit the boy's legs with a toy sword and demanded that he let his brother go. Words were heard that Mijin's Sample Zero had returned. The suited staff ran down the hallway, saying that Sample Zero had returned. Hurry up. Everyone looked in that direction, hearing that she was seriously injured. The boys ran quickly. They looked shocked. An exclamation was heard. Okajium was crying, saying that it was all her fault. The staff led the bloody Mijin. Words were heard that she was losing a lot of blood. They needed to check where the wound was. The children's eyes widened in surprise. Mijin, covered in blood, frowned. The girl began to fall forward. Okajium and the boys ran to her. Mijin tried to sit up, addressing the woman, but she told her not to talk. The girl lowered her eyes, saying that she had caught him. Okajium opened her mouth, hearing that she had caught this bad man. The monster was bound with black chains. Wigwan asked the boss in surprise, the insector in charge of everything. Maikon looked ahead gloomily, hearing that it was the most immoral and strongest insector. The black monster was chained. It was the stag beetle Kugo. The monster with glowing eyes repeated its name. On the glass door was the company logo. Surrounded by ants, Mijin lay in a special capsule. The woman and her sons looked at her with concern. The girl's eyes were closed. Words were heard that she would survive. The masked man looked at the girl, saying that her injuries were very serious. He thought that she would no longer be able to fight as a zero sample. Standing next to her, Okajium said that she was very sorry and asked her to just survive. Sun cried and, like his brother, asked him not to die and not to suffer. The gloomy woman turned around. She began to cry, like her grandchildren, thinking what did she do to these boys? Jie Sichiol entered the room. The woman turned her attention to him. He stood with his head down. The medic approached him, saying that her condition was stable, and the man asked to leave them for a minute. He took a step. He looked down. His fingers touched the capsule. The man was touching the capsule with his daughter. Okajium, who was standing next to him, said that she was very sorry. She closed her eyes and continued that she did this to his daughter, all because of her selfish revenge. Now he can stop. She does not want to lose anything again. Without turning around, Jie Sichiol thanked her, and she asked what he was talking about. The scientists looked ahead, saying that the target was the strongest insector they had ever seen, and yet Mijin, their prototype, was able to defeat it. Turning his gaze, he said that it was all thanks to her support. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She asked, "Is he smiling after what happened to Mijin?" She looked at him, asking if he was worried about her. He replied that he was. The boys looked surprised when the man called Sun. He extended his hand to him, asking him to come with him. He asked where he was going. The palm with the ornaments fell on his shoulder. Holding the named grandson, the woman screamed, "What is he doing? What is he going to do with this boy?" Looking at him, Jie Sichiol answered that Sun is special. He has been with the ants since birth. The hero was surprised to hear that he is going to examine his body and improve the areas where Mijin failed. Pressing the boy to herself, the woman exclaimed that this is absurd. Maikon stood nearby, hearing her scream that he cannot believe what he is saying, he is just a child. Holding her grandson, she repeated that he was a child, and the scientist confirmed, saying that he was unusual. Maikon opened his mouth, amazed to hear that Sun would become a hero who would save humanity from the insectors. The man in white took a step. He took the boy by the shoulders. The younger brother watched in surprise. Sichio lifted Sun higher, and said that he was also his grandson. Holding him, he said that the insector was being held captive at the basement level. He could see him if he wanted, but the brunette replied that he wanted to stay with his mother. Okagm fell to her knees, saying what had she done. With tears, she clenched her fist, saying that she no longer cared about this insector. Her eyes opened when she heard that when her grandfather was hugging Sun, he heard someone say. He remembered how Sun was surprised to hear himself being addressed. The scientist closed his eyes, saying that he was the number one specimen. The white-haired boy turned his back, saying that he said it. A shadow fell over his eyes. He continued that he also wanted to be the first specimen. Okagm turned around, exclaiming in fear that there was no need to take this path, it only led to suffering. Remembering the footage of what had happened recently, Maikon said that if he became the number one specimen, everyone would hug him, protect him, smile and cry for him. He closed his eyes, screaming that he was the only one left behind. And rushed out of the room, screaming that he hated them all. The woman called out to him. Then she turned to the capsule. It was full of red ants. Mijin was lying with her eyes closed. Songwon sat next to the boy and asked if that meant he abandoned his family to find him. He confirmed. Returning to him, the kid asked if he wasn't trying to become the number one example, to be hugged by people. He didn't understand and asked again, to hug women. Then he answered that he just wanted fame. Above them was a hive of bees. A question was heard, what is fame? And an explanation that it means that he wants to become a hero, to become popular, I guess. Ants were running across the guy's face. He asked what visualization is anyway. He looked at the ants appearing from his finger, saying that he needs to figure this out. Nearby, the ants scattered. Maikon watched this, saying that Mr. Loser failed again. Opening his mouth wide, someone screamed that he was fed up with all this, and punched a tree nearby. Holding his fist to the trunk, he said that even a small child can do this, so why can't he? The boy looked at him in shock and called out. The boy turned around and asked what he wanted, to which he heard about a bee. Someone froze, looking at the insects, and then pushed the boy away, shouting at him to move away. Spreading his arms wide, he shouted that he might not be able to transform, but he could take care of the bosses. The ants began to eat the bees. The boy turned around, cursing in displeasure. The insects were reflected in the boy's eyes. A cry for caution was heard. Covering himself with his hands, Maikon screamed. One of the bees flew towards his palm. It crashed into it. The place was glowing. The light fell on the surprised Songwon's face. On Maikon's body, the places where the bees used to be were glowing. The elder approached him, asking if everything was okay. He opened his mouth in shock, exclaiming, the bees just flew into his body. His eye was wide open. Maikon looked at his hand surrounded by bees in admiration and asked, did they come out again? The boy came closer and called out to Mr. Loser. Touching the glowing chest, he said that he felt strange. The veins on Maikon's cheek bulged. Songwon sat down slightly and asked if he wanted to go to the doctor, and the boy said no. With a big smile, he exclaimed that he wanted to show it to his grandfather. Sun stood in the room surrounded by ants. He looked at the swarm on his palm. Wigwan stood behind him and said that the accumulation rate was 90.1%, 93%. More and more ants appeared from the hero's finger, 96%. They turned into a sword, 98.9%. Sichio smiled, having heard that it was perfect. It may not have the form of a suit, but it surpassed the red ant's record of 97.8 accumulation. The boy held the ants after playing. He wants to eat, they heard him. He heard the words, it's true, then let him give the ants a small gift. A green paw appeared in the room. The sword distorted. There was a green limb on the stand. He heard the question, can he tell the ants to eat it? A swarm of ants immediately rushed in that direction when Sun told them to eat. They surrounded the green paw. Grandfather looked at it carefully, thinking that the black ant and the special kind that naturally formed in Sun's body. He imagined the red, black and blue ants, thinking that it was superior to the red and blue ants he created in all respects, differing in a higher accumulation rate and quick response to commands. The ants surrounded the tree. The man thought that however they were aggressive, like wild ants living in the jungle, they probably still did not harm Sun because of their small numbers. The boy watched in amazement, while the man thought that once he had enough ants to create a suit, he would then become a bull, not an insector. He would not let that happen. The elevator sign said floor 83. The door began to open. Maikon immediately ran out, thinking that he also got one. He has power. With an admiring smile, he thought that he could also become a hero. He smiled, saying that mom is number 0, Sun will be 1, and he will be number 2. With a satisfied smile, he said that they are a family of heroes. The finger touched the device. The system reported that the biometric authentication was successful. The boy rushed into the room, shouting to his grandfather that he also has power. He froze, looking ahead in surprise. The room was empty. He said there was no one. Thoughtfully rubbing his cheek, Maikon asked, "Wasn't Grandpa supposed to be here in the basement?" The chain fragments fell to the ground. The boy turned around in surprise. In front of him was a huge stag beetle. The siren on the ceiling was glowing. The scientist turned around. The light reflected on the face of Jiesichio, who heard the warning, Code Red. Insector Kugo broke free from his shackles. All units immediately go to the insector's containment area on the 3rd level of the basement. The monster's eyes were glowing red. Maikon looked at it in fear. A crack went from the monster's palm across the glass. The boy realized that this was the one who hurt his mother. The glass shattered into pieces. Kugo swung his paw and attacked. However, someone appeared and screamed that no, he would not do that. Sparks flew from the blow. Maikon opened his mouth in surprise. The suit was almost formed on the boy's body. He said that he couldn't hold it for long. And clenching his fists, he ordered to run away. The insector rushed at him. Someone hit. Blood appeared on his cheek. He screamed. Does he know how hard it was for him to do this? He hit the monster's head. And froze, looking at it tensely. A swift movement. The boy grabbed his wounded stomach and cursed. He clenched his teeth tightly. The insector punched him into the ground. Maikon froze, watching him attack. With wide eyes, he called out to Mr. Loser. Someone's blood gushed. The veins on the child's face bulged. He asked for it to stop. Light spread from Maikon, who screamed, "Stop." The glow was reflected on the bloody face. The insector turned to him. He was standing not far from the boy. Kugo towered over him darkly. The boy cursed. Kugo turned around, heard that he was not finished yet. A bee suit appeared on the guy's body. He said that it was round 2. And attacked with the sting on his fist. Bright marks were left from the quick attacks. Maikon stood nearby, covering his head with his hands. He looked at the guy in surprise. His eyes were glowing, he said Kojima, and quickly rushed forward. His fist crashed into the insector's body. It flew off and hit the wall. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth. The bee guy crouched. Maikon called out to him in shock. Then he froze, hearing the insector say his name again. His eyes were glowing red. The boy blocked his path, ordering him to stop. He put his palm forward. A bright glow began to spread from it. Rays rushed towards the insector. Enraged Maikon opened his mouth wide. A piece of the shackle fell. 83rd floor. The scientists looked forward in shock. Maikon was holding someone's hand. Their hands were shining. The elder's eyes were closed. There was a smile on his lips. In the evening city of New York, people looked away in surprise and shouted, "What is this?" There were 2 monsters insectors in front of them. The car was driving quickly through the city. Udwan turned around and asked if the guy was ready. He answered, "Of course." The monster swung his crossed arms. His eyes were shining brightly. The blue ant tore his head off in one motion. He stood in the city, hearing cries for help. In the sky, the butterfly monster was carrying a man. The blue ant waved his hand, leaving a trace. A bright beam crossed the body of the monster. It split into 2 parts. A powerful explosion was seen. The girl was caught in his arms. There was an explosion in the air and screams were heard. The hero in the suit looked forward. An airplane was flying in the sky above the laboratory. Scientists were watching the blonde, talking about 36 victims among civilians. Ugwan stood next to Jiesichio, saying that the American news outlets claimed it was a monster. They took measures to keep the witnesses at the scene silent. He takes full responsibility for his mistake in watching him. He is very sorry. People forward, the man said he sent him to New York to take care of the insectors. And he killed people? The blue ant stood with his hands behind his back. A question was heard, specimen number 2, is he a hero or an insector? Someone smiled, saying that he believed that small sacrifices were inevitable for the greater good, but perhaps the sacrifices were not so small. He remembered the boy holding his hand, and said that after the incident that happened 2 months ago, he was like a reincarnation and was still figuring out how to control his power. Jiesichio listened to him with a frown. The veins on someone's face stood out, and he said that, more accurately, he bore some responsibility for what happened. Looking at him, the man said that he didn't need a hero who couldn't be controlled. The blonde man with the scar chuckled, saying that the world needed him, considering Nijin's inability to fulfill the role of Sample Zero. Jiesichio looked down, hearing him say that he couldn't throw him away. The guy standing in the room continued that unless he wanted to entrust this task to his 5-year-old grandson. At this time, Mijin was standing in the kitchen. She was carrying a plate of food and called her sons to eat, saying that her grandmother had sent them beef stew. Sun ran with his arms outstretched, exclaiming that she was his favorite. He looked at his mother and asked why her grandmother didn't visit them anymore. Mijin looked at him awkwardly, remembering the words that she wouldn't come anymore. Okajium stood with her back turned, and when asked what she meant, she replied that she would continue to send money, so he shouldn't worry about it. The brunette's eyes widened when she heard that Maikon seemed to be feeling lonely, so she should take good care of him. The woman patted her son's head and said that she had been busy lately. The boy said that he missed her. Smiling a little, the mother suggested that they visit her in a group of 3, and the son agreed. He left the room when his mother asked him to find Maikon and invited him to eat. Bees were flying outside. The hero was calling his brother. Putting his hands to his mouth, Son shouted that his mother said it was time to eat. He saw a person standing in front of Jiesichio. He asked his grandfather to look at it. There was a glow around the boy's palms. He said that he can now control insects. He can make everyone strong with his power. Mr. Unsuccessful became Mr. Successful because of him. He asked with a happy smile, he can now become a hero, right? He remembered the boy who surrounded the insect in a glow. His grandson is like an insect net. He has the ability to absorb insects and insectors into his body. Maiken's eyes were glowing. He called the butterfly, and the man continued that he can transfer their abilities to humans. Looking at it carefully, the man said what he wanted to say, and Odwan confirmed that his ability can lead to the mass production of insectors. He is very dangerous. The man crouched down and hugged his grandson. The boy glanced at him sideways, asking what he was doing. He looked at his grandfather, who called him with a smile and asked, "Is he crying?" Jiesichio closed his eyes and cried, unable to say anything. The child was surprised when he heard that he had failed. Son also looked shocked. Mijin was standing in the kitchen and called her son, asking if he wanted to eat. Son replied that he had told her he wanted to sleep. The girl looked away silently. The full moon was shining through the window. The boys were lying in their beds. Maikon got up. He walked over to his brother's bed. The sleeping Mijin winced when she heard the cry to stop. Her eyes widened when she heard her name being called. She rushed into the room, asking what was going on. Her eyes widened in shock. Son was screaming because his brother was using his power on him, saying that if only he had those ants. He was pulling the insects out of his brother's body. Mijin pushed him, throwing him aside. The man was sitting on the floor. Son closed his eyes and cried loudly. The mother became angry, asking what he was doing. The man held his cheek when he heard that this was not what he wanted. Touching his neck, Mijin said, "Does he know how terrible it is to have these ants living in his body? Why does he need them anyway?" A tear rolled down her cheek. She said that when she found out he didn't have ants, she was very happy and asked him to live an ordinary life. A shadow fell on the child's eyes, who said that he was extraordinary. She knew what his strength was, everyone knew. He walked away, saying that his strength was of no use to anyone. Mijin's eyes widened when she heard him say that he was a failure. She ran out of the room and called for her son. Her eyes widened. Jiesichio stood in front of the child along with 2 men. Looking sternly ahead, the scholar said that he would take Maikon. There was a camera on the ceiling of the room. The man said that he had put Son in danger. A scream was heard that it was a small quarrel between children. Looking at his daughter, Jiesichio said that he should have done this from the beginning. The men moved forward as he ordered to collect him. Special gloves were placed on the boy's hands. He turned around and called out to his mother. Shocked, Mijin reached out and called out to him. The boy sat in a room behind black glass. Words were heard that Maihan can accumulate and use the powers of insects, an ability called case. He can become a threat to humanity. He sat with his head down and said that he was a failure. Words were heard that therefore he will be quarantined until further testing and expulsion. Leaning over, Jiesichio said that this is the end of the report. The boy with his hands tied stood in the room, thinking that no, he is not a failure. A dark aura appeared around him. He said that he is the only successful one. Insect claws appeared around him. He continued that everyone should die. Mijin stood behind her father and said that it had been 2 weeks already. Could he please change his mind? To which she heard that he was still studying it. The girl opened her mouth and screamed, "Will this help improve Maiken's condition?" Looking at the device, Jiesichio replied that he had thought about it countless times. This boy would bring death to their world. He said that if he found a way to get rid of his cursed ability, he would be able to live a normal life again. The girl screamed, "What if he couldn't?" Someone was standing outside the door and heard her scream. What was he going to do then? The boy glanced back and said with displeasure that the old man was pathetic. He couldn't believe what he was doing to a child. His palm touched his chest, and he cursed at the ants. They were inside him. He thought that this body was his home. Stop trying to tear it apart. Songwon frowned. Mijin turned around in surprise. The heroes looked shocked, sensing the insector. Behind Maihan was a huge insect monster. Jiesichio turned around and asked what it was. The words, "Stay here," were heard. Then she looked forward resolutely, said that she would go and take a look. Songwon ran quickly, thinking that the signal was near the place where the boy was. He was surprised to see Mijin running. The lab staff were screaming. The boy was standing in the broken wall. The men were shooting with pistols. The insector protected Maikon with his wings. He said that with this power he can. His eyes glowed yellow. A scream was heard demanding that this stop. The grandson of the director of Jiesichio. A glow was swirling around the boy's palm. He directed it forward, ordering him to die. Bright flashes flew towards the men. The staff behind screamed in shock. They froze, staring forward. Standing in the room, he called out for his mother. Surrounded by red ants, Mijin rushed into the room. Her eyes widened. There were 2 insectors next to her son. Opening her mouth, she screamed that she would save him. Looking at her fists, the woman thought that she could not control them because of her wounds. There were stripes on the man's face. He said that it was over, that's who he was. The mother was shocked. With a crazy look, the boy screamed that it was him. The insectors rushed to attack, screaming with orders to accept him as he is. The monsters threw the woman back. Dust rose in the room. The girl tried to keep the stinger to her face, saying that she would accept him. Maikon was surprised. Dressed in a red ant costume, Mijin screamed that he was her son. Attacking the monsters, she screamed that she would always be on his side. The girl grabbed her son, calling his name. Pressing him to herself, she said that it was all her fault. She was sorry that she hit him. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. He heard a request to stop. Looking at her son, the girl said that he was a good boy. At this time, the insect pierced her body. He returned to him. Maikon screamed, "What did he do?" The yellow monster repeated his words about death. Maikon swung his fist, driving him away. However, the monster flew away from the blow of the blue ant. His head cracked. Sharp stings flew out of the monster's body. The blue ant crossed his arms. The cross-shaped attack cut the monster into pieces. The boy stood behind. He turned around and called his mother. Sitting next to her, he cried and asked if she was okay. Grandfather appeared in the room. With tears in his eyes, Maikon spoke about his mother. A bright beam crossed his cheek. It was Jie Sichio who ordered him to get away from his daughter. Blood was pouring from a scratch on his cheek. A grim man held a gun, saying that he was something magic. They were a failure, he was going to erase it. The blue ant saved the boy from the gunshot. Jie Sichio was surprised to hear himself being addressed. Songwon defended the child, asking what he was doing, and heard the order to get out of the way. The man pointed the gun at them, shouting that he was a threat to humanity. "Let it go, that was an order." The blue ant told him to shut up. He thinks he was going to listen to him. Holding the revolver, Jie Sichio said that if he didn't fix it, he would get rid of him too. The man in the insect costume asked again. He stood confidently next to the boy and told him to attack if he could. The blue ant's eyes glowed with rage. The scientist with the gun stood in front of him. He extended his hand and asked if he had given up on the idea of becoming a hero. Looking at him, the blue ant said that he had not given up. Maikon looked ahead in shock, hearing that protecting a child was something a hero would do. Jie Sichio closed his eyes, saying that he understood. He reached into his inside pocket, saying that in that case, he would get rid of it first. The boy was shocked. The man took out a detonator. The boy looked at the place where Songwon had just stood in shock. A blue hand grabbed his wrist. Lifting him into the air, the blue ant asked what he was trying to do. Holding the detonator, Jie Sichio replied that he had been wary of him since the day he mutated. The furious opponent cursed, asking what he had planted in it, a bomb or something? The man stood there looking shocked, hearing that yes. Jie Sichio hit the detonator button, shouting that it was much worse than a bomb. Earlier, Maikon stood by the window of Songwon's room, that they said that the insector genes were formed in him because of him. Looking down, the boy apologized and heard that to hell with them. Songwon closed his eyes and said that thanks to him, he overcame his inferiority and evolved into a hero. Maikon looked surprised, asking again. He put his hand on the glass and said that he had nothing to apologize for. He smiled encouragingly, saying that he was his hero. The boy smiled happily back. He put his palm on the glass, agreeing. In the present, the man's eyes widened, distracting the mister. He pushed the man away with force. He fell, crashing into the wall. The blue insector's body was surrounded by ants. He screamed, "What did he do to them?" The scientist answered with a grim look that he implanted a new blue ant queen into his body, and pulled the trigger, giving the order to attack the insectors. Opening his mouth, he continued that there was only one person in this room who fits this criteria, a half-insector. Ants ran across someone's face. He heard that it was him. Screaming furiously, Jie Sichio ordered to die while he was still human. The boy tore apart the armor on his chest. Maikon ran towards him screaming. He put out his palm, using force. The boy screamed, opening his mouth wide, and remembered the words that he was his hero. The shocked boy said in a trembling voice that he could not die. A blue glow emanated from his hands. Tears flowed down Songwon's face. The blue thing moved quickly. Dust settled in the room. Jie Sichio closed his eyes with a frown. Then he looked forward. In front of him was a blue monster. Songwon's appearance changed. The scientist looked at him in shock and said that he had become a real monster, but he heard that he was not a monster. Maikon with glowing eyes said that he had evolved. The insector with glowing eyes roared. He stood tall surrounded by ants. The man looked at him in fear, thinking that he needed to press a button. Songwon clenched his huge fist as Jie Sichio was about to detonate the bomb inside his body. However, the fist crashed into Mijin's body. She held back the attack with the red ant's arms. Her foot was pressed against the floor. Having changed, the autumn ant heard her asking him to come to his senses. Maikon with glowing eyes heard her calling him. Songwon clenched his fist and told her to go away. Sun grabbed his head, asking where his mother was. He walked down the hallway, saying that he was dizzy and unsteady. Mijin's body crashed into the wall. Jie watched as she fell next to him. A huge blue paw took a step. The changed insector towered over them. Sitting next to his daughter, the man told her to trust him. He would take care of this. Let him find Sun and get out of here. The daughter objected that she could not leave Maikon, and he asked, did she still not understand? The boy's eyes were shining. He said that it was over for him. She had to protect Sun. The girl's eyes widened. She turned around in shock. A surprised Sun stood in the room, and she shouted at him not to come closer. He stared forward in fear. He looked at his brother and the monster, asking what was this, what was Maikon doing there? Looking at his brother, the younger one said that it was all his fault. The mother opened her mouth wide and screamed for him to run away quickly. She fell on her stomach at her son's feet. The strong man moved forward as the man said for them to disappear from his sight. Sparks from gunshots flew off his body. Jie held a revolver, saying that he would not let humanity's hope perish. He turned a surprised look upon hearing his grandson's words. The man looked at him with a wild expression, saying that he would then become humanity's despair. The attack tore the scientist's body in half. Mijin screamed in shock. With his last strength, the man asked for protection. He opened his mouth, continuing, Son. A round bomb lay near his body. The girl's eyes were wide open. She reached out her hand to her son. A glow illuminated Maiken's face. The woman grabbed Sun's cheeks. A powerful explosion was heard in the laboratory. Debris fell from the destroyed roof. Mijin held Sun, who was covered in red ant armor. Emergency services arrived at the destroyed laboratory. OKGM and her assistant watched the scene. She looked scared, saying no. Rescuers rushed inside, shouting that they were here. Sun sat by his mother's body, calling her name. He was crying and trying to wake her up. The men looked around. One of them said that there was one woman, most likely the mother, 2 children alive. The second said that there was something there too. An employee shouted to the grandmother that there were survivors. With widened eyes in shock, she heard that there were 2 children. A man was lying on the floor. Words were heard that they had 2 survivors. The rescue team was returning. Ants were swarming among the rubble. A bright hospital building. Sun was lying in bed. Watching him through the window, OKGM asked if he was okay, and heard that he was. The man pasted a piece of paper with Kojima written on it on the page with Songwon, and said that he was unharmed. He closed the album with the Ant Castle project, and continued that it was thanks to Mijin. Ugwon's arm was in a cast. He said that she protected him. The woman covered her face with her hand, crying. Turning away, she promised that she would take care of the funeral arrangements for the 3 people and heard that the doctor would tell her the details once Mijin's autopsy was finished. The man looked at her in surprise when he heard her address him. Without turning around, OKGM asked where Maikon was. The man looked at her. The boy was sitting on a chair, and she heard the answer that he was currently being held in an underground facility on the outskirts of the city. Turning around, the woman clarified that he was being held, that he was only 5 years old, to which she heard that the fact remained that Maikon was dangerous. The woman clenched her fist, saying that it was all because of Dr. Jie. No, who was she kidding? It was her fault. She bowed her head and said that she would no longer participate in the Ant Castle project, and also recommended that he stay away from this vile project in the future. She was surprised when the scientist said that it was okay. He no longer had a job. She had some plans if he wanted to join. Ugwon put the book on the table, saying that as Dr. Jie assistant, he also bore some responsibility for this tragedy. Standing in front of him, the scientist promised that he would take care of Maikon in the facility. The heroes stood by 3 graves. It was raining. Sun held his grandmother's hand and spoke to her. Turning around, he asked with tears in his eyes, is he alone now? OKGM smiled encouragingly and asked what he was talking about. He had her, didn't he? Rain was falling on Mijin's photo. Grandma promised she wouldn't live with her now. The tall building of the company. Kim stood in the office, asking the woman if she had decided to disband the company. She replied that she was finished. She handed the assistant the documents, said she wanted him to take care of it. It said about the registration of the insect reaper business, private insect extermination, and the director of OKGM. The man looked forward, heard that he was now the president, let him just write her name as the founder and director. OKGM smiled and said that she was retired now. In the present, she closed her eyes, saying that this is how Insect Reaper was founded. The heroes were sitting at the table, she asked. Did she talk too long? Pyo turned to her, saying that it was nothing like that. He had no idea that this organization had such a tragic history. The cloth hid the girl's face, and she hiccuped. She remained silent, looking down. Pyo imagined the monster, and thought that he now understood why Kojima had attacked them in search of Case. Looking at the woman, he asked where exactly Case was being held, and she replied that she had come here with the intention of telling them. She looked at him darkly, asking what that would change. The The man with glasses heard the question with excitement. Was he going to pursue this boy, was he? And he replied that he was not. Okajian closed her eyes and said that she had seen a lot, been through a lot, and all she could say was that there was no point in trying to do anything unnecessary, and that perhaps it would be better for everyone if his whereabouts remained unknown and he was left alone. Pyo frowned, saying that if they left things as they were, Kijima's continued attacks would inevitably lead to the destruction of the insect reapers. Without opening his eyes, the woman asked what he could do. Sun, who was sitting at the table, said that he would do it. The woman looked at him, calling out her grandson's name. The purple-haired girl asked, was he going to kill his own brother? Looking at her, Sun replied, no, he would take away his ability. He remembered standing surrounded by ants, and said that he had done this before. Of course, they were artificial creatures that were just copies of the insects. The ants crawled on his body. The boy said that if he made them eat the insect genes hidden within him, maybe he could. He imagined his brother and continued, saving the man. The red car drove down the road. Chang yawned, asking how long would they have to wait. Turning to the girl, he asked fearfully, they weren't torturing him. She asked him not to start. Yijin put her fingers to her chin, telling him to have some faith. They were probably just interrogating him. Ahead was a bright organization building. A man's figure suddenly appeared there. The girl was surprised. He put his hands in his pocket and said that there was more overtime. A bubble appeared in front of his fingers. The man said that it was time to do his job. Yijin exclaimed in shock. Look, Chiang asked, what's wrong? Turning around to face him in shock, she screamed that it was that same scoundrel. There were many bubbles around the man. The guard saw them in surprise. He looked at the man in the suit and said that you can't play here. He pointed his finger, saying that he was a grown man. What was he doing? The guard froze, reached for the bubble when he heard a beep. They were shining. The red light illuminated the man's face, who asked, is this thing broken? A powerful explosion was heard. The heroes were approaching the man from behind. They looked shocked, realizing that these were executive members. Presenting the symbols, they continued, higher insects. The guy stopped, clenching his fist. The man put his fingers in a circle, creating a bubble, and said that he can't wait to get home. This is one of the 6 pillars. Sun froze, his eyes wide, realizing that there was an insector. Debris flew from the explosion. The siren on the ceiling was flashing. Nen looked over, asking what was going on. They stood up and heard an insector attack warning. The checkpoint and outer walls were destroyed. The man stood surrounded by fire. Words were heard that the insector in question had not yet transformed. The camera was illuminated in green. On the screen was an image of a guy and a girl. Words were heard that 2 more unknown. The insect scouter device they also have, so they do not have any further information. The girl looked ahead in shock, heard that all patients who were able to move, they were asking to go to the underground shelter. The man with scars winced, hearing that all combat-ready agents were to immediately come to the scene. Sun stood up, saying that these 2 were his friends. They did not need to worry about them. With his back turned, he told Mr. Glasses to go to my con and grandma. Turning around, he said that he would be right behind them. The heroes were surrounded. Words were heard that it was them. But he saw that they were missing one person. Supreme Insect, 6 pillars. Gunayo bent his hand, asking if they remembered his offer to join the Supreme Insects. They did not change their minds. Yijin was indignant, shouting that no, let him go to hell. Comrade added, what is he doing here? The man looked at them darkly, asking if they, the insectors, needed a reason to attack the insect reapers. The comrades were shocked when they heard that of course he didn't come here for nothing. He presented a figure and a limb and said that he came to take Mr. Kijima's arm and also to find out if Case was here. Chang glanced at the girl and asked who it was. She said that she didn't know. He presented a figure of Kijima, hearing that in fact, all 6 pillars were currently on standby. They were ready to attack the Insect Reaper headquarters in all regions to find Mr. Case. Yijin's eyes widened in shock, asking, in all regions? Chang took off his glasses, transforming, and asked. He was planning on starting a war against the humans. It seemed like it was getting more interesting. Gunayo looked at his watch, saying that he came a little earlier than planned because he didn't like working late. He turned around, saying that dealing with these lower beings was already troublesome enough for him. He held out his hand, asking them not to interfere. Silk flew up, saying that she didn't care about his reasons. He wouldn't go through there. Red added, they were so slow, he thought he'd let them hit him? A red light flashed inside the bubble. He realized that it was a bomb inside the bubbles. Silk attacked when she heard that there were bombs inside the bubbles, and she screamed that it didn't change the fact that they exploded on impact. She flew forward quickly from the explosions, saying that she had enough. The men were engulfed in flames, screaming. Gunayo was holding one of the employees by the head, asking if they were going to get in his way. The girl jumped up, saying that was for sure. Silk and Red looked at the bubbles. 2 fists were flying towards the man surrounded by bubbles, thinking that he was about to explode. However, he transformed instead, saying that they were making a chore of it. Standing surrounded by bubbles, the insector said that they were protecting him from enemy attacks. There was nothing they could do to break through them. Red waved his hand and told the girl to leave it to him and stay away. A swift jump left a mark. The insector was next to him, saying no. There were marks on his lips. He said that they would not waste time, they would both go to him. Red looked at him carefully, thinking that this man did not say his nickname. He swung his fist and told him not to be impudent. However, the insector was behind him, saying that it embarrassed him that he did not say his name like others did. Red turned around, mentally asking how he managed to get behind him. A fist flew into his face. The enemy landed some distance away. Silk called out to her comrade in amazement. The enemy approached again, attacking, and said that the more ferocious and wild they become, the more likely they are to repeat words. Red struck while the enemy was speaking. That word became the insector's nickname. Ladybug attacked the enemy's head. Several bubbles appeared next to him. They blocked his fist. The enemy asked not to interrupt him while he was speaking, and struck him in the torso. Debris flew near Red. He heard that this was the reason he did not have a nickname. Black Paw took a step. Coming closer, the insector asked if it was the same for both of them. He was Red because he was a ladybug. Sector heard that she was Silk because she was a silkworm. The enemy touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that perhaps he should choose a suitable nickname for himself. He needed to think about it. The supreme insect Penica touched his chest, asking, "How about Bubble?" Red sat on one knee, hearing that although he had a rather useful skill besides creating bubbles in this form, so perhaps it wasn't the most appropriate nickname. He quickly moved forward and asked to be allowed to demonstrate what it was. The hero shouted at the girl to be careful. Silk's mouth dropped open in shock, hearing that it was useless. Bubble hovered nearby, saying that he had the ability to jump higher than skyscrapers with ease. He swung his leg, saying that when using the same power to kick. The eye moved quickly, asking if she could dodge it. The impact raised dust on the ground. Red slammed his fist into the ground and cursed. He showed footage of himself being beaten, saying that he had embarked on this path of violence to push himself to the limit, but he was defeated every time. He seemed to remember that the undefeated Chiang was challenging for the Asian featherweight title, and he shouted furiously that he was undefeated. Touching his chest, he said that it was all because of this. The center of his chest was glowing. Red shouted that this shell was very heavy and only hindered him. It did not suit his style. Debris flew in different directions. He shouted that he was an infighter. Bubble came closer. Silk was lying on the ground. Raising his leg, the opponent said that now they would finish this. Sparks flew from the blow. He used a reverse jump. The leg stood in a large crack. Several ladybugs quickly hit him. Bubble raised his head, asking what was going on. He watched as Red carried the girl away, and said that it looked like he would be coming home late. The hero put his girlfriend on the ground, saying no, and quickly approached, surprising the opponent. Turning his head, he gasped. Red's appearance changed. He said he would knock him out. Ladybugs were flying around. Red said they had reached the end of their rounds. This is Red's ladybug, in fighter form. Hannah turns around in displeasure after being called. She asks if it's obvious she has things to do. The red-haired guy, arms crossed, asks if it's true that eating this stuff makes her stronger. She says it's obvious, she made it. Hannah holds a larva with tweezers and says that everyone on the border of lawlessness had them. She twirls the larva in front of his face, and says that she has one too and it may not taste great but it works. He yells at her to get it out of his face. He clenches his fist, and says that he will only become stronger because of himself. Hannah looks at him with a smirk, and says that his time will come once he surpasses his limits. She places the larva with the others and states that they are just pills that temporarily grant the power that would otherwise appear at will. The boy is surprised to hear that when his desire for power reaches its peak again, he will break out of his shell. Hannah smiles and states that they call this a secondary evolution. The red monster sheds his armor, calling it a molt. The red and black fighter is shown in the frame. He clenches his fist and realizes that it is a molt. The heroine in the blue suit thinks and says something like that. The character runs forward and says that it will be quite a hassle. The red fighter holds a fighting stance and claims that his body has become much lighter and he feels like he can fly. The fighters start a fight. The blonde lies on the ground. Yijin opens her eyes in shock. In front of her, there are bright red and blue lights that occur in the sky. She sees the fighter and realizes that it is red. The insect in the form of a boxer deftly dodges the enemy's blows. The character in the blue suit attacks with his foot. Suddenly, the red block prevents the enemy's blow. The red fighter is shocked to see that they can protect him themselves and it looks like he will not even have to dodge. The red fighter counterattacks with punches. The enemy dodges. He hits the red glove right in the face. The blue character quickly falls down. He flies to the ground. The hero lands and says enough. The blue fighter jumps back and walks away, demanding that they stop wasting his time. A green glow comes out of the red fighter's back. Small insects fly around him as he asks where the enemy is going. He quickly delivers a punch to the opponent's head. Part of the blue fighter's body lies on the ground. Dust flies everywhere. The hero screams in rage. Does he really think that he is so strong just because he molted? The blue fighter gets up and exclaims that he himself has been through this many times. He jumps up and delivers a quick series of punches. He hits the small insects. The red fighter holds his block, his assistants help him cope with the attacks. The enemy's sharp hands hit them. The blue fighter flies back. He screams in rage. He prepares to deliver a quick punch to the face. The red fighter calmly holds his fist and states that he does not need to dodge his attacks at all. The blue fighter is shocked to hear that he seems to have to dodge. The red warrior swings his fist and offers him to dodge this blow if he can. The fighter makes a series of quick blows with his hands. The blue insect starts making sounds in shock. The red one hits the body hard, using the skill of storm blows. Small insects fly in different directions. He pierces the blue one's body. Everything around is hissing. The red fighter holds the blue one above him. Bubbles are flying around. He assumes that they are boiling. Blood flies out of the blue one's mouth. He hears from the enemy in horror. The red fighter holds him above himself and says that his nickname is very boring. Bubbles fly out of the blue insect's mouth. He screams in horror. A strong explosion occurs. The red fighter holds his hand up. Eugene watches in admiration and says that he defeated the pillar of higher insects. The blonde turns around, seeing something in front of her. The protagonist calmly walks to the battlefield. She asks why it took him so long. She explains with a smile that the fight is already over and the red one has defeated one of the 6 pillars. The shocked girl hears a request to stand up. Sun furiously orders him to stand up right now. Eugene watches his actions in horror. The protagonist stands in front of her. A huge army of black insectors looms over them. The red-haired guy staggers and does not understand what is happening. He sees 2 heroes and asks Sun where he was, because the match is already over. He smirks and declares that he has won. Something unexpectedly flies past. The guy looks ahead in shock. An arrow sticks into his back. He is shocked to hear that it looks like he has undergone secondary evolution, and they congratulate him. He turns around and sees Hannah, who says that they have not seen each other for a long time. She removes the bloody blade, smilingly calling him a champion. The red-haired guy cringes in pain and says you. He falls face down. The girl apologizes and says that it was the only option. An army of insectors towers over her. She speaks of receiving his approval for her research. The protagonist and Eugene look at the thousands of insects in the sky. The blonde, shocked, asks what kind of insectors they are and if they are higher insects. The girl looks warily at the guy, who states that they are not insectors, because he receives the same signal as the larvae in the 6-shot club. The painting depicts various monsters. She clarifies that he means that the larvae have undergone a metamorphosis. A projectile flies through the air. A series of powerful explosions occur in the sky. The heroes turn around in fear. Someone asks how many personnel there are. Fighters in white suits with weapons exchange glances. One tells the other that there are 65 combat-ready agents, and that is all their forces. Tay comes up to them from behind and asks about reinforcements. The picture shows various heroes fighting insects. It is explained that they have requested reinforcements from other regions, but it seems that they are also under attack. Tay holds a stick next to Sam and says that with such numbers they do not stand a chance. He in turn suggests fighting them off for as long as possible until the patients are evacuated. The fighter points the stick and shouts that these 3 are their allies and under no circumstances should they be attacked. The priority is to protect the base. The fighters begin to shoot and shout to attack. The blonde looks at Sun and states that the insect reapers are here and therefore they need to leave. She explains that they have done their part of the job. The blonde is shocked to see the redhead and asks what the hell he is doing. The protagonist with a calm look says no. She states that the reapers are not civilians and they are not obliged to help them. He replies that his grandmother is still there. Pio goes with the grandmother and another man. The blonde does not understand why she is here. The woman sees Cho on the stairs. Sun explains that she hasn't left yet either. Eugene stands next to her partner and clarifies that they will have to take them on themselves. He replies that he is counting on her. An army of insectors flies into the attack. The partners see them and the blonde exclaims that they are advancing. The girl begins to transform into silk and weaves threads, screaming about 90 diamonds. The threads pierce the bodies of the monsters. The mutants with cut-off wings begin to fall down. The monsters fall to the ground. The insector screams furiously. The blonde tries to hold back their onslaught. Black little creatures run along the ground. Eugene exclaims in shock about the blot. The protagonist raises his hand and says black ants. He raises it even higher and furiously orders them to gather. Black tentacles bite the necks of enemies. A bloody battle with many explosions occurs. The picture shows an empty corridor. The characters are walking along the floor. Cho turns around in surprise when she is called. A guy in a wheelchair with a mask is watching her closely. Cho asks worriedly where they are going. The picture shows a board with the words Lab 3 written on it. She looks up in surprise as the girl opens the door. Cho states that it seemed like the bunker was in the other direction. She is surprised to see the doors open. She looks forward and hears a voice saying that she needs to hurry. Workers in white suits are examining a monster's limb sealed in a huge flask. They turn around in surprise, not understanding what is happening. They begin to fall asleep before they can say that they can't be here. The girl in the white suit has put them to sleep with her powers. Cho covers her mouth in surprise. The girl next to her calmly states that she found it. She begins to transform into a monster and tells Cho that a car will be leaving through the back gate and that they should follow it. The girl is frightened to hear that she will take it with her. A black car drives through a tunnel. The man driving with Pio, Granny and the others drives forward. Hannah watches the car and exclaims that it is them, which means it will lead them to the case. She flies in the sky and says that this is great work, and as expected from her research, she succeeded with what she has. Hannah folds her fingers and smirks that now they can be together forever. The picture shows blue wings. Cho looks ahead in shock and says no way. In front of her is Sae with beautiful wings. She looks sadly at her friend who says her name. She takes off, saying that she did not expect to see her here. Sae takes the girl's face. She flies near her and tells her to come with her. Cho looks at her in fear and says something. The butterfly smiles and asks if she looks beautiful. Sae lands and says that her friend probably won't understand. A blue butterfly is depicted against a background of monsters. She explains that she is apparently one of the extremely rare larvae that has grown into something unique and is now strong. The girl holds her frightened friend by the shoulder and says that she no longer needs to be afraid of insects and does not need to rely on pathetic excuses from people. A bracelet shines on her hand. She calls Cho to come with her. The girl sadly hears that she will protect her. Sae asks again with a smile when she clarifies if she is okay. A medical four is flying in their direction. It flies right into the face of a surprised Sae. The butterfly sharply dodges and the vessel with green liquid breaks. Cho turns around. Green liquid starts pouring out of the vessels. Sae is furiously told to keep it to herself. Disgusting insect. A huge fighter with a sword at the ready and in a mask runs towards her, driving her away. Sae flaps her wings in rage and orders her not to stand in her way. The fighter blocks her blows, swinging his sword, and exclaims that he does not think so. Sae skillfully dodges the blade. The man prepares to attack. He pierces the butterfly with his sword. It screams in pain. The frightened butterfly is struck by electricity. It does not understand how he does this without an arm and a leg. Cho stops the fighter when he swings. The guy in the mask furiously asks what she is doing. She apologizes and asks to wait. Surprised, Sae says her friend's name. The girl with a beaten look asks her to leave quickly. Sae is frightened to realize that her friend suffered because of her. The butterfly quickly starts to fly away. She turns around sadly. Beaten Cho holds on to the warrior. The butterfly flies out of the hospital. Reapers in white suits and heroes fight insects in the air. A flying monster bites the warrior on the arm. He screams in pain. Tae deftly beats it away from his comrade with a stick. He skillfully beats the flying reptiles. He realizes with a tired look that these are insects. He sees the beaten monsters and wonders why they do not die. Sam shoots a rifle and screams that even a shot to the head cannot stop them, and they continue to rise. The guy breaks away. The black ant smashes the monsters' heads in one motion. He holds a larva in his hands and declares that they need to be removed from their necks. The protagonist begins to eat it and tells them to give them to him. Tae, looking discouraged, says EW. The fighters hear an order that the larvae in the monsters' necks are their weak spot and that they need to pull them out and give them to Sun. The larvae fly out of the monsters' bodies one after another. The blonde, looking tired, declares that even if they found a way to destroy them, how can they win? Silk holds back the onslaught of the monsters and declares that there are still too many of them. She clenches her teeth and exclaims that she can't anymore. The white fighters shoot at the enemies. A black blob protects the body of the lying red-haired guy from the monsters. The protagonist with a larva in his teeth turns around. Eugene clenches his teeth and declares that he can't hold them back anymore. The army of monsters rushes to attack. A swarm of flying insects rushes towards the heroes. They are all pierced by Silk's blue threads. She attacks them, raising her hands up. The picture shows a silkworm of a woven form. A car rushes along the road. It passes by against the background of skyscrapers and private houses. Pyo, sitting inside, notices something. The car parks. They stand on the sidewalk and Pyo checks if they are in the right place. They look at an ordinary apartment complex. The manager says that he lives here. The man says to the grandmother to have a nice day. She greets him. The happy residents greet the woman. All the heroes say hi in return. The grandmother says with a smile that everyone did a good job and can now go home. The citizens nearby look at her intently. They bow to her and say yes, ma'am. The grandmother moves on. Pyo looks at her and says that there is nothing here. She asks to wait a minute. The old woman turns to Kim. They exchange buttons. They stand in the middle of the square. There is absolutely no one around them. A passage downwards opens. Pyo and his partner watch the passage downwards in surprise. The grandmother says with a smirk, let's go inside. The picture shows a sunny sky. A butterfly flies over the mountains. Sae flies into a cave with monsters. She looks ahead, puzzled. Fierce monsters watch her actions. The girl walks on the floor. A fierce monster of black and blue color is shown in the frame. He sits on a throne. Sae carries a severed hand to him. Sae presents it to the Lord and tells Lord Kijima that she found his hand and they also found a case. The Lord holds out his other hand and says not bad for a simple line. He stands in front of his subject and says go back. His hand begins to recover. He takes Issei's head. She is shocked to hear that she can stay alive. Sounds are heard from the cave behind her. The girl sits scared. Fierce flying monsters roar. Other mutants of different types make sounds. She is told to show the way. Issei looks ahead in surprise. Kijima means the way to the case. A huge staircase leads down. Pyo and the team go down. He asks the girl if this is really a hidden area in the middle of an apartment complex. She says that, to be honest, she is not even surprised. The grandmother on her back says that this is also her first time here in person and therefore apologizes. She replies not to worry. The picture shows skyscrapers under construction. It is said that the grandmother built apartments on the very spot where the Ant Castle Project Laboratory used to be. The woman is standing with a boy and states that these apartments are known as Neiman. She looked at Sun with a smile and explains that she and her grandson live here. The picture shows a little boy with white hair named Maihan. She says that this is the place of his imprisonment. The picture shows an elevator. The character points his finger at the button. The man looks at the three heroes and explains that this elevator will take them to Maikan. He tells the grandmother and the others to join them as soon as the main character arrives. The woman says that she understands and says goodbye to him. A man in a white suit walks down the corridor. The elevator lights up. The doors open and a mysterious character stands in front of them. The woman and the others stand inside. She is told that they have not seen each other for a long time. Dr. Iguan stands opposite and asks how she is doing. The grandmother shakes his hand and says that she does not know if she has the right to ask how he is doing. He replies that he decided to do so himself. The doctor is depicted with a smile against the background of food. He says that besides, he copes well thanks to the products and equipment that she provides. She closes her eyes and says that she will definitely repay the debt someday. He replies that there is no need for this and she should follow him. He points to the white doors and says here. The heroes approach them. The woman doubts whether she can do it. The grandmother looks ahead in surprise. In front of her is a tied-up character sitting on a chair. She sees a chained man with long hair and calls him Maikan. The threads pierce the army of flying monsters. Silk flies forward and screams for them to get out of here. The heroine holds them back with her ability. She fights the enemies and exclaims the name of Sun. Black claws bite the air fiercely. The protagonist with an outstretched hand screams in rage for them to come back. A black whirlwind appears around Sun. He screams in rage. A helmet forms on his head. He turns into a character in armor. The protagonist in a different guise goes forward. Surprised partner Silk asks what happened to him. Unexpectedly Sun thanks Eugene. The partner asks again in shock. He asks to follow him. The protagonist rushes up. Surprised Silk screams at him that she will not be able to keep up with such speed. She jumps up, holding the red-haired guy on a thread. Tay and the fighters look up. He asks what just happened, because they got rid of all the insects and just flew away. The guy in shock realizes that they are transforming again. Frightened Sam looks at the lying bodies of the monsters. They ask him what happened. Tay silently hears the information that they are transforming again. The picture shows a monster with a human face. Sam says this. The shackled Maikan sits opposite the grandmother. She starts to say something. The white-haired guy is silent and looks down. He looks up and tells his grandmother that he missed him. The shocked old woman quietly says his name. The guy looks at her and asks why she hasn't come to visit him. She apologizes and says that she went down to the entrance many times, but she couldn't. Pyo and the girl with purple hair watch this. He says that Maikan looks like someone. The white-haired guy watches them closely and sees that he has visitors. There is a gun on the director's shoulder. The shocked heroes hear if they are really here to kill him. The grandmother loudly shouts at him that they are not. The old woman loudly explains that these two are employees of her company, and they are not here to cause harm. The surprised grandmother hears the question, what is the matter then? Maihan with a calm look asks what she wants after so many years. She tells the guy sitting opposite that Sun is already on the way. The surprised guy hears that maybe he can cure him. The old woman looks at him and sees how he starts to laugh. Maihan bursts into insane laughter, opening his mouth wide. Grandma is shocked to hear that she has gone completely crazy, and the guy hasn't heard the name of that fool for a long time. Pyo and his partner hear that the main character can't do anything, because all he has is a bunch of ants crawling inside him. The doctor closes his eyes and hears that he did everything possible to get rid of this curse, but no matter what he did, nothing worked. Maikan screams that he lived 11 years in an empty room, tied up and unable to do anything. The white-haired boy furiously states that even if Sun can, he does not want it, because he does not need help from a fool who was born successful. The grandmother tries to calm him down, hearing that he would rather die a loser. A strong explosion occurs behind the heroes. Pyo and the girl turn around. The director loudly screams what happened. In the resulting hole in the wall, a monster comes, who threw Kim to the floor. The shocked woman begins to scream. The girl calms her down. Kijima frantically watches them and says his name. A discouraged Iguan along with Maikan look at him, and he exclaims that this cannot be. The white-haired boy looks at him in shock. Kojima begins to swing a fist blazing with fire and declares that he is the embodiment of his kind. Pyo, sword in hand, rushes to attack, telling his partner to protect the missus. The monster waves his hand, calling his opponent a hero. A bright purple beam pierces the director's body, and he screams in pain. There is a huge explosion. A bloody Pyo stands with a sword. Behind him a girl with purple hair is kneeling. She looks down in shock and screams, "Ma'am." A terrified Pyo hears her trying to wake up her grandmother. An elderly woman with a bloody body lies on the ground. The protagonist in red flies forward and realizes that he has a bad feeling. He looks forward and realizes that this is worse than anything he has ever felt. Son inside the monster asks him not to be what he thinks. The protagonist flies forward thinking about his grandmother. The girl with purple hair looks ahead in shock. The heroes see the monster and realize that it is Kojima. The partner in shock hears the grandmother wheezing. The woman lies unconscious. The girl realizes that she is still breathing. Pyo swings his sword towards the monster. He is furiously preparing to attack. Kojima swings his fist and rushes towards the enemy. The man deftly dodges the powerful blow. Kojima moves his fist towards the chained Maikon. Pyo looks at this and realizes that the monster did not even aim at him. The claws fly forward. The robot grabs Kojima's body. Pyo realizes that he needs to act now. Uegwan controls the huge robot. The character breaks away. The girl calmly prepares a powerful punch. They carry out a combination attack on Kojima, using the skills Spark Strike and Thunder Destroyer. The monster is electrocuted and screams in pain. Pyo and his partner land. The doctor, riding on the robot, tells them to take the grandmother and get out of there. The man asks about the case. Maihan is shocked to hear that he tried to evacuate it through the emergency exit, but something is happening to the system. The doctor loudly shouts for them to leave it to him and quickly go. The girl carries the elderly woman in her arms. They run down the corridor. Kojima turns around and sees them. The doctor squeezes him with mechanical claws and says that he never thought he would use this. The white-haired guy hears a call to himself. The doctor looks at him and states that he should be able to survive in there. Uegwan tells the other doctor on the radio that he will meet him soon. He hits the red button, loudly apologizing for this. His fist almost touches the button. He notices that his hand is shaking and does not obey. Hannah holds his forearm with a smirk and states that she cannot let him do this. Maikon gets up from his chair and states that he cannot let this happen to him again. The doctor in shock asks how this happened. She says that she untied him. The white-haired guy walks forward barefoot. Maikon calmly states that they should not try to stop him anymore. The terrified doctor hears gratitude for everything. Maikon holds out his hand and releases energy. Uegwan screams his name. The doctor begins to scream in pain. Hannah jumps back. Uegwan begins to transform into a monster. The girl realizes that this is the true power that creates insects, and now she understands. The white-haired guy looks at the monster. She realizes that Lord Kojima never acknowledged her work. The picture shows an open secret passage in the middle of the square. Pyo carries the injured Kim, and the girl with purple hair is her grandmother. She looks at Pyo and screams for him to take them to the hospital. He asks again what about her. She states that she can still fight, so she will stay and stop Kojima. The picture shows the tail of an insect. A large monster flies above the heroes. Maikon with a smile states that he cannot remember the last time he saw the sky. Pyo and his partner look at him in shock and hear that he thought he was stuck in that basement forever. Maikon with a smile turns to Kojima, thanking him. He looks at the skyscrapers in shock and exclaims that he cannot believe that he spent 11 years buried under these apartments. The purple-haired girl asks what's wrong with him and why he's so frivolous. Maikon goes to the heroes and asks if the grandmother is in a lot of pain. She replies that she's losing a lot of blood. He in turn wants to help her. Maikon extends his hand and asks with a serious look that she doesn't have much time left, and he should let her spread her wings before it's too late. Don't they think so? The white-haired fighter releases a beam of energy with a cry to let him take revenge. The heroes jump to the side. The beam of energy catches up with a flying bird. It instantly turns into an insect monster. The bird in the form of a wasp flies near the heroes. Maikon looks at it in surprise. The heroes don't understand what it's like and wonder how a dove turned into this. The wasp starts attacking the heroes. The girl drops the grandmother to the ground. The flying insect prepares to attack the old woman. Someone kills the wasp right in front of her. The protagonist calmly lands next to them. The insect's head flies down. Kojima and Maikon look forward and he talks about mom's color. The protagonist in red and black guise sits down next to his grandmother and asks if she is okay. The heroine with purple hair explains that she is in bad condition and they must immediately take her to the hospital. Pyo clenches his teeth and says that he is sorry that they could not protect her. The protagonist looks forward and orders them to take her and leave right now. His partner clarifies what about himself. He straightens his back and calmly declares that he is going to kill Maikon. The white-haired guy warily calls his opponent by name. Kojima runs to attack. He strikes the body of the black ant. The blue monster tells the protagonist that they have not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist exclaims Kojima's name. The enemies begin to fight. Flashes occur near the building. The black ant quickly flies to attack, swinging his fist. He hits Kojima in the face. He continues to attack his enemy. Kojima tells him that he is quite fast. The monster begins to counterattack. He cuts down an entire building nearby with his blade. The blue monster maintains a fighting stance and clarifies if this is really the power of the red ant. The protagonist strikes again. He pierces the villain's head with his knee. Kojima, with a calm expression, says that even with such power, this is all he can show. A scratch remains on the villain's face and he says what a disappointment. He grabs the black ant by the neck and addresses him as a specimen one. Kojima throws the enemy aside. The red ant flies into a skyscraper. It breaks through several residential buildings at once. Kojima frantically follows it. He swings his fist, aiming for the protagonist's face. He deals a powerful blow to the red ant, which leaves a crack in the ground. The protagonist screams in pain. The blue ant strikes again. It beats the protagonist and screams that he respected her and wanted to become a hero like her. The red ant pierces the ground with its body. Concrete debris and pins stick out of the ground. Kojima hangs over the lying hero and declares that he could not do it and therefore he will not let him become one too. The villain looks at his opponent and wishes him death. He cuts the ant's body. Limbs fly to the sides. The protagonist stands behind Kojima and says enough. Sun looks forward with a serious expression. Kojima prepares to strike and screams, "Stop using your little tricks." The protagonist pierces the villain's stomach with a sword. He screams in pain. Sun calls on ants to eat the enemy. He screams in rage for them to absorb him entirely. Black blots envelop the villain. They begin to eat him. Kojima feels all this in shock. The protagonist falls to his knees as a villain is eaten alive by ants nearby. Sun sighs in exhaustion. He looks ahead and says Kojima. The boy looks up and sees a blonde man. Kojima is half-eaten and hanging over him. The protagonist looks at him in shock. His face is half-human. The monster's appearance continues to talk about Kojima. The protagonist wonders if he was really already dead. The villain raises his hand in rage, screaming his name. The terrified protagonist sees a fist approaching and feels that he cannot move. The fist flies down. Maikon stands in front of Sun and says enough. Kojima looks at him, who states that he has not yet had a chance to even talk to him. Maikon takes the villain's hand. The surprised protagonist hears him calling to come back to him. He dissolves the monster's appearance with his energy and thanks him for everything. Kojima, with a disfigured face, hears that he will always be his hero. Happy Maikon holds the weapon and shouts that this is the same tiger blade that the protagonist made for him as a child, who in turn does not understand what is happening. The white-haired guy looks at the blade and declares that after the explosion of the laboratory, he became him, and he is a monster. Maikon, with wide-open eyes, says that it is he, Kojima. Sun asks again in shock. Maikon pierces the protagonist's body with the blade, asking if he was happy, living a successful life without him. He pulls out the sword, stating that he was unhappy. The white-haired fighter looks at the wounded man with a smirk and says that he inherited his mother's abilities. He holds out his hand, declaring that now it is his turn to have fun. He reaches his palm to the protagonist's face and says that he will take it. A distraught Maikon claims that he will take him all. He grabs the ant by the neck. The white-haired fighter screams in rage. The protagonist orders the ant not to let him swallow them. Sun and Maikon scream in pain. The protagonist orders to eat the enemy. Silk flies along it with the red-haired and asks where he went, realizing that the thread broke here. The partner looks down and notices something. She sees a bright flash in the middle of the houses and wonders if this is Sun's apartment, and what kind of light is that? Silk feels something in shock and covers herself with her hand. A powerful explosion occurs, which spreads throughout the area. The picture is blurry. It clears up, the ceiling is visible. The bandaged protagonist begins to wake up. He glances to the side and someone says that he finally woke up. Pyo stands next to the blonde and replies that Sun is in the hospital and his friend saved him. The protagonist looks away and thinks about his grandmother. Sun looks around and asks where his grandmother is. Pyo begins to explain that since the day the old woman and the employee went missing, but then they ask Sun not to rage. The protagonist grabs his shoulder in pain and groans. He looks ahead and thinks about his grandmother. Pyo explains to him that the insect reapers and the police and even the military are coordinating efforts to find them. The protagonist lies on a hospital bed clutching his head, talking about the latest news amid growing concern around the world about insects. The TV is broadcasting a news report, explaining about a private insect extermination company and that it has received official permission from the Korean government, and since society is facing a threat from insects, all eyes are on the insect reapers to see their next move. The manager looks at Sun and speaks to him. Pyo stands next to the blonde and says that he is embarrassed to ask, but they need his help. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, hears that he probably noticed that he no longer has the power of the ants, but they still need him. The guy clenches his fist and hears an offer to join the insect reapers. Yijin and Pyo look at him in surprise while he states that if he can kill the insectors. The protagonist, in extreme rage, claims that he will do anything for this. A dark spot is visible on his body. Red eyes are visible inside it. A small ant with red eyes looks forward. The poor guy without an arm tried to save himself. He hid around the corner from the villain, who had already caught the ninth. He closed his eyes when he heard loud screams from the side that now they will all be food for insects. But then a bald evil man found him, who said with a smile that this was the 10th. The black-haired man immediately stood up belligerently and begged them to stop, because they had already taken his hand, but he laughed and said that it wouldn't work that way. The villain smiled, and a tattoo appeared on his neck, and they tried to explain to him that they were both people. But he made glasses out of his hands and said not to equate him with such inferior creatures as that one, and then said that he would sacrifice 10 of them and become an inspector himself. The poor guy was completely horrified when he was asked to give up his worthless life for the common good. The sun was gradually appearing on the horizon. 2 years had passed, both after the explosion in Nien and Seoul since that day. The grasshopper sat on the edge of the rubble of houses. Immediately after, a black bird grabbed him. But then it was grabbed too, because a lot had changed. The monsters were in formation, and by the way, the insects found themselves at the very bottom of the food chain. One of the horde of monsters was chewing a bird, and another was holding a man on a chain. There was a whole army of insectors, and they were gradually climbing to the very top. At the top of the church was glowing. The leader of the insects was sitting next to his subordinates, and they brought him victims. The bald one stood in front of them and said that he had brought him 10 people, as they had agreed. He smiled anxiously and asked to give him a pill and turn him into an insector. The formidable leader sat motionless. Then he bowed his head in thought. He stood up and began to count the victims brought to him. But seeing the last cripple, he said that it was 10 3/4. Then the scoundrel went crazy and began to drive at him, saying that it was just a hand and that he had already eaten it, and that it was still 10 people. He immediately grabbed an axe and screamed that they should give him a pill right now. But at that moment his hand was cut off. The victims were scared when they saw it, and the leader said that there were now 10. The bald one grabbed his wand in horror and insulted them, saying that he should never have trusted them, but they immediately told him not to worry. They handed him a crystal, and the ant said that he always keeps his promise. There was a small larva inside it. Then he turned away, while his sycophant was happy and said to absorb it. The villain fell to the floor crawling towards the crystal, after saying that they needed to feel its power, and he said that he felt it very well, and now he would become an insector. Suddenly 2 insectors approached the victims and said that now the time had come. They looked at them with wild pleasure and said that it was time to enjoy the meal. The 2 winged ones moved towards the church wondering how much time had already passed. The white-haired one with an emotionless look gave the order that they needed to move out. Then a thread appeared near the bald man's mouth and cut his cheek. The window was immediately broken. The victims were immediately tied with a blue thread. The villain stretched out his hand, shouting that the pill was for him, and the blonde pulled them up and said that the blue pill had been received and 3 insectors were confirmed. She turned out to be a silkworm insector and ordered the destruction to begin. The 6 monsters immediately went berserk and shouted that they were insect reapers. The 4-winged one put his hand in front of him, pointing it in the shape of a pistol. He immediately hit 2 monsters. He grabbed a finger, saying that they were dark reapers. The ant remained silent, and his subordinate went berserk and said that they had heard about them and asked how they dared to interrupt their meal. He immediately jumped up and shouted that they were dead. But right after he was cut in 2 by a powerful cut. The blonde pulled the collar and asked what it was for. He got angry and wondered if he really needed to wear it, because it sucked. The blue-eyed girl turned to him and said that he didn't like it, then he could just take it off, and he immediately asked if they had told him that if he took it off he could explode, and when they told him that this was true and asked him to take it off, he immediately said that he would kill her. The 4-winged man immediately came down to them and asked why they were arguing again, and said that he didn't know where they had enough energy for this when they only had 20% of their strength left. But they didn't listen to him and continued to quarrel without paying attention to anything, and they were asked to stop again. At that moment, the ant rushed into battle raising his blade. The shooter got scared and cursed. They barely managed to avoid the huge cut in the floor. Silkworm told her ally in fear that he could have at least warned her, but he only said that he simply did not have time. But then she noticed the smoke and was surprised. The one in the collar crossed blades with the leader, and said that he was with them for later, and said that they had a reason for the visit. He asked with an evil smile if that black ant was true, and then said that it was just funny. Insector tensed up and said that it was still true and was unfolding exactly as he said, and they were told that they could get rid of them all using this name. He threw the enemy away and shouted that this was against the dissidents. The swordsman tried to stop on the floor. He got furious and told him to shut up, calling him a fake, and he himself thought that this scoundrel was stronger than he thought. The ant folded his arms, putting his cat-eyes in front of him. At that moment, he managed to pierce the enemy through and through. Mingyun immediately screamed in wild pain. But then 2 shots were fired at the insector. The 4-winged one kicked him with his huge leg. He got mad again when they stretched the threads near him and said that it was a pity. Silkworm tied him with threads and squeezed him with her feet. Then she leaned towards his ear and said that this name does not suit him, and she says this because he is her friend. The swordsman turned into a new form and clicked his tongue. He got mad and his collar caught fire after he said that he is not so easy to anger, but he really cannot stand it when ants bite him. Suddenly the blonde's thread broke. Madman got into a Hidari Kami stance and screamed that he would kill him when they tried to stop him. Their blades were almost at their target. But then the hero parried both blades with one swing. The swordsman looked at him angrily, but he said that they needed to change plans. Sun took a Yenzuki Noesi stance and said that they would take him alive. The leader was completely shocked by what he saw. He looked at him menacingly and used a spark cut. Then he rushed past the enemy at great speed and struck. The beetle was immediately struck by electricity, and he screamed that he was right. He opened his mouth and said that everything was on his orders, but then stopped. Then he fell dead on the floor. Then the hero put the blade in the sheath and said that the human doctor ordered to return all potentially useful species and demanded to tie him up. And the silkworm immediately said that she understood and said that he was still breathing. But then the black-eyed one turned around when he was called. The man looked menacingly at him and clenched his teeth, told him to never get in his way, otherwise he would kill him. But he just calmly looked at him and agreed. After that, he simply left and Mingyun, turning away, said that he was too self-confident, but his partner immediately called him over. She came closer and asked if he thought that he had interfered in his fight just to show off, and then said that he had exceeded his limit of 20%. Then she recalled his fight, saying that if he had appeared a second later, he would have been stunned by electricity, and that he needed to pull himself together. The hero stood with his back to them, while his comrade was insulting him behind his back. But then the bespectacled man called them in surprise, offering to look at it. He pointed at the door and said that there was something strange behind him. They surrounded the cocoon on the floor, wondering what it was. The protagonist immediately realized something terrible. The thicket began to move slowly. Everyone immediately became alarmed after the movement. The black-eyed man came up and said that it was an insector. Everyone immediately took up arms for battle. The movement increased, and then he said that something was still wrong, which caused even more doubts. Sun was horrified and said that it seemed familiar. The cocoon began to crack, releasing light. The shooter and swordsman prepared themselves, intending to kill it right away. There was a surge of energy, pushing away the squad members. The guys immediately covered themselves from the bright light. A girl appeared from there. The hero froze in wild surprise looking at this. He immediately jumped up, and they tried to stop him. But then the silkworm was wildly surprised and called him by name. The protagonist was holding a girl from the cocoon in his arms. He looked at this with horror and tried to deny what was happening. His teammates looked at this in horror and thought that this was impossible. In the arms of the black-haired man was a horned girl. It turned out to be Araya, who had undergone a metamorphosis. Hot water flows in the shower. The protagonist is washing himself. Blood is dripping from his body. He remembers holding Araya in his arms. The girl's eyes slightly open. He looks at Sun and calls him. The guy calls her back. Yijin, standing next to Sihi, does not understand what is happening here. The girl in shock calls out to Sun. Araya sank her teeth into MC's skin and Yijin screams for the others to get her away from him. The helicopter flies over the city. It landed. The heroes walk along with the tied-up opponents. Yijin supports the hero and asks if he is sure that everything will be okay with him, to which he receives the answer that he will live, since he only received a little poison, and Araya's condition is more serious. MC hears how they tell him that they have not seen him for a long time. The man with glasses looks at him. Pyo, the director of the Insect Reapers, stands next to the guards. He approaches. The director praises the protagonist for a good job. Sun hits him in the face with all his might. The glasses fall to the ground. All the fighters are shocked by MC's actions. Holding the man by the collar, MC angrily screams that all the promises that Pyo made, he did not fulfill a single one. He furiously screams at the director that he promised to find his grandmother, and also that he will protect Araya. The character lies on the ground with his eye closed. The guards point their guns at MC, ordering him to step back. One of the men warns that they will shoot. Mingyun puts his sword to the guard's throat and says that he better put this crap away. Standing in front of the man, the warrior threatens to cut off his head. Pyo raises his head and says that this is enough. The guards lowered their guns. The director, looking at MC, claims that he is sorry. Sun abruptly leaves and Yijin catches up with him, asking him to wait. One of the assistants sat down next to the director and asks if he is okay, and the man orders to take the insector and the girl to the human doctor. As the guards lead Araya away, Sihi asks Mingyun if this is the insect weapon he heard about and if they are finally ready. But the man replies that they could have been the ones used to create it, and he is being too cheerful for his own good. Pyo peers through his glasses. As he adjusts his glasses, he realizes that he seems to have committed another sin. Yijin and Sun are shocked to hear about amnesia. The human doctor, leaning on a cane, explains that he will need further testing, but that is his current assessment. As Araya sits behind the glass, the older man asks if the heroes said they found her in an egg or some kind of cocoon. Imagining the process of transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly, the doctor suggests that the girl in this case may have undergone a transformation akin to a metamorphosis, and her human form was disassembled and recreated as an insector, and she was reborn with only fragments of her memories. The protagonist, standing next to his companion, is shocked by these words, as he has never heard of anything like this before. But the man replies that in all his years of studying insectors, he has never encountered anything like this, so he is as confused as they are. Araya is chained and growling. She calls Sun in rage. Smiling, the doctor notes that it seems like the name MC has become a pseudonym for the girl, and she shouts his name, but still does not recognize it. The protagonist's face turns pale after the man says that this is a terrible irony of fate. Water drips off Sun. He gets out of the shower with a towel on his head. The guy takes off his towel. He narrows his eyes. The photo shows him with his grandmother. MC became a little sad. Eugene opens the door and sees the half-naked protagonist. She holds boxes of food and tells him to boil water. Pouring noodles, the girl asks if MC has eaten anything in the last 2 days. Adjusting his hair, Eugene states that he might not be able to eat as much as he used to when ants were crawling in his body, but he can still eat 2 bowls of instant noodles. Holding chopsticks, Sun grins. Looking at the other bowls, he asks if the others will join them too. Pulling 4 servings of noodles towards himself, Eugene declares that these are hers, and the hero wishes her bon appetit. An insect flies over the night city. Green lightning strikes it. The creature falls to the other insects on the ground. It is night above the city. While sitting at the table, the protagonist overhears a girl ask how long it has been since they last saw Araya, guessing it has been half a year. Looking down, the protagonist agrees with her. In the flashback, Mak Cho is walking among people. She glances up. Sun and Eugene wave to her. The boy puts his hand on her shoulder and the girl cries. Eugene puts the noodles in the bag and overhears the protagonist tell her that when the girl decided to join the insect reapers after losing her parents and brother, he was worried, but still cannot believe what happened to her after she disappeared. The heroine is angry at him for saying that he could not protect Cho, and she assures him that it is not his fault. Eugene seriously shares that she had a premonition that he would blame himself, and she was right. MC's eye lights up red and he says that he just needs to find Maikon. The girl is shocked by these words. The man runs among the rocks and Sun is sure that when he finds him, everything will be fine. Stroking the guy on the head, Eugene smiles and replies that he is doing well, and this is what their team is for, so everything will work out. Turning around, she declares that she will go, asking the hero to get a good night's sleep, and the protagonist says goodbye to her. Leaving his room, Eugene calls MC a fool. She understands that the guy was holding back tears, and perhaps he was trying to hide it, but she can understand. The girl quietly says wishes to Sun to hold on. A growl is heard from behind the door. Injecting Araya's body, the doctor asks if she is energetic. As he removes the needle, he asks her to calm down because he is only going to analyze her genes, but the heroine growls. Approaching her, the old man explains that she has not fully transformed, so he cannot determine her species, and also wonders who she is. Looking at the flask with purple liquid, the doctor is very worried. He looks up. He is knocked off his feet. A caterpillar with many legs has appeared. The man smiles. Looking at the screen, he is impressed. It is a dark night above Mount Pyongyang. The man breaks a stick with his foot. He runs through the forest. The man runs away in panic. His legs run fast. Monsters are hunting him. They catch up with the man. The warrior holds a weapon. In desperation, he fires at the enemies. The bullets hit the monster. The antagonist lies dead on the ground. The guy smiles with relief. Raising his head, he rhetorically asks how they can do this, stating that monsters are no match for him. As he walks, he states that he is an insect reaper, so they can try again. The warrior has a man's legs hanging behind him as he adds that he is not afraid of anything. The character turns around abruptly and sees where his enemies are. He looks at the tied-up people. Raising his head in fear, he recognizes Agent Yu. Agent Zhang is also hanging in front of him. Agent Park is dead in the web. He fell to the ground in shock. Throwing his head back, the fighter sees a monster in front of him. The antagonist prepares to strike. The monster hits the warrior. The guy closed one eye. He notices a dent in the ground in front of him. Getting up, the hero is shocked that he is still alive. Seeing smoke, he realizes that the insectors are gone. Turning around, the man sees Agent Yu and wants to know where everyone went. The warrior holds the grass in despair. Hitting the ground, he screams for everything to go to hell. A tip appeared from the soil. The monster emerged from the ground and knocked the fighter up. The hero falls in panic and screams. The monster opened its mouth wide. MC's hand is on the barbell. The guy pumps his arms. There are weights hanging on the barbell. Sun sits with a towel on his head and exhales. He narrowed his eyes. The protagonist enters the doctor's office. Standing in front of the glass with the monster, the man tells Sun that they are ready for interrogation. The creature is chained behind the glass. Looking at the enemy, MC asks if he said anything, but the doctor replies that nothing happened. The guy is surprised when he hears that the monster expressed a desire to talk only with him. Laughing, the monster asks if the hero can hear him. The protagonist seriously answers, as he heard, that he has something to say, but he does not care, and the interlocutor will answer his questions. The monster asks where my Khan is and how many blue pills were made. The protagonist laughs. Looking through the glass, the antagonist also asks if MC liked the gift. With a satisfied look, the monster clarifies that he is talking about the girl. Sun cracks the glass with his punch. Angrily, the protagonist asks what the enemy did to Araya. The monster replies that he is just an instrument of his will, and his only task is to deliver this message to the hero. Blue streaks come from the man's eyes, and the monster adds that Sun is powerless without his ants, so he should stop his useless resistance. The protagonist is furious when he hears that there are no more heroes. He puts a towel on his head and thinks about Mai Khan. The siren lights up red and announces a code red. Eugene shouts to Sun that they have received a dispatch order and all agents sent to Mount Pyongyang have lost contact. As MC gets up, he hears that they need to leave and replies that he'll get ready in a minute. The doctor waves to Sun and calls him over. He asks for a minute with a grin. The guy turns around, puzzled. The helicopter is flying over the forest. The fighters are inside the cockpit. He puts 2 fingers to his ear and calls Sihi and asks what the status is. The partner is hovering in the air and reports that he's still flying but will be there soon. He notices something on the ground. The warrior sees a lot of webs on the ground. Sihi tells Sun that he needs to see it for himself, and asks how far they are. MC says that they're already there and asks what he's looking at. The guy holds his hand when the hero says they need to get there, asking if he can clear a path for them and replies that he'll take a look if he can. Sihi switches his hand to automatic mode. The warrior fires at the web. The road is free of threads and the guy reports that he has cleared the way. He sees the ropes grow back together. Sihi watches as it grows back. Holding onto his forearm, the fighter decides to use something more powerful this time. The web rushes up. It grabs the guy's legs and arm. Sihi sees insectors in front of him and doesn't understand how they got here. The warrior can't move. With a smirk, Minion says that his comrade looks like an insect caught in a trap. He falls down. Landing on the ground, Minion cuts through his opponents. Standing among the chopped enemies, he calls Sihi a little dragonfly and asks what he would do without him. The warrior, along with his other friends, walks forward and thanks Minion. Sihi's foot stepped on the ground. Standing next to the other fighters, Sun reports that they have arrived and orders everyone to be on guard for the enemy and to look for agents who went missing during the operation, so everyone needs to split up. Minion, with his back to his comrades, asks MC to stop, as he doesn't think it's necessary. He looks up at the cocoons and tells his friends to look at what these idiots did. The protagonist looks up and suggests they get down, and Sihi orders them to watch the perimeter. The monster's fist hits the ground. Minion looks down at it, not understanding what the hell this guy is doing. A creature behind the rock formation. MC's eye emits a red beam and he feels something approaching. Thrusting his sword into the monster's head, Minion tells it to calm down, and at this time the protagonist orders everyone to dodge. The guy shouts for everyone to do it now. A sharp end appears from the ground. The monster jumps out. The antagonist charges and Sun declares that the damn insect reapers will be dead. The heroes take out their weapons and MC shouts at the dark reapers to release max power at 20%. The warriors charge at the enemy. Emitting green energy, the boy shouts at the dark reapers to release max power at 20% again. Purple beams emanate from the fighters' necks. Sihi, Mingyun and Yijin are ready for battle. The girl runs and shouts at the attack. She ties the monster with her silk. Mingyun runs after her and shouts at Yijin to not let the enemy move. He hits the antagonist with his swords. The boy slides back. With enthusiasm, he shouts at the dragonfly to act. Sihi prepares to fire a strike from the cannon. The warrior sends a railgun from his cannon. The beam hits the enemy. Smoke rises in front of the heroes. They see a huge insect crawl out of the smoke. The monster crawls forward. Sihi calls out to the guys in a panic. The antagonist opens his mouth to eat the fighter. The character, floating in the air, realizes that he can't dodge. The protagonist cuts the rocks in front of him. Sun knocks the caterpillar away from his friend. He lands on the ground and a thick fog rises from the enemy. Mingyun, standing next to his comrades, doesn't understand what's wrong with this guy, and Yijin says that nothing works on him. The huge monster stands in front of the warriors. Scorpion calls them idiots and adds that their pathetic attacks are nothing to him. The giant Deathstalker turns around and introduces himself as Daksari. He introduces the man and states that he was chosen by Lord Kijima himself. Sihi, floating in the air, suggests that their enemy must be a scorpion, and the guys from before looked like spiders, and he also thought that the insectors were based on insects. Mingyun seriously replies that it doesn't have to be, as they're only called that because insects are their most common form. Sun introduces the monsters and adds that Mingyun is right, as he's dealt with some that weren't insect-like. Looking up, the guy also says that with Maiken's powers, there could be others much more powerful than this one. Scorpion calls this ridiculous. Splitting a rock, Daksari doesn't believe that anyone could be stronger than him. Mingyun flies up behind the enemy and says that all he has is brute strength, and they're faster than him. Scorpion turns around abruptly. He strikes the warriors with his claw. Yijin, with a wound on his stomach, sighs. Mingyun also has a wound on his body. He calls out to his comrades. The antagonist asks what they want to say. Sitting on one knee, Mingyun is sure that if he were to fully transform, this guy would not have a chance, and Yijin asks him not to do it, but he decides that he should not let the enemy kill them, and since he can withstand the electric shock, he goes. The warrior coughs up a purple liquid. Daksari raises his claw and says that it does not look like the heroes can handle his poison, since only a slight scratch is enough. Throwing out his claw to strike, the enemy adds that they are all already dead. The bullets hit the scorpion's armor. He shoots at the enemy, and he calls him pathetic. The antagonist, preparing to strike, says that the guy's little toy will not harm him. Yijin restrains Daksari's limb with silk. He tries to calm them down by calling them babies. The warriors hold back the silk threads and Mingyun shouts to act now. Rays emanate from the green sword. The protagonist hits the monster with a spark strike. His electric sword is damaged from the strike. MC sees how his weapon has broken. Striking Sihi and Sun with a claw, the scorpion calls them small pests. The heroes fall to the ground and roll over. The protagonist calls out for Sihi in fear. Looking at the immobilized body of the fighter, MC realizes that he was trying to protect him. Yijin lies wounded on the ground. Looking at the sitting Mingyun and the girl, the guy realizes that they are both in terrible shape and he must do something. Baring his teeth, Sun thinks that without his ants, he is powerless. A spare part sparkles in front of him. The enemy approaches Yijin and Mingyun, calling them pathetic traitors. The enraged scorpion declares that he is going to give them to Lord Kojima and become one of the 6 pillars. MC quickly runs to attack. He delivers a long purple strike to the antagonist. Daksari's limb falls off, and he is surprised to feel pain. Turning around, he calls the protagonist an idiot and asks what he did. The sharp blades leave a purple color. Sun stands with these blades crossed over his chest. The hero adds that he is going to tear him to pieces, his red eye flashing. The guy is surprised by what he sees. The doctor shows 2 blades and says that he made them for MC, asking him to take them. The protagonist is surprised by this offer, saying that he still had questions for the interlocutor, but the man replies that he could not resist, because the monster was a bullet ant. The doctor narrows his eyes with a smirk and shares that he tore the monster to pieces. Standing in front of the human doctor, MC is at a loss for words, but the character urges him on, saying that things are bad for them. Introducing Sun's skeleton, the old man explains that his body no longer produces ants, and all he has now is a body that is slightly stronger than average. The protagonist narrows his eyes, hearing the doctor's question about how he will fight the insects using only this, since for some reason his body also rejects the insect genes. Taking out his weapons, the man explains that Sun needs to understand that this is the only option he has now. Handing over a bag of blades, he asks MC to take them. Daksari calls the guy an idiot, not understanding what he has done. The hero stands ready with blades. Jumping on a scorpion, he repeats that he is going to tear it to pieces. Sun flies through the air. He cuts the antagonist with a blow. The enemy's claw falls, and he does not understand how the hero dared to do this. Bringing another claw to strike the protagonist, the enemy screams for him to die. Sun cuts the limb into many pieces. The antagonist is stunned. MC jumps and strikes the scorpion in the neck. He pulls the blades out of the enemy's armor. The guy's eyes glow red. He is kneeling on the remains of Daksari's body. The protagonist once again plunges the blade into his chest. Holding the hilt, Sun states that no matter how much stronger the insectors become, because they will always be on top. MC angrily screams for the scorpion to divulge where Kojima is. The enemy laughs and says that it will not change anything even if he tells him, because the hero will never be able to resist him, and in the end he is powerless. A huge monster's mouth appears under Daksari. Sun watches in horror as the creature crawls out of the ground. The guy falls into the monster's mouth. He manages to grab MC before the monster slams its jaws shut. The protagonist panics and asks what happened to the others. His partner calmly replies that while Sun was busy, he moved everyone, including the missing agents, to a safe place. Looking down on the valley, MC tries to seriously understand what their enemies are up to. Sunset falls over the secret base. The door is closed. The girl comes out of the room with the warriors and says that they have been taken care of and can now rest. The heroes are in thought. Mingyun seriously begins to say how he heard that their leader used weapons and holds their fools. Yijin sullenly replies that he should stop, because if MC had not used them, they would all be dead. Pulling the bracelet on his neck, the guy declares that none of this matters if it weren't for these ugly things, because he could have dealt with this idiot himself. Walking arrogantly through the room, Mingyun also reveals that he volunteered to fight for them to get revenge on the higher insects for abandoning him, but in return, he got crippled. Kicking the wall, the fighter calls the insect reapers stupid, and he replies that it is understandable. Turning around, his friend shares that they are a burden to them, so they should accept it. Walking up to Sihi, Mingyun clarifies what he means. He thinks it is perfectly normal for them to cripple them, but his friend says that is not what he means. With a smirk, Mingyan suggests that the fighter perhaps feels human when he does as he is told. See, he remembers himself before, when his friend expresses his hope that he will not forget what he did in the past, asking him to stop acting like he is one of them. The hero also tells Sihi that he has to give him credit for killing 2 companies of Marines back then. Sihi remembers the dead schoolchildren on the bus after Mingyan mentions them, and Mingyan adds that he thinks his comrade has more kills than him, and also considers crippling him with them. Yijin grabs the warrior by the collar and rudely tells him to stop, but he begins to think that it is because of Sihi that they have all these restrictions. The heroes hear themselves being called little insects, who are as cheerful as ever. The man looks at the fighters, saying that they, insectors, recover very quickly. Dark Reaper, the team leader, former head of Sector A and owner of the Wound Insect gene, leans against the doorframe and says that they make him jealous. Mingyan looks at him with a smirk and asks if he's trying to act like a boss even though he's hardly ever there, and the man agrees, explaining that he completely forgot about his other name, calling the hero a cocky jerk. Wound's eyes flash purple and he states how he understands that Mingyan has a reputation to uphold, but he has to be careful who he gets involved with, so he shouldn't take the Dark Reaper for a loser. With a claw extended, the man states that it's time and that today he'll teach him a lesson. Yijin calmly tells the boss to stop since he's not scaring anyone anymore, and Mingyan doesn't understand why he's suddenly acting cool. Wound desperately asks if they know what he's been doing, so he asks them to stop teasing him. And when Yijin asks what he's done, the character says that he too thinks the restrictions they've put on them are stupid. The Dark Reaper smokes as he states that he just spoke with the director and asked him to increase the limit, asking if the heroes are happy that they have him. Approaching Wound, Mingyan states that he has finally become useful for once, asking what about completely abandoning the limit, but Wound tells him to calm down, asking him not to get too excited, since he only submitted an official request and it has not been approved yet. Wound calmly says that there will probably be a management meeting soon and all team leaders should attend, and asks where the other warrior went. The protagonist sits on his knee with his blades. He closed his eyes in front of the glass. Araya is lying on the floor, chained. The girl quietly calls out to Sun. The guy peers intently. The doctor places the wand on the floor and shares how amazing it is that she ate an entire pig with such a small frame. Standing behind MC, the man asks if he has anything to say, but the hero asks in return if the doctor is going to interfere in her affairs too. The character tensely asks if the guy means to make a weapon out of her, and immediately denies it. Looking at the blade, the doctor suggests that it seems that using this weapon made him think twice. He looks at the protagonist's back and also asks if he is here to return them. Squeezing the hilt, Sun says that this is not so. The older man hears MC explain that he is going to use them. The hero, emitting purple smoke from the blades, adds that he needs strength. An ant is crawling across the man's face. Many insects are crawling on the man's hand. Introducing the boss, Sun speaks of a desire to confront him. A dark stone room. A small character is running. The insect spreads its paws. He looks puzzled. There are statues of people on the pillars. On the opposite side are more statues of people. Someone is running. The animal looks on in fear. He calls out loudly to the 6 pillars. Various people open their eyes. The character's head is cut off. His head lies next to his body. The boy says he could have sworn he heard of the 6 pillars. A diamond sparkles on the girl's wrist. The 6th pillar Sejin hears that there is someone here who does not belong here. The warrior draws his sword. The 4th pillar gang puts out his weapon and declares that the pillars are not meant for such worthless people as her, asking the girl to leave. The heroine looks sideways at him. The red ball flies forward. It throws Gang's sword back. Looking sternly, the warrior does not understand why this man is doing this. A fist flashing with red light rushes to strike and Gang is told to be careful. The 5th pillar Rasta, standing in a fighting stance, declares that Lord Kojima himself chose her, and he must accept it. Gang, standing on the opposite pillar, tells Rasta that he seems to have forgotten where he is, but the guy replies that his interlocutor should not be arrogant, since he is always ready to defend his rank. Drinking liquid from his head, another man shares that it is very scary here. The subordinate of the 3rd pillar, Jang Jianjanri, standing with a straw in his mouth, adds that he is so scared that he can hardly feel the sweetness of the brain juice. Smiling, Janri wants to ask if someone as slow as he is can also join this fight. The yellow ball cuts off his palms. He screams in despair about losing his brain juice and arms. The guy, frowning, replies that it seems that Janri has a desire to fight, and he likes it, offering to fight him. The 2nd table Xianho expresses his willingness to be the man's opponent. Janri laughingly refuses this offer, since he does not want to die, and although he might have a chance against Gunael, who bursts like a bubble. A yellow bullet cuts off part of the man's face. Behind him, the bullet hits the wall. Xianho sternly looks and asks Janri to repeat it again, calling him a little bastard, and also asks what happened to Gunael. Looking at the interlocutor, Janri explains that it is about the red man who killed Mr. Gunael. Xianho also hears that the man is not that strong. Recalling Red, The man recounts how he encountered him 3 years ago at the Daejun Underground Club and they were evenly matched. He also imagines one monster stabbing another and assumes that it was the insector that finished off Mr. Gunail. Smiling widely, Jeonri adds how he thought he had a chance. Seonho's foot hits the man's chest. A straw flies out of his mouth. Seonho asks if the 6 pillars are a joke to him, since Jeonri is just a lackey of the 3rd pillar, so he doesn't need to cross the line. Opening his eye, Jeonri hears that the 6 pillars are Lord Kojima's main weapons, and attacking them is attacking Lord Kojima. Seonho also says with a vicious look that disrespecting them is disrespecting Lord Kojima himself. Introducing Red, the man shares that for this reason, he plans to kill the idiot who dealt with Gunail and make an example of him. As he leaves, Seonho promises to show everyone the aftermath of the attack on Lord Kojima. Rasta strikes. Gang dodges the attacks. He holds his sword ready. Rasta stands in a fighting stance. Noga calmly asks the boys to stop. The fighters continue to fight. The man repeats his request. He screams very loudly. A wave of noise reaches the boys. An explosion occurs in Noga's place. Sejin covers her ears. Jeonri screams in pain. Rasta sits down in fear. Gang also sits on the ground from the loud sound. Seonho covers his ears and screams for Nogu to shut his mouth. The man covers his mouth with his hands. The 1st pillar Nogu apologizes to everyone and also asks the boys, including Sejin, to stop this. Smoke comes out of the gorge. Seonho sees the falling rocks and calls it a mess. Turning around, he asks the lackey Jang Jian to clean up here. The boy stares intently. Looking at his hands, Jeonri holds his head in one of them and is shocked that they have grown. Rasta looks back in surprise and shares that the wound Gang left on his hand has also disappeared. Gang stands in thought. The small character runs. The insect shouts for the 6 pillars to gather. The warrior looks at the girl next to him, who asks if he still thinks she is worthless. She looks at him with blue eyes. The 6th pillar, the morpho butterfly Sejin, reports that they are all already under her illusion. Gang is confused as to when she managed to do this. Seonho mockingly says that they definitely fell for this fake. Rasta, surprised, says that he did not even notice it, and Noga sighs. The monster's paw has stepped on the ground. The heroes hear a question about whether they find it funny. The warriors stand on the 6 pillars. The tiger's eyes flash red. The characters on one side hear a question about whether they make people suffer at all. The warriors on the other side hear the chief begin to doubt the 6 pillars. Kojima rides a tiger and states that the people believe that they are waging a war against them as if they are their equals, when this is nonsense. The Lord's eyes glow blue and he asks everyone to remember that they are predators. Kojima also states from his mount that the people are just prey, not war, and it is time for them to realize this, so they begin the hunt. The Lord seriously states that they will annihilate every single one of them. The bunker building. Inside, a meeting was starting at a long table. A long-haired girl leaned on her hand. A blonde man with an eye patch was looking at his phone. 2 more soldiers looked at the speaker. Woon stretched his lips into a smile. The protagonist turned to the screen in anticipation. Tae looked at the audience and announced the start of the briefing. The director nodded to him. On the table were documents with a proposal to increase the power limit of the Dark Reapers. The projector showed a slide with a logo, and the narrator said that the Dark Reaper unit was formed to combat the higher insects, led by Chief Woon, the commander of the Sun Squad, and the limit of combat operations. The man showed pictures of 3 insectors who were currently on the Dark Reaper list. The slide showed familiar fighters who had caused significant harm to humans in the past. Woon coughed and muttered that this did not apply to Yijin. Tae turned and suggested that they start with her. He introduced the protagonist with the girl and said that they had united with humans in the war against the insectors, and Yijin's achievements led to her being recruited into the Dark Reapers. The image of Silk and Yeol appeared in the picture, and the man added that there was no plan to limit her powers initially, but when the Dark Reapers were formed, she confessed to her past involvement in a human trafficking operation, so a limit was placed on her. At this time, the blonde was exercising on a treadmill. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that the girl demonstrated better social skills than him despite being an insector, so she could be a suitable candidate for increasing the power limit. Woon exchanged glances with the guy next to him and bragged that the subordinate was a little cheeky, but a good girl. The boss placed his hands on the table and leaned over when Tae continued that the next case was quite problematic. A photo of Mingyun, also known as Zagana, appeared on the screen, who has no redeeming qualities, pure evil. The man imagined the monster's battle with the director, and explained that his past included participating in an underground club, producing copies of pills, and killing several people, and he had been confronted many times. A photo of the insector appeared on the slide and the narrator explained that the boy's motive for joining the Dark Reapers was purely to get revenge on the higher insects, and once he had achieved his revenge, there was a chance that he would turn on them. Mingyun scratched his ear and thought that someone was talking about him. He wrote down the names of the pillars that needed to be killed in his notebook and muttered that he wanted to kill Gunail, but he was already dead. He crossed it out and decided to start from the bottom. Woon's sweat dropped and said that the insector hadn't caused any problems since joining the team, so if they wanted to use him more effectively, they would need this increase. The chief turned to the hero, noting that he couldn't find a way to protect the guy and asked why they even brought him on the team, and the brunette replied that they needed all the help they could get. Sun silently looked at the interlocutor, who muttered that it would be nice if they had Song Chang. The hero remembered the night near the construction site, when he told the guy that he wanted him to fight with them. The red-haired man turned around and refused. Sun furrowed his brows and exclaimed that they needed him, and the interlocutor noted that he did not even know that the guy could speak so desperately. Chang pointed to himself and said that he was a fighter. He clenched his fist and added that these hands were not for protecting lives. The red-haired man swung sharply. The protagonist looked at the frozen hand in front of him. The interlocutor smirked and said that he was meant for fighting, winning and destroying, only for this. He relaxed his fist and explained that he could not carry such a heavy burden with them. The guy put his hand on the brunette's shoulder and said that he will continue to fight his battles. Chang looked at him resolutely and noted that he was not going to lose, so they should meet again sometime. He waved goodbye and asked to be called Mr. Chang next time. Sun looked down and the narrator moved on to the next Reaper. The slide showed Sihi, who had a history of killing 256 people in just 2 days, also known as a Sei. The insector had been behind bars when the war broke out after Nan and Sun captured him. The cell door swung open. The monster flew out of there and escaped, taking advantage of the situation. The nurse pointed forward down the corridor, shouting at the wounded to move there. She was sweating and asking them to hurry. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Sihi was looming over a dozen patients who were heading to the shelter. And from the other side, insectors were flying. They opened their mouths and screamed. The guy tiredly turned around to look at them. The nurse opened her mouth in surprise, looking at what was happening. In front of Sihi, who saved all the people there, lay the corpses of monsters. After this incident, the guy continued to sit and read in the cell until he was recruited by the main character. Then he looked at the brunette in shock. And at the moment, Sihi was drinking tea and smiling happily. He was sitting at the table with his family in the shelter, and he himself was an active member of the Dark Reapers. Tae turned to the group and said that today's meeting would be about gathering opinions from the executives on increasing the limit of these insects, and the blonde man immediately declared that he was against it. Min, the head of the R&D team, made a hand gesture and explained that they were already strong enough with the current limit and didn't need anything more. There was a scar under his bandage, and he added that they didn't know when these dogs would attack a person, so they couldn't be walked without leashes. The protagonist frowned when the blonde man added that the analogy wasn't the best, considering that they were fighting dogs. Woon clenched his fists and protested, but the woman suddenly added that the dogs at least listened to people. Yun, the head of the shelter security team, stretched and reminded them that they were insects that needed to be kept on a leash. The hero's boss frowned and asked if she was in the same boat, and the hero's boss replied that she agreed that they needed defensive measures to use them safely. Photos from the last mission appeared on the slide, and Woon countered that the current limit was too high and they couldn't fight effectively, and in the last battle, everyone was defeated even though they used their maximum limit. The man in the cap said that they really needed more power, and the boss smiled, shouting that he knew he could trust him. Joe, the head of the battle group, crossed his arms and added that this power shouldn't come from the insectors, and 2 years ago, they lost 2 sector leaders in the war, and he himself barely survived fighting the 6 pillars. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they needed more power. They couldn't trust the insectors, given their violent history. Woon clenched his fist in displeasure, and the man sitting next to him muttered that he didn't quite trust those two either. The chief turned to the hero, who asked if they were afraid that the Dark Reapers would betray them and kill them. Everyone looked at him intently, and the boy added that this was a preferable outcome. Sun glared and said that at least that would only happen after the higher insects ceased to exist. Everyone froze and there was silence. The director smirked. Pyo put his hand on the table and said that was enough. He sat at the head of the table, saying that today's meeting was only for discussion, so he would think about how to improve their current policy, and that would be it. It was night outside. The parents looked at Sihi and asked if he was leaving already and would not stay the night, and the boy replied that he did not know when he would be called, so he better go. He spread his wings. The parents looked up, seeing him off. The insector flew through the wall. The boy found himself on the other side, noting the amazing feeling. Sihi smiled and muttered that he liked the way the air blew through his hair. He touched his head and realized that he forgot his hat. The insector returned to the house. Then his eyes widened in surprise. His parents were walking away from the building with backpacks. The guy froze, not understanding what was happening. The people moved the bush away from the wall. In its place was a hole. Sihi sweated, wondering where they were going. The man's feet disappeared into the darkness. The protagonist entered the room. He lowered his head and sighed. Then he looked up at the girl, who noted that sighing brings bad luck. Yijin dried her hair, saying that judging by his face, the meeting did not go well, but he was still good. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist asked why he kept taking a shower in his room, to which he heard that the water pressure was bad. The blonde smiled and asked how he managed, considering that these executives hated them. Sun looked away and replied that they were too stubborn, so he told them something, but now he was worried that he made things worse. His eyes widened when the other girl grabbed his cheeks and praised him for doing a good job. Yijin fidgeted with his face, mumbling that she didn't know what he told them, but even if it didn't work out, they would work harder to make that 20% better than their 100. Yijin smirked and asked him not to worry about it too much. The hero smiled and agreed, then asked what the others were doing. Mingyun was dozing off in his room, and the girl answered as such, adding that he was probably at his parents' house for the night. The boy made his way through the tunnel, wondering why they did this. The insector sweated, wondering when they had managed to dig this up. He remembered his parents at the hole and thought that he should have stopped them earlier, but he was so shocked that he froze in place. The passage ahead was dark, and the boy decided that he had to bring them back and find out why they were leaving the shelter. He froze and assumed that it could be because of him. He remembered himself in his school years with his mom and dad, who were veterinarians. A young man in uniform smiling, and although his parents saved lives, he himself was a killer, but they found out about it not after the incident was closed, but a year after the war, when he joined the Dark Reapers. Then the boy came into the house and saw the shocked faces of his parents. Everyone was crying, and the woman was examining his prosthetic, because they were just happy to have him back, although until now they believed that he was among the victims of the incident with the Marine Corps insector. His parents hugged him, accepting him even though he was a killer. He crawled out and thought that no matter what their reasons are, he needs to find them. He stood up and looked around, seeing the corpses of the monsters and noting that it was dangerous outside. The boy turned his head. There were fresh tracks on the ground. The insector spread his wings and rushed along the tracks. There were bodies of monsters lying around, but the path led into the forest. His eyes flashed as he tried to see them. There were trees ahead. Through the crown, he saw 3 people. His parents were standing in front of the girl. She was sitting with her head down. His eyes widened in surprise. The insector quickly hid behind a tree. He began to sweat, wondering who was with them. The boy flinched when he heard a scream. The doctors leaned over her and asked her not to move and be quiet. The boy frowned in surprise. The woman looked at the cut and noted that the infection looked serious, so it needed to be removed, after which she asked her husband for a scalpel. The doctors concentrated on performing the operation, asking the girl to hold on. The red-haired girl smiled weakly when it was all over and said that she was feeling much better, and the man reassured her that she would recover quickly if she changed the gauze regularly. The boy sighed in relief. He smiled and muttered that his parents had apparently been helping wounded civilians outside the shelter. He burst into tears from the realization. The doctors were carefully explaining to the girl how to care for the wound. The young man covered his face with his hands and said that he was worried about nothing. A clawed paw stepped on the grass. The boy's eyes widened and he flinched. He turned around when he heard a growl. The frightened people recoiled at the sight of the insector. Longhorn Beetle bared his teeth and exclaimed that he never thought he would find people here. He rushed at them, noting that he was very lucky. He kicked the monster with a roundhouse kick. The red-haired girl stared at him, dumbfounded. The boy's eyes flashed. He had the Dark Reaper emblem on his shirt. The monster skidded to a halt on the grass. It turned around and asked who he was. The opponent raised his fist. The enemy rushed at him, calling him a fly. He dodged and hit the insector hard on the head. He fell to the ground. The parents looked at their son in alarm and called out to him. The boy put the gun in the monster's mouth, not giving him a chance to say a word. He half transformed, saying that anyone who touched his family would die. He gritted his teeth and flashed his eyes. Then the Dark Reaper shot at the enemy. Dust rose from the ground. The boy was standing on the monster. He turned around and asked if they were okay. However, another monster grabbed the man by the head. The boy's eyes widened and asked if there was another one here. The insector opened his mouth and offered to shoot him if he had the guts, and the bespectacled man asked everyone to run. Everyone else turned pale in fear. The young man frowned and shouted at the enemy to stop, and the red-haired girl looked at him sideways. The monster opened his mouth and said that it had been a long time since he had eaten human flesh, after which the man asked him to close his eyes. His wife and son began to cry and scream. Suddenly, spikes pierced the monster's body. They left deep wounds on him. The enemy staggered and screamed. The man managed to crawl away, and the woman immediately ran to him and asked if everything was okay. He looked back, and his father added that he now knew about her. The boy sweated and asked if she was an insector. Instead of a red-haired girl, there was a monster with spikes. She turned her gaze to him.